722. In the ruins of the Jin-Jia continent battlefield, a short and skinny old man with white hair and purple clothes with a wine flask tied around his waist stood barefoot on the tip of an iron spear that was inserted into the ground. Yu Xian looked around. Corpses of elite soldiers and qi cultivators were everywhere. There were also piles of corpses that were supposed to be built by the beasts of the demon race for the skeleton throne, so that Bai Ying could make use of these skeletal ghosts that had been reduced to puppets to push northward and take over the remaining territories of the Jin-Jia continent that was no longer capable of fighting a decisive battle. Bai Ying was indeed the most deserving of death among the 14 throned demons. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. She had already wreaked havoc in the Golden Armor continent. Once this beast reached the central divine continent, how terrible would it be? It was a pity that he was a step too late. He could not stop the crazy Wanyan Laojing, and could not take the opportunity to take down Bai Ying. Actually, Yu Xian's purpose of crossing continents was to put aside his grudges with Wanyan Laojing and help the Golden Armor continent hold on for a few more days. Yu Xian admitted that his talisman skills were indeed enough to suppress Bai Ying's skeleton army. After all, Yu Xian did not have much, but he had a decent number of talisman, winning with numbers. In addition, Bai Ying did not look like someone who was good at fighting. Yu Xian felt that since his life was not in danger, as long as he did not learn from Zhou Xinji, it would not be a big problem to join in the fun. But at this moment, Yu Xian was standing on the tip of the spear. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The old man tugged at his beard and was even more worried. Bai Ying was nowhere to be found. She must have gone to the Fuyao continent to kill Bai Yi. Did he want to be in a favorable position? It was just that he did not know how this throned demon, who did not seem to be good at fighting, was feeling. Was he as worried as Yu Xian? After all, to kill Bai Yi, he had to pay a price. Yu Xian looked at the little girl who was slowly walking over and stopped a little further away. The old man smiled and said, "You're called Pei Qian, right? You're famous. You look like Chao Ci. Young people like you can scare us old farts to death. Very good, very good." Pei Qian had been looking left and right. She stopped and cupped her fists. Then she asked, "Old Immortal Yu, can I clean up the battlefield? If possible, at most 5 minutes. Half an incense stick will do." He could kill a pure jade realm demon cultivator with a flick of his finger, and this old senior was dressed like this. Pei Qian recognized him with a single glance. He was the talisman of the Central Plains, Yu Xian. Pei Qian felt that although he had missed out on Sword Immortal Zhou, he had not missed out on Old Immortal Yu. His master had once mentioned Yu Xian and admired him greatly. For an old immortal that even his master admired to be willing to come alone to the Golden Armor Continent's battlefield, Pei Qian felt that he had missed out on Old Immortal Yu, but he had not missed out on Old Immortal Yu. This battle had not been in vain. Back then, Pei Qian had asked his master whether the yellow paper talisman on his forehead was more valuable than the talisman that old Yu had painstakingly drawn. At that time, his master nodded and gave Pei Qian an extra bowl of fish soup. Actually, at that time, Charcoal had already eaten her fill. When she took the bowl with a bitter face, he didn't know if he was right or wrong. Pei Qian couldn't help but think of these things from his childhood. He felt that he had let Old Immortal Yu down. It wasn't about which talisman was more valuable, but that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and casually called him Old Yu. Therefore, Pei Qian finally had the honor of meeting him in person and was especially respectful. Moreover, this old senior's state of mind was just and honorable. He was like the Milky Way hanging in the sky and the stars shining brightly. Pei Qian had only glanced twice before and didn't look much. After roughly determining the inclination of the people in that scene, Pei Qian didn't dare to look much. Yu Xian nodded and said, "Are you afraid that Bai Ying is hiding among them? If not, she would have run away long ago. At this time, no bastard dares to come and die. Don't worry, not to mention 5 minutes. Even 2 hours won't be a problem. However, little girl, what are you doing here? You're a pure martial artist. Although your realm is high, you can't handle these corpses properly. Let me do it. Page Xian was a little embarrassed, but he still said honestly, Old Immortal You, I want to take some items from those demon cultivators to exchange for some divine money. Yu Xian was stunned for a long time. Such a young pure martial artist. He felt like he was only a little bit behind Qiao Ci. So he was actually asking him if he could pick up money? Was he that bad when he was only a little bit behind Qiao Ci? Actually, it was very scary. Moreover, he was a little girl much younger than Qiao Ci. Yu Xian almost asked shamelessly, Little girl, do you have a master? If you don't, I know a little about fist techniques. Why don't you take me as your master? As for whether she knew fist techniques, he would kidnap a disciple first. However, Yu Xian was very clear that such a young genius must have a good master. Yu Xian laughed and said, Don't worry about picking up money. I'll keep an eye on her for a while. After a while, he would make a decision. Anyway, Bai was not that easy to kill. Pei Qian received the old immortal's decree. He cupped his fists and smiled brightly. He took out an ancient seal from his sleeve. Then he gently stomped his foot and shook the brightest treasure-light objects on the mountain from the corpses of some demon cultivators. With a wave of his hand, he kept them into the object close to him. Pei Qian swept over. Wherever she went, she would step on the ground. Within a radius of a few miles, only the items on the demon cultivators would be uprooted from the ground. Then she would accurately guide them with her fists. As if they were guests, they would all be brought into the mansion close to him. She had borrowed an object close to the seal from Sister Zaishi. Later, she borrowed an object close to the seal from Sister Zhu Mei. She did not gain much from the previous few battles. After all, the battles on the battlefield were tragic. Survival was the most important thing. Pei Qian did not dare to be distracted. Today was the only exception. However, the ruins of the battlefield could be said to be full of heavenly treasures and immortal items. Pei Qian still planned to leave after the time it took to burn a stick of incense. She could not delay the old immortal any longer. Yu Xian seemed to be standing on the tip of the spear, looking towards the south, towards the Fuyao continent. However, he was actually paying attention to the female martial artist behind him, who was picking up scraps. He wanted to see if she kept her promise to only pick up the treasures on the mountain from the demon cultivator's corpse. If she accidentally picked up the wrong one, then don't blame this old man for being careless. Very good. The little girl had a good eye for picking things. She was also very careful in doing things. Since that was the case, no matter how many opportunities there were, they should be taken by her. As long as she could see them and take them away, the little girl could make a fortune. Of course, Yu Xian did not care for these items that were too ordinary. Moreover, he was at most cleaning up the corpses of the battlefield to prevent them from becoming a problem in future battles. How could he be in the mood to make money? Moreover, Yu Xian had never worried about money or his natal items in his entire life of cultivation. He had always relied on his own ability to make them come uninvited. What's so good about being a pure martial artist? Why don't you join my sect and learn my Dao techniques as a talisman? You don't even need to use your fists to kill people. One must know that in the Central Divine Continent, there has always been a saying that killing people with immortal aura, talisman of Xian. Little girl, have you heard of it before? Are you tempted? You can be tempted. It was a pity that the little girl's eyes were only shining. What a greedy person she was. She did not know that the real immortal money was right in front of her eyes. Exactly the time it took for an incense stick to burn. That Pei Qian returned to the place where he had stopped and cupped his fists again. He thanked old Immortal Yu and took his leave. Yu Xian nodded. The little girl was much more pleasing to the eye than that brat Qiao Ci. The old man had also made up his mind. He would go and take a look. He would only go to the Fuyao continent to take a few glances and throw a few talisman. If he could not win, then he would run. Pei Qian, who was covered in blood, took a deep breath. Before he left the battlefield, he looked at the corpses that were destined to be unable to be buried. Even if they were buried, it would be meaningless. Pei Qian bit his lips and said in his heart, "Everyone, take care." Pei Qian bent his knees slightly and rose from the ground. The earth trembled and rippled, shattering the corpses of many earth immortal realm demon cultivators. After Yu Xian heard Pei Qian's thoughts, he smiled slightly and stepped lightly on the tip of the spear. The old man landed barefoot. The long bridge flipped and caught up to Pei Qian like an immortal riding the wind. It was neither fast nor slow. It was neck to neck with Pei Qian. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, but still grabbed the long spear with the golden talisman engraved on it. It was the life weapon of the unpolished jade realm demon that old Immortal Yu had killed. Pei Qian turned his head and shouted, "Old Immortal Yu's reputation is not in vain. No wonder my master would say that the talisman is unparalleled. The talisman's Tao is mysterious. It is like the gathering of rivers into the sea. It is a myriad of phenomena. It is even more amazing in the central divine continent." Pei Qian felt a little guilty. His master had not said that before. He did not know if his words were too flattering. If only his master was here, he would definitely know his limits. Pei Qian did not dare to look at the mortal world. It turned out that his master was not the only one who was not by his side. It did not matter. She had temporarily taken in an anonymous disciple. He was a little mute who did not like to talk and did not speak much. Thousands of miles away from the battlefield, Pei Qian found the child at the top of a mountain. He was still squatting on the ground habitually. Chao Ci and Sister Zaishi stood side by side. They were both dressed in white and looked like a pair of immortal couples that had walked out of a painting. After Pei Qian landed, she called, "Ah, man." The little mute, who did not want to say anything, just looked up at her and then lowered his head again. Pei Qian looked at Chao Ci and felt a little helpless until he saw the confrontation between Chao Ci and an ascendant realm demon. Chao Ci was at a disadvantage, but she was not in a difficult situation. Only then did Pei Qian know the truth. It turned out that Chao Ci still did not use her full strength when fighting on the battlefield in the past. Killing demons, saving people, punching, strength, trajectory, pulling back, and punching again. Every punch was just right. Chao Ci seemed to be able to predict every punch, so there was no need for her to fight first. After Pei Qian and Yu Feng left, Yu Xian stroked his beard. No wonder the little girl was so polite. It turned out that she had a good master who taught her carefully. He did not know how old she was, but she actually had such steady knowledge. Yu Xian restrained his smile and disappeared in a flash. He went all the way south and traveled across continents. He muttered, "If I die, I die." The old man was all alone. He only had the talisman to accompany him. How Ran saved Bai Yi, the talisman Yu Xian. Fuyao continent. Bai Yi was alone with a sword. Dressed in a green robe, he flew to the sky. The mountains and rivers of the continent under his feet had become a big world of formations. From the sky to the land, everything was shrouded in the fate of the wilderness. With the coast of the continent as the border, it became a huge cage to detain, suppress, and kill Bai Yi alone. Bai Yi did not care. As long as the battlefield was far away from the human world, Bai Yi was not used to seeing too much. The final battle of his swordsmanship in this life was like a poem. How could it be like this? As for the rest, you can do whatever you want, as long as you are happy. Bai Yi hovered with his sword and looked around. He was not at a loss. The only regret was that Bai Yi did not want to owe anyone. It was just that this sword that had accompanied him for many years could not be returned to Daoist son of the Xiandu Temple. This celestial sword was called Tai Bai. This was the first time Bai Yi met Daoist son, and the celestial sword Tai Bai. It was also the first time Daoist Sun traveled the vast world to relax. Daoist Sun gave Bai Yi the sword as a gift at first, but Bai Yi was unwilling to accept it. Daoist Sun changed it from a gift to a loan. The reason was that the celestial sword's name clashed with the color of the peach blossoms in his temple. It was difficult for him to get lucky. The celestial sword, Tai Bai, was a perfect match for Bai Yi. I'll treat it as marrying off my daughter to Hao Ran and get a son-in-law. It's not a loss at all. From this, it can be seen that I only split the big and small profits. There were only 3 people who could make Bai Yi feel that he owed them. The patriarch of the Dao sect's sword immortal lineage, Sun Huaizhong, his close friend Jun Qian, teacher Wen Sheng, grand ancestor of Moon, supporting Mountain, Wen Haizhou, swordsman Lu Cha, Bai Ying, Yang Ji, Fei Fei, Yuan Shou, Yao Jia, Huang Wan, Lotus Nunnery Master, Niu Dao, Qian, Dragon Lord, 5 mountains. There used to be 14 thrones in the wilderness. Now, that was a matter of the past. At the end of the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lotus Convent matron, who had refined half a moon, had already been killed by Dong Sanging. Not only that, he had also slain the greater demon and the moon. It was said that the greater demon Yellow Wan, who had refined countless immortal cave abodes and pavilions, had been killed by Alliance and sword immortal Yao Chongdao. As a result, its cultivation realm dropped continuously, and it had no choice but to change its physical body. It was reduced to the nascent soul realm, living a life worse than death. As for the first throne greater demon that had perished in Hao Ran in the Fuyao continent, it had changed its name to Dazzling Armor. In the words of the old scholar, it liked to flaunt its wealth and hated such trash the most. It was an existence that had killed countless mountain and river deities in the Fuyao continent to make up for the loss of its great Tao at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Bai Yi had delivered 3 strikes and finally killed it at the ruins of the inverted mountain. The first strike was to send the guest away from the Fuyao continent to avoid harming the innocent. The second strike and Dazzling Armor could be considered to be traveling the sea together to return the favor to the wilderness. The third strike by Yi was also the most powerful. It could be considered to be a memorial to the sword cultivators who had died heroically at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Actually, Bai Yi should have delivered 1 or 2 more strikes to truly kill Dazzling Armor. However, at that time, someone had made a move and suppressed the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestors' heaven and earth transformation mystique. Otherwise, Bai Yi would not have minded traveling with his sword. It was a good opportunity to see the remaining half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi that still belonged to Hao Ran. At this moment, Bai Yi was hovering in the middle of a sea of clouds above a continent. The sea of clouds beneath his feet was the withered skeleton greater demon, Bai Ying's natal technique. It was filled with the surging resentment of vengeful spirits. Countless white bones, skulls, and arms wanted to surge towards Bai Yi, but they were all dispersed by Bai Ye's noble spirit without needing to use his sword. Bai Ying no longer sat on his skeleton throne. He stood up. Beside him stood a powerful sword attendant who had the appearance of a dragon monarch array master. Great demon Wu Yu stood on top of an ancient deity's corpse that floated in the air. He extended his hand and grasped a long spear that pierced through the skull. Thunder rumbled. 5-colored lightning surrounded the long spear, and great demon Wu Yu's entire arm. Thunder rumbled in the sky above the continent. It made Wu Yu look like the supreme deity of the Thunder sect had returned to the mortal world. There was a 3-headed and 6-armed giant sitting on a cushion that was covered with golden books. The sword scar on his chest was only half wiped away after passing through the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He deliberately left the other half. He wanted to wait until he personally destroyed the Ascension City under the 5th heaven before he could completely wipe away the sword scar. The great demon Yang Ji, who wore an emperor's crown, wore a black dragon robe. He had a human head and a dragon's body. Around his huge body, there were many Ascension Realm cultivators with Pipa in their arms. Coincidentally, his old friend, Yuan Shou, who had crossed the continent at the same time, caught them and chewed on them like soybeans to treat his injuries. In the battlefield at Old Dragon City, Yuan Shou had suffered many flying swords from the North Continent's sword cultivators. Although it did not hurt the foundation of his great path, he was still severely injured. Moreover, the great demon True Body was tough. Once he was injured, he would not be afraid of Ascension Realm opponents who were not sword cultivators. However, now that he was facing Bai Yi, Yuan Shou and Yang Ji were not polite. Yang Ji did not mind this little loss. Both of them had to recover to their peak combat power. Yuan Shou was still hovering on his sword. He carried a long rod on his shoulder and a string of beads that were refined from many mountains in his hand. Now, there were many more beads in his hand. They were all from some of the big mountains in the Tongyi continent. In fact, it was not a matter of whether they had a chance of winning or not. It was a sure win situation. Whether it was Lu Cha from his own camp, or Alliance who returned from the outland to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, or even Bai Yi, they would all end up the same way. The only thing that concerned Yang Ji and Yuan Shou, or rather all the great demons, was whether or not one of the 6 of them would die, and which one of them would die was the most important. Bai Ye's last sword strike in his life was bound to drag one of them down with him. Even if he could not kill anyone, he would end up as a yellow phoenix, which was equivalent to death. A burly great demon dressed in golden armor looked no different from a human, but he was 100 feet tall. The ancient golden armor on his body was both a cage and a shelter. The golden armor was on the verge of shattering. Streaks of golden light that were as thick as water flowed out of the stone stream like a stream. His alias was Niu Dao, which was an extremely vulgar name. He was different from the other sovereign stage great demons who stared at the vast world and took what they needed. His true target of revenge was still in the Qingming Tian, not even the Baek Okekyung building. It was a young old fellow who liked to stay in the Lotus Grotto heaven to observe Dao. The only great demon who did not like to reveal his true body was the unusually handsome Xie Yun. He had a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Therefore, he appeared exceptionally small and was roughly the same size as the scholar Bai Yi. Buying 5 mountains, Yang Ji, Yuan Shou, Niu Dao, and Xie Yun. They came from different battlefields and different locations. In the end, they were all present in the Fuyao continent. The 6 great demons who surrounded and killed Bai Yi were all sovereign stage great demons. The Lotus Monastery Master, Huang Wan, and Yao Jia, the 3 great demons, were already history. Zhou Qinggao asked curiously, "What did that sword immortal boss say?" "Chun Qingdu likes to walk on the city wall with his hands behind his back. I walked with him for a few miles." Chun Qingdu smiled and said that this matter has nothing to do with me. As long as you can convince the Confucian Temple and a few sword immortals other than me, I won't have any problems. I'm the previous penal official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I've been in this position for more than 100 years. Of course, I used an alias. Chun Qingdu also helped me to hide my real identity. You won't be able to guess it, right? Zhou smiled. For some reason, although Chun Qingdu was surprisingly easy to talk to, it seemed that from the start he did not think that he could succeed. The sword immortal penal official smiled and said, "I really can't guess." Lu Bai suddenly asked, "Teacher, why is Bai willing to wield a sword and guard the Fuyao continent alone?" The teacher only laughed. He did not explain anything to this direct disciple. Zhou Qinggao could only help the teacher and senior to explain patiently, "Senior, do you think that Bai died for nothing?" Zhou Qinggao shook his head and said slowly, "Yes and no. Yes and no." When Zhou Shenji was in the Central Plains, He was the old immortal in the hearts of almost all the Qi refinement warriors, especially the native sword cultivators. He was one of the 10 in the Central Plains. Although his ranking was not high, only 9th, he was still regarded as invincible in the sword. In the end, after he was killed by a sovereign great demon, many people in the Central Plains began to fight for the old fortune teller Huayin, who was at the bottom of the 10. Many people even felt that Zhou Shenji was an old trash who did not live up to his name. What sword immortal? Perhaps even if he went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in that barbarian land, Zhou Shenji might not be able to carve his name. Once Zhou Shenji died, Wanyan Laojing betrayed him. If it were you, who is already in the Ascendant realm, would you want to get involved in this mess? Isn't Bai's swordsmanship better than Zhou Shenji's? Killing that sovereign with 3 swords to avenge Zhou Shenji? Then what will happen if Bai dies? But the problem is, if Bai does not go to the Fuyao continent, who can go? Who dares to go? Whether it is the Fuyao continent or the Tongyi continent, is it the place to decide the fate of the world? Liu Bai was actually not stupid. If not, he would not have become Wooden Clog's right-hand man in planning matters. He nodded and said, "In the end, we still have to look at the situation in the Central Plains. As long as the vast world can defend itself, it will be in an invincible position. We will be in trouble, very troublesome. Many of the accumulated first-mover advantages will gradually become hidden dangers, big and small, and will surface one by one." Sichen suddenly said, "Bai should quit while he is ahead and return to the Central Plains. He has opened up a brand new world and has already done a lot of good deeds. Killing a sovereign with a sword is enough to have a clear conscience. It's time for someone else to take the stage." Zhou Qinggao shook his head and said, "If Bai also thinks like this, then the vast world will be easy to fight." Liu Bai admired this last disciple that Mr. had just bestowed a name to. Now he was her little junior brother. Back then in the Jiaxin tent, Liu Bai had already admired the military camp leader Wooden Clog strategizing. Now that they were in the same sect, Liu Bai felt even more inferior. On Mr.'s side, Zhou Qinggao was never timid, as if he was never afraid of saying or doing wrong things. When talking to his senior brother, Sichen, he was not at a disadvantage at all. It was definitely not intentional. In terms of words, his junior brother must win against his senior brother. Zhou smiled and said, "You guys are still thinking too lightly. Don't think that just because the Great Wall of Sword Qi has stopped us for many years, that your world is not strong. Yes, it's fine if you think so. As for Mr.'s hometown, this vast world, it's even better if everyone thinks so. That's great. Only a few, like Xiuhu and Bai, would dare to be the only one sober when everyone is drunk. Most people are afraid of this. If those idiots at the foot of the mountain are annoyed, then the temper of the immortals at the foot of the mountain is not small. Ooh, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was too difficult to take down. It was a bad thing, but also a good thing. After taking down the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it would be easy to take down the Tongyi continent and Fuyao continent. The morale on the battlefield would not fall, but instead rise. Also, the South Swirl continent would be taken down sooner or later. They had to destroy the Gold Armor continent and the Aquarius continent. If not for the fact that Zhou Shenji wanted to die, he would have to die. Otherwise, he would be a hindrance to the Fuyao continent situation. Furthermore, this guy was stubborn and did not retreat. I was prepared to give him a chance to become famous. But later on, Bai also killed a sovereign with 3 swords. Bai did not even have a chance to use his sword, because Zhou Shenji had severely injured a sovereign with 1 sword even earlier. From this, it can be seen that the sword immortals and sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are all like ants. Look at our Central Plains divine continent's Zhou Shenji, who is only 9th. Doesn't he only have a total of 14 sovereigns? Our old sword immortal, Zhou, only had 1 sword immortal in the Shanshui cavern. His sword immortal took care of 1. Therefore, this battle was actually very easy to fight. Those demon beasts used up half of the world's strength, but so what? They were not worth mentioning. Therefore, we were only lucky to take down 2 continents. Therefore, the Central Plains Confucian Temple was too cautious. The scholarly sages made a big fuss over nothing. They were too unwise and irresponsible. It was laughable, too disappointing, too sad. Lu Bai listened with his mouth agape. Zhou Mi shook his head lightly and looked towards the Central Plains divine continent. He smiled and said, "The world has not changed. It will always make people laugh until their tears dry. The strong do not care about right and wrong. At the same time, they must have no worries. As long as the strong are strong enough, they can sit firmly at the top. Words and actions, even if they are silent, everything is reasonable. Even the world will help them reason." Shomi smiled and said, "I will die in vain. At that time, the world will only see the truth with their own eyes. The most proud Bai Yi of the human world was killed by Lu Cha of the savage world with 1 sword. That's all. Previously, everyone was not afraid at all. Now, I want all of you to be scared to death." Ooh. From the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, people were used to fighting and killing. They died when they wanted to. How could the world that had enjoyed 10,000 years of peace be compared to the savage world? When it comes to mobilizing the power of the entire world on a large scale, you people are scattered across the vast world. Each of you can play with your own mud in your own homes. Shomi laughed loudly. Then he straightened his clothes and shook his sleeves. He took the initiative to open the heavenly fate restriction of the continent. He bowed to the heaven and earth and said loudly, "The holy teacher, my hometown has made Scholar Jia shun despair for too many years. Now, it's time for me, Zhou Mi, to disgust all of you. Above the sea of clouds in the Aquarius continent." Su Ruo asked, "This Jia Sheng?" Cui Dong said, "He's just putting on an act. He's hiding something." Zhou Mi turned to look at the Aquarius continent. Only Xiu, who knows me best? Zhou Qinggao only asked one important question. What about the Confucian Temple? Zhou Mi smiled and said, "Why is it so important? My hometown is not a reasonable place." Zhou Mi was a reasonable person. Therefore, he had already spoken for the Confucian Temple. He had already pointed out why the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains was so restrained. Jia Sheng's 12 strategies for peace. Which strategy was not to prevent the Confucian Temple from what happened today? Which one of them was not the root cause of the current situation? Even the gentleman and the sage could not be the imperial tutor of the Confucian Temple, the ruler behind the scenes. Even the emperor could not be a disciple of the Confucian school. Therefore, they deserved to suffer today. The Confucian Temple asked for it. When people had to die on the battlefield, how could the sage, the gentleman, and the sage reason with them? Would they bring a few books of the sage to those who were about to die and talk about the sage's principles in the books? Back then, the righteous world did not listen to them. They shelved the 12 strategies for peace that I painstakingly wrote. Now, let's listen and think more about it. It's a pity that there's only one Cui Dong. It's a pity that Xiu Hu will die. Not only will he die, but his name will also go down in history. Even if the righteous world wins the war, it will still be the same. The Confucian Temple has given the world too many paths to take. It has given the world too much freedom. However, it will only make people feel that they are not free. It's far from enough. Very good. If you want pure and unrestrained freedom, I will give you Shan. The only principle is that the strong are respected. This is what the savage world has always believed in. It's not what Zhou Mi said. Zhou Mi quickened his pace. The 3 students tactfully let the teacher walk by the beach alone. The official stopped and looked at the battlefield at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent. Imperial concubine Fei had sent the god of plagues and the 2 passers-by to the old dragon city. It seemed to be effective. Zhou Qinggao and Lu Bai turned around and walked slowly. Zhou Qinggao was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he said, "Senior sister, do you know which hidden official you like?" Lu Bai was dumbfounded. She laughed and scolded. "What? Wooden clog, are you crazy?" Zhou Qinggao also stopped and laughed. "Who's crazy? No one is crazy." Lu Bai's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Impossible. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense." Zhou Qinggao continued to walk. "Rather than worrying that the hidden official will be my future inner demon, I might as well open up my heart and admit that I like him. Firstly, Chun Pingon will definitely die in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even if I take a step back and say that Chun Pingon doesn't die, senior sister actually knows that she is destined to never be able to personally take revenge on him in this lifetime. Then the hidden official will always be on the path of cultivation, waiting for Lu Bai. The more you deceive yourself, the more opportunities the hidden official will have. Secondly, not only do you have to like her, but you also have to really like her. Then Lu Bai only needs to have a thought in his heart. In the future, he will personally ascend to the city to let the culprit who killed Chun Pingon know one thing. Chun Pingon likes Ning Yao, but it is not as good as Lu Bai." Lu Bai was sweating profusely. He did not move to catch up with his junior brother. The official and Zhou laughed in their hearts. Teacher has accepted a good disciple. Zhou smiled. It is normal for a senior brother to not be as good as a junior brother, but don't come too early. Zhou Qinggao is different from you senior brothers and senior sisters. He truly admires the Great Wall of Sword energy, and he yearns for that young hidden official. Hence, his rejection of the vast world is much heavier than all of you. At the same time, he has a greater chance to become the Chun Pingon of the wilderness. Only when he is like him can he surpass him. As for that Fei Ran, she has her own path to walk. She changed her name to Chenine because she was bored after reaching Tong Yi continent. Furthermore, Fei Ran does not need to become someone else. Teacher is in a good mood today, so I will say a few words to you in advance. There are some young people in my heart that I have high hopes for. Other than you, Zhou Qinggao, Fei Ran, and you see, Tan Tan, there are a few more. There are about 10 of you, less than 20 young people. I'm looking forward to your great Dao accomplishments. Believe me, it will not be low. I will go find Kuiyu and bring her to see that Wudong tree and that Yao suppressing building. The official, you and junior brother will help to keep an eye on the old Dragon City battlefield. The official accepted the order. Teacher is meticulous, thorough and meticulous, and conducts himself well. Junior brother is noble and virtuous, and conducts himself well. The old elementary scholar staggered as he sat in the sky of South Pasua continent. He was not far away from a sage of Right's lineage. One did not want to speak for the time being, while the other was waiting to speak. Anyway, the old elementary scholar beside him would definitely speak, and no one could stop him. You sages have always been lonely since ancient times. It's been hard on you. As expected, the old elementary scholar coughed a few times. Since he was at the unification of the 3 continents, he could not spit out real blood, so he just treated it as a cough to moisten his throat. He first complained about how hard it was for others, then complained to the sage, "It's not easy for me either. Forget about the Confucian Temple's merit book. It's not that big of a deal. However, you have to give me an extra credit first. In the future, when the Confucian Temple quarrels, you have to stand on my side and speak up for me." The Confucian Temple sage nodded and said, "Let's talk about it as it is. I have said exactly what I should have said, sage of literature. As for what I shouldn't have said, it's useless even if the sage of literature makes a scene here." Ooh. The old elementary scholar sat cross-legged and beat his chest, feeling wronged. "I'm not as magnanimous as your teacher. No wonder there's no prefix in front of the word sage. Look at me. You should learn from me. The sage said straightforwardly, "I've seen a lot. I can't learn from you." The lineage of the Sage of Rites in the Confucian Temple had always been the closest to the lineage of the Sage of Literature. Otherwise, the Grand Chancellor of Rites Learning Palace would not have hoped that Mao Xiaodong, who was not a direct descendant but was a registered disciple of the Sage of Literature, could stay in Rites Learning Palace and focus on his studies. The supervisor of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the gentleman Wang Zai, who was from Rites Learning Palace, would not have taken the initiative to speak ill of Qin Pingan, who was not a hidden official at that time. In the end, he even took the initiative to ask Qin Pingan for a seal with the seal script, "The sun shines in the day, and the moon shines in the night." He did not even regard Qin Pingan as an outsider, and asked Qin Pingan to sign his name. The old elementary scholar sighed. What a boring person. If he was not too lazy to go far, he would have changed to a more sensible and witty person to chat with. The Confucian Temple in the central region had a total of 72 Sage of Rites Learning Palace. These Sage of Rites Learning Palace were responsible for guarding the sky canopy of the 9 continents year after year. They had to watch over the brightest lights in the world day and night. They had to suppress the actions of all the Ascendant Realm cultivators and prevent them from leaving the continent without permission. They also had to monitor the whereabouts of the immortals and their indiscriminate use of supernatural powers to prevent harm to the people in the world. For example, the Tongye continent and the Fuyao continent had 3 Sage of Rites Learning Palace. The Aquarius continent had only 2 Sage of Rites Learning Palace because it was the smallest continent. As for the South Hassa continent, it had 4 Sage of Rites Learning Palace because it was the closest to the inverted mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was 1 Sage of Rites Learning Palace in the Fuyao continent. He had a good temper with the old elementary scholar and was relatively talkative. He joked with the old elementary scholar in private that he saw the lights of praying and making wishes in the world from afar. They rose up one by one and were getting closer and closer to him. He really felt that the beauty of the world had reached its peak. It was because of the sage's words that the old elementary scholar had the humorous comment of sitting on wax. It was the old elementary scholar's unique skill to be able to take bad words seriously and say good words seriously. As for being able to say nice things in such a weird way, bullshit your mother. I, the old Shiotsai, am a scholar with a scholarly reputation. Who would he say anything bad about? The old elementary scholar asked, "Do you have any wine?" There is always an endless supply of good wine in the world. You can borrow 2 pots from any rich family. Let's drink. Remember, don't pick the divine wine from the immortal mansion on the mountain. I'm not a picky person. The sage shook his head. The old elementary scholar hit his palm with his fist. Then I'll go find Chin Chunan to drink some wine later. I don't even need to borrow it. Alas, look at how things have turned out. It's as if the scholars of the Sage of Rites Learning Palace are not as generous as those of the Sage of Secondary Learning Palace. Blame me, blame me. It's hard to absolve myself from the blame. Fortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, I would definitely punish myself by drinking 3 cups. The sage said, "If the Sage of Literature says so, then so be it." The old elementary scholar immediately laughed. If you stand upright, your heart will be full of noble spirit. No wonder you can be a sage above Chin Chunan. The other Sage of Rites Learning Palace are not as impressive as you. The only imperfection is that you are a little stingy with some small things. The sage said, "If I remember correctly, someone almost put a sack over a registered disciple and threw him into the school of Rites Learning Palace. Before doing so, he even encouraged him that if one day he really became a Sage of Rites Learning Palace, he must go to the South Pasua continent to oversee the sky screen. Must he help his teacher vent his anger?" The old elementary scholar waved his hand vigorously in denial. "Impossible. Impossible. Mao Xiaodong respects his teacher the most. He would never betray his teacher. It was unknown whether he was denying it or admitting it. The sage said Mao Xiaodong drank too much at the Grand Chancellor's place. He said it as if his teacher was still as elegant as ever. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and nodded. He praised. That makes sense. That makes sense. The sage suddenly looked into the distance beyond the mountains and rivers of a continent and asked, Sage of literature, can we win? Can we save people from dying? The old elementary scholar thought for a while and answered, Since we can't do more, you should think more positively. There were still some sages in the Confucian temple who, at the cost of their cultivation of the Great Way, searched for broken secret realms in the long river of time. Then they placed them on the map of the vast world, either waiting for the fated person or waiting for the right time. In the end, they would become the newest paradise or blessed land in the vast world. He would never occupy the Confucian temple. There was once a vice hierarch who joked that there was no need for the sage's principles to compete with the world for benefits. In the past 10,000 years, the biggest gain was, of course, the discovery of the fifth heaven, the discovery of the traces, and the stabilization of the path were credited to a certain sage who had quarreled with the old elementary scholar the most and embarrassed the old elementary scholar the most during the battle of the third and fourth heaven. Only when the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi showed up together did the sage feel relieved and passed away. The sage only smiled at the old elementary scholar when they met. The remaining sages who accompanied the sage of literature, some of them all, some of them only half. They were so strange and resolute that they went to a faraway place where they would never return. They accompanied the sage of rites for hundreds, thousands of years. Therefore, the old elementary scholar, who loved his youngest disciple the most, never said a word for his last disciple when it came to the faraway journey. However, when he was in the fifth heaven, he met his last disciple, who had gone through untold hardships to find his wife. She was a wonderful young lady, Ning Yao. She was an old elementary scholar. He almost burst into tears in front of his good friend Bai Yi and a junior. Indeed, it was hard to talk about such hardships. It was even harder for his last disciple to go through such hardships alone. It was rare for the sage to take the initiative to speak. He even smiled and told the old elementary scholar about an old friend's story. Actually, compared to them, it was not that long ago. But now that he thought about it, it seemed to be a long time ago. My good friend passed by this place in the past. Before he returned to Tongye continent, he scolded the sage of literature a lot. The old elementary scholar scratched his head and then crossed his arms in front of his chest. He sneered and said, It's not like I'll lose some meat if he scolds me. If I take it seriously, even if I'm not the sage of literature, I would have wasted tens of thousands of sages' books. The sage smiled and said, My friend's last sentence was, The cold pig's head meat in the Confucian temple is delicious. Anyway, the old elementary scholar can't eat it. If he shamelessly goes to the Confucian temple one day, he can steal a few pieces from him. The old elementary scholar slapped his knee and said, Let's eat it. Who's afraid? Can it be called stealing when a scholar steals cold pig's head meat? In the past, the old elementary scholar had a rare stern face and ruthlessly scolded a young disciple who never had to worry about his studies. The old elementary scholar told a young boy that it was a matter for the future. Little Chi, today I'm angry with you for the first time. Listen carefully, I have to raise my voice. You're not allowed to cry. Okay. The truth is that it's not about your voice. Is cold pig's head meat that easy to eat? Is it that delicious? It's best if you can eat it. If you can't, then don't eat it. You can't be a sage just to eat pig's head meat. What's wrong with being a gentleman and a headmaster of the academy? Why don't you have lofty ambitions? The old elementary scholar did not come up with the idea of eating cold pig's head meat, but he really carried it forward. Many sages would occasionally mock themselves and be willing to take the initiative to mention this saying, "Is it that easy to be a sage?" The old elementary scholar once said that in the Confucian orthodoxy, it's easy for a gentleman to die, but difficult for a sage to die. The old elementary scholar only said half of his words. Is it that easy for a sage to die? Why is it that the sage of Confucianism, who presides over the sky screen, the dignified sage of Confucianism, who accompanies the Confucian temple, is already considered an extremely knowledgeable scholar in the world? Even the sage of Confucianism can use Confucianism's supernatural powers. For example, the headmasters of the 72 academies in Fuyao Continent and Tongye Continent, the sage of Confucianism, and the scholars who no longer have the chance to flip a page of the sage's books can still kill their enemies before dying. Then why is it that in the face of the large-scale invasion of the wasteland, the sage of Confucianism, who presides over the sky screen, can only integrate their fate into the world of one continent? This is the most that those pitiful sages can do. Does that old thief Wenyan Old Jing know? Of course. Does he care? Not at all. Do those who silently criticize or curse the Confucian temple in the Central Plains for not making any contributions know what happened to the sage of Confucianism, the headmasters, and the Confucians of the Three Continents Academy? Do they care if they know? Not necessarily. They want people to be heroes, but they also talk about winners and losers. For example, the old friend that the sage beside him mentioned was the sage of Tongye Continent, who allowed Du Mao to go to Old Dragon City. The old elementary scholar cursed and scolded. If it wasn't for the second sage who stopped him at that time, he would have beaten him up. So what? The Confucian temple in the Central Plains didn't have cold pig meat to eat. Relying on the many years that he presides over the sky screen and still concentrating on his own knowledge, he was able to eat incense from the Confucian temple again. He even wanted to return to Tongye Continent. Not only did he want to die, but he also wanted to come early. As for that fellow's true body, he followed the Sage of Rights to protect the vast world and fought against the remnants of the ancient gods. Should the old elementary scholar give him a thumbs up? Yes, he should. Under the heavens, a Baek Okkyung building was created to suppress the otherworldly demons. Under the Lotus World, a Western Buddhist kingdom suppressed countless of the most stubborn, vengeful spirits. Under the vast world, it seemed to be in charge of targeting the demon race in the wasteland. It was far more than that. As the most important enclave under the vast world, the Great Wall of Sword Energy and tens of thousands of sword cultivators guarded this place for 10,000 years and restrained the demon race in the wasteland. If the Great Wall of Sword Energy stood for 10,000 years, wouldn't the Confucian temple be safe for 10,000 years? Would they just watch from the sidelines? Why didn't the Sage of Rights, who was the second deity of the Confucian temple, appear in the Confucian temple? He didn't even say anything about the battle between the third and fourth deities. There were thousands of reasons, but the biggest one was that the external threat was too great. Distant worries were never far away. All the Sage of Rights who presided over the sky screen were in the outer world. They followed the Sage of Rights to fight against the remnants of the ancient gods. Only their in spirits were left in their hometowns. They were half dead and had to preside over the sky screen as a pitiful god. Otherwise, why would the ancient gods who invaded the sky screen as guests under the vast world be in a daze for 10,000 years and obediently serve as the door gods for the vast world? The old scholar said, just like what you said just now, tell the truth and judge the matter as it is. Your friend has really benefited the world by virtue of his moral essays. He has done a pretty good job. I don't say this in front of you. I say the same thing to my disciple. The sage nodded and said, I like the sage of literature's principles the most. In fact, other than the sage's principles, the words of the old scholar left a deep impression on the sage of the sky screen. He was a very old scholar, not a sage of literature. Those who don't get along with me are bad people with rotten hearts? Those who have a conflict with me are enemies with no redeeming qualities? Those who don't have the same literary heritage as me are blind scholars? Who the hell am I? Back then, the old scholar was in the Confucian temple. He seemed to be talking about himself first, but he was talking about everyone else later. The old scholar turned his head and asked sincerely, "Since you admire my knowledge and my character so much, why don't you become my disciple?" The sage said indifferently, "I'm a few hundred years older than the sage of literature. Besides, I believe the sage of literature knows very well whether the sage of rights line is good or not." The old scholar rubbed his hands and said, "Oh, you're too shy. I have a good relationship with your sage of rights. It'll be fine if you change your school. I might even praise you for your good taste. Even if the sage of rights doesn't praise you, I'll have to praise you in front of him. I've really taken in a good student who doesn't have any prejudice against his school." The sage didn't reply. The old scholar was famous for his love of climbing up a pole. If he didn't have a pole, he would chop bamboo and firewood to make one himself, even if he was facing the sage of rights or even the sage of literature, even if he was facing a country bumpkin or a school child. The old scholar coughed lightly. In the secluded areas of the two continents where people didn't go, in the human world that hadn't been completely stripped of its great fortune, there would be strange phenomena. Clouds would rise and fall, or water would rise and fall. As for the South Saw continent, with the sage beside the old scholar, the fortune of the mountains and rivers would disappear as soon as it appeared. The old scholar smiled and said, "You're tired. My guest isn't a good one." The sage shook his head and said, "Anyway, I don't have any wine to entertain the sage of literature." The old scholar asked, "You're not chasing me away, are you?" The sage nodded and smiled. "If the sage of literature says so, then so be it." The old scholar sighed and said, "It doesn't feel good to just sit and wait for death, does it?" The sage shook his head and said, "It's better than the sage of literature. I don't have to suffer." The sage of literature only left the Een spirit to guard the sky and stabilize the fortune of the mountains and rivers. It was a helpless act by the Confucian temple, but also a fortunate thing for the human world. Since ancient times, the lonely sages didn't have a real body. They were purer and more compatible with the way of heaven. The old scholar stood up and left, cursing. He staggered and quickly disappeared. Anyway, the Qi cultivators in the world were all impassioned and full of righteous indignation. They scolded the sages for being good people who only knew how to give their heads to others. The old scholar's words didn't make much of a difference. The sage sighed. Xiao Chua drew his sword and fought with his left and right. The old scholar didn't just need to drink a few mouthfuls of wine. If it was an ordinary ascendant realm cultivator, he would have swallowed the mountains and rivers to make up for his lack of great Tao. The sage looked down and saw that the Chen Academy, which was a collection of great achievements in the world's memorial archway, was arguing again. Now, there were many Confucian scholars in the various imperial academies of the Central Divine Continent. Even the 72 academies were speaking up for justice. It was as if they were willing to sacrifice their identity as Confucian scholars to scold the sage of literature for not doing anything. They were so muddle-headed that it seemed like they hadn't even touched a single military book. They actually allowed the Tongye and Fuyao continents and half of the Jinjia continent to fall into enemy hands. How does the Central Divine Continent need to build a battle line? The Central Divine Continent can't even defend two small places like the Tongye and Fuyao continents. As long as the Confucian Temple's sages all come out, the 10 people of the Central Divine Continent will assist them. If 10 people aren't enough, they can add on 10 backup people. With the mighty Yupu and the Immortals' help, those barbaric beasts of the world, the 14 thrones and whatnot will all be easily destroyed. There was a young woman wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. She listened quietly at a gathering of Confucian scholars for a long time. Regardless of whether they were right or not, she would listen first. It was just that after hearing so many words, she also wanted to ask a few questions. Thus, she found a Confucian scholar and asked, "Are you going to ask the Ascendant Realm cultivators and the immortals to come out? The sage of literature and the sage of rites will take action. What if they are still unwilling to come out? After all, people will die in war. The Ascendant Realm cultivators of the Tongya continent are all dead. They cherish their lives and fear death. I think the cultivators on the mountain are the same as us. After all, the purpose of cultivating on the mountain is to attain Tao and achieve immortality. I don't even need to mention the sage of literature. Who dares to disobey the sage of literature's rules? Who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Kill a few to establish dominance? Then the rest can only follow unwillingly to the battlefield? In the end, as you said, they all bravely went to their deaths and died in a faraway land. Aren't the words of the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain circulating now, saying that the great cultivators of the world are not free? Will they really be free when the time comes? For example, will they just switch to the wasteland? When the time comes, they will have to fight against the wasteland and prevent their own people from rebelling. Will it be very difficult? The key is the hearts of the people. The higher the position of the people in matters, the higher the view. Similarly, the higher the view, the more the people below the mountain will see the actions of the people below the mountain. In the eyes of the people below the mountain, what about the hearts of the people in the central divine continent? The hearts of the people in this chaotic world, what does this little bit of hearts count for? Those who do big things don't care about trifles. As long as we win a great battle, the hearts of the people above and below the mountain will naturally change. Of course we have to care. The wasteland, from the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain to Zhou Mi to the entire Jiazi tent, has always been scheming against the hearts of the people. For example, didn't Zhou Mi say that when they reach the central divine continent, the wasteland will only demolish the Confucian temple and the academy and leave everything else untouched? The dynasty will remain the same. The immortals will remain the same, and everything will remain the same. The moon-bearing mountain won't monopolize the additional authority of the Confucian temple. They are willing to sign a contract with the immortals of the central divine continent. They plan to share a continent with all the major sects of the central divine continent. The precondition is that the ancestors of the upper 5 realms won't help either side and will only watch from the sidelines. As for the immortals below the upper 5 realms, even if they go to the battlefields of the various continents to kill demons, the wasteland won't punish them. Look, isn't this the hearts of the people? Why are you talking about this nonsense? How dare you talk about the hearts of the people above the mountain? Do you still care about the righteousness of a scholar? I heard that you're a student of the Cliff Academy. You're really short-sighted. You don't have much benevolence, righteousness, or morals in your heart. Aren't I talking about the facts with you? Shoo, 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 don't be so noisy. What does a woman know? Here he is. The Confucian scholars of the Central Plains who were studying in the academy went to other places and continued to talk loudly with their fellow Taoists. They were high-spirited and full of mettle as they pointed out the world. If it were embroidered Tiger Chui Dong, he would have detained all of them and sent them to the battlefield in the north of the Golden Armor continent on a few intercontinental ferries. I don't care if you really want to die or if you're just fishing for fame. Li Baoping, who had traveled to the Chun clan alone from the central divine continent, couldn't help but sigh. He took off his wine gourd and secretly took a sip. It's so tiring to talk to people. Regardless of whether I'm right or not, you should at least listen to what I've said. It's not like you're all wrong, just because I said something right. The old scholar went to the human world, inadvertently catching a glimpse of that red robe, The old scholar was in a good mood. He planned to chat with Chin Chunan for a while before going to meet with Little Treasure Bottle on a cliff near the water. The scholar, who had changed from carrying the sun and moon on his shoulders to the sun and moon hanging in the sky, did not even turn his head. Lu Cha went to the Fuyao continent. Xiao Chua is still blocking his way. The old scholar lamented, "The little girl with 2 pigtails looks cute, but she's not cute at all when she does things." Chen Chunan smiled and asked, "You really don't hate Xiao Chua at all for what she did?" The old scholar said, "It's all because she's a living person. As for other things, they'll do as they should. If you make a mistake, you have to bear the responsibility first before you can talk about correcting it." Chen Chunan said, "Left and right are the most difficult." The old scholar nodded and said, "It's different inside and outside the book. Scholars are always in a difficult position." Chen Chunan made a sound of surprise and joked for the first time, "Is the old scholar going to start scolding? If you want to scold, don't just scold the line of the sage of literature. Remember to scold the scholars from the other lines of literature as well." The old scholar said, "The first few pages of the old almanac are the ones I borrowed from the old man. Do you want to hear about it? Not to mention you, even your teacher might not know as much as I do. You're someone who only likes to read the books of the sage and doesn't care about what's going on outside. You don't like to ask about those trivial things. That sage of ours is very reserved. Looking at his posture, it's as if he wants to burn a stick of incense for every page he turns. He's not tired, but in my eyes, he's really tired." Chun Chunan raised his hand, and a jug of wine appeared in his hand. He handed it to the old scholar. The old elementary scholar shook the unusual wine pot. The wine inside was even more miraculous. The old elementary scholar frowned and threw it back to Chin Chunan. "You can keep the fate of the mountains and rivers here. I don't lack this little bit." The old scholar said, "I don't have enough strength right now. Help me cover it up a little. If there's a mistake and the secrets of heaven are revealed, it's all your fault." Chun Chunan immediately helped to isolate heaven and earth. As long as it was a serious matter, the old scholar would never hesitate. The old scholar looked at the big water outside the stone cliff and told Chin Chunan some of the old almanac. 10,000 years ago, the human race climbed the mountain and even reached the sky. They either destroyed the heavenly court or killed or expelled those high and mighty existences. Those existences who regarded the human race as the source of incense and wantonly controlled the life and death of the human race became a thing of the past. In fact, when that moment really came, almost all of the human race couldn't believe that they had really won. From then on, it seemed that the human race was responsible for establishing eternal peace in the whole world. The demon race, which had existed before the human race, had made mistakes and made contributions. In fact, they still had a deep grudge against the human race. In the end, they were still given a quarter of the world, which was later called the wasteland. The mountains and rivers were vast and boundless, but the products were the most barren, and the spiritual energy was relatively thin. After that, the sword cultivators who had made great contributions were moved to the area of today's Great Wall of Sword Chi after an earth-shattering civil war to build a high city. The 3 ancestors appeared one after another, and in the end, they worked together to build the Great Wall of Sword Chi into a large formation that could ignore the weather of the wasteland and stand tall. Chun Chunan asked, "Those ancient sword cultivators didn't hesitate to break off relations with all the factions. What was the reason for this?" "I only know that if the sword cultivators didn't split internally, it's hard to say what the world would be like now." The old scholar sighed and said, "What else could it be? Sword cultivators have the greatest killing power in the world and have killed the most deities in the heavens." One group of sword cultivators was arrogant and felt that the ruins of the celestial court that the ancestors of the 3 sects didn't want anyone to touch should be sealed up. That group of sword cultivators felt that, of course, it should be occupied by them. They promised to kill all the deities that fled far away so that others wouldn't have to worry about them. The other group of sword cultivators, led by Qin Qingdou, Dragon Monarch, and Guanzhao, felt that it shouldn't be like this, and that they should move to a bigger human territory to rest and recuperate. In the end, that was the result. They fought fiercely again, and the world was almost turned upside down again. Although Qin Qingdou's group of sword cultivators didn't make a move, the founding ancestor of the school of the military had long been on the same side as the sword cultivators. We were so close to winning. Chun Chunan asked again. At that time, the human race won a Pyrrhic victory and didn't worry about the remaining sword cultivators? What if, although Chun Qingdou and the other sword cultivators didn't make a move, there were so many seeds of hatred? Sooner or later, they would grow into a towering tree with sword aura. As long as Chun Qingdou, Guanzhao, and the others went back on their words, or if the sword cultivators had a conflict with other humans, they would definitely make a move. That's why, the old scholar said helplessly, that's why they became felons. Isn't that pitiful? Of course, it's extremely pitiful. But you have to know that in the past, the remaining sword cultivators might not even be felons. Look at the Great Wall of Sword aura. Did the Confucian Temple restrict them at all? Back then, a military school's second founding ancestor who had lost his wife said that these arrogant fellows had the closest temperament to deities and would be a huge problem. Didn't the previous group of sword cultivators refuse to be controlled? They felt that they had made great contributions and wanted to occupy the ruins of the heavenly court. Very well, they weren't deities and wanted to be the new deities. The remaining ones changed their minds and joined the battlefield to make a move. Since that's the case, why don't both sides just fight for a few hundred years and see which side gets wiped out first? That's easy. Only in the next 1,000 or 10,000 years can the world be truly peaceful. Chun Chunan came to a realization. The old scholar waved his sleeves gently. Watch carefully. Some of them were said by the old man himself, while some were from my own imagination. But when you add them together, it's not too far from the truth. Chun Chunan glanced over and saw numerous ancient figures standing by the banks of the great river. On the banks of the river, the figures seemed to be close to each other, but also seemed to be very far away. An old scholar stood by the river, seemingly enlightened by the passing of time. A wooden-looking monk stood on the opposite bank of the river and looked over. A young Taoist priest sat by the river and was washing his face with water. A green bull lay beside him. Then the young Taoist priest looked up and smiled at the old scholar and Qin Chunan 10,000 years in the future. A burly man in armor and holding a saber with both hands frowned and said nothing. But he was murderous and looked at a young man with a sword on his back who was closest to him. This was a discussion on the banks of the river. Only the sword cultivator was present. His name was Qin Qingdu. In addition, there were 2 demon ancestors who participated in the discussion. One of them was the master of the moon-bearing mountain, the great ancestor of the wasteland. The other was Bai Zhe. Beside Bai Zhe stood a middle-aged man in a green robe. It was the Sage of Rites. Further away, there were several majestic figures with boundless ancient intent, but they were relatively blurry. Even Chun Chunan couldn't see their faces clearly. In the farthest place from everyone, there was a tall figure who seemed to be pulling up a head of black hair. The old scholar said, Chun Qingdu's first sentence was so tough that it seemed like he was holding up the world with his backbone. Just one sentence. Chun Qingdu said to fight, and he fought. It was as if the young man with a sword on his back really said that on the bank of the largest river of time in the world, the old scholar pointed at the burly man with a saber in both hands. He held the saber in one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. Very good. Further away, Bai Zhe wanted to speak, but the Sage of Rites gently pulled on his sleeve and shook his head, indicating that there was no hurry. The tall figure in the farthest place was blurry, but his voice was cold and clear. "I'll help Chen Qingdu." The monk on the opposite bank shook his head. The young Taoist priest sighed. "Can you see the true enemy of the great Tao? Even if he was only looking at a time scroll from 10,000 years ago, even if he knew the final result, Chen Chunen couldn't help but feel heavy." The old scholar chuckled. "Next, it's time for us old men to take action. Magnanimous, magnanimous, how magnanimous. Do you think my heartfelt words were just flattery? No way." Chun Chunan saw the old scholar, who was also the great sage master of the world, wave his hand, and then walk to the side of the young man with a sword on his back. He gently pressed the hilt of the sword and looked up with a smile. "I'll take care of the sword cultivators. I'll swear that no matter what the sword cultivators do in the future, no matter who they fight, the Confucians will bear all the consequences and responsibilities." The monk on the opposite bank put his palms together, and the Taoist priest on the bank nodded. Then the old scholar withdrew his gaze and smiled at the young man. "Chen Qingdu, believe me, in the future I'll give the sword cultivators an explanation. I can't say how good it will be, but I guarantee it won't be bad." "Chen Qingdu, if you don't believe me, then there's no need for trouble. You just have to fight as you please. I'll protect the sword cultivators of the world. I've long been used to this." Chen Chunan suddenly became serious. This mellow scholar's expression became more and more solemn. He bowed to the great sage master from 10,000 years ago. He bowed to the true sage in Chen Chuanan's heart. The tall figure in the farthest place said indifferently, "It's best if you fight. If you don't, I'll go to your territory in the future." The old scholar put away the painting of time. There was no more figure in the water outside the cliff. This was the truth and the truth. Otherwise, who could define the sword cultivators who were best at killing as felons? Because it was everyone other than the sword cultivators. Not only the human race, but also the two demon race ancestors. Moreover, it wasn't something that the sword cultivators were completely reasonable. The sword cultivators' scabbards couldn't control their swords. The Taoist cultivators' Taoist hearts couldn't control their Taoist techniques. In the future, no matter how many thousands of years passed, the human race would only be a muddy pond. In the past, the gods were high up in the sky and treated all the humans on the earth as puppets. Would the human race be free of worries in the future? Would they then start killing each other? At that time, the two leaders who represented the demon race in the meeting actually had a huge difference of opinion on the matter of the migrating sword cultivators. One approved, the other didn't. But since it was divided into the wastelands, they didn't say much. However, the leader of the wastelands who approved of turning the sword cultivators into felons definitely didn't expect that the felons would be stationed in between the wastelands and the vast lands. After all, compared to the sword cultivators who were part of the human race, the enmity between the demon race and the human race was more complicated. At that time, the two demon race ancestors who were in the meeting at the riverside were the current master of the moon's supporting mountain, and Baize, who was later suppressed in the majestic town tower in name. Why were there so many remnants of the ancient gods who had been quiet for 10,000 years suddenly appearing all at once? And why were they all coming for the vast lands? Not to attack the Beko Keikyung building and not to trample on the moon's supporting mountain in the wastelands? Because the vast lands took in all the sword cultivators. The first two scholars took up the responsibility to preserve the legacy of the sword cultivators in the world. Otherwise, the vast lands and the wastelands would just be two separate worlds at most. Why did they have to go through the extra step of having a great wall of sword chi to kill people for 10,000 years? Why did they have to make the vast lands and the great wall of sword chi hate each other? No matter what, since the Confucians dared to talk about this, they had to pay the price and endure 10,000 years of attacks from beyond the heavens. All the accompanying sages who were in charge of the canopy of heaven had separated themselves from the great path. Their real bodies had gone beyond the sky, following the Sage of Rights in the battle against the evil. Only their Een spirits were left in Haren's hometown. Wasn't it the end of the Tong Yi continent's gentleman, Zhong Kuei? It was a long time ago. The remnants of the ancient gods who could escape this calamity, other than those who were once supreme, had their golden bodies completely dissipated, or were forced to reincarnate as humans. As for the rest, there weren't many, but which one was easy to deal with? Why was Chun Qingdu willing to go to the moon's supporting mountain with his sword? It was to return a favor. Why was he willing to defend the city for 10,000 years? It was to win an upright explanation for the sword cultivators from the Holy Master. Otherwise, wouldn't Chun Qingdu be a piece of trash in your eyes? A huge piece of trash? Back then, during the meeting at the riverside, he didn't dare to use his sword. He didn't dare to die just like that. The human world was destroyed. The great wall of sword chi was cut into two, but he didn't even use his sword. Boss, a sword cultivator, was inferior to a teenage sword cultivator in the lower 5 realms? The old scholar sat on the stone cliff and glanced at the sky canopy. Then he said softly, I once asked the old man why the sages did this and made such a huge sacrifice, but he didn't say a word. The Confucian temples seemed to be hiding something on purpose. Only those righteous people who were candidates for the position of sages knew the inside story so that they could make a choice early on whether they wanted to be a ghost or not. I was really anxious at that time. So I asked the old man, let's talk to the world about our hardships and the difficulties of being the head of the family. Let's try to reason with them. Whether or not you can take it in and remember it, let's at least try it out. At the very least, we can let the ingrate know that he is an ingrate. You know how the old man answered me? The old man stretched out 3 fingers, not 3 sentences, but 3 words. Why? Chun Chunan asked doubtfully, what do you mean by the words the Holy Master? Was the Holy Master blaming and demanding of all the sages? Or was it inevitable that he would be disappointed after merging with the Wei for 10,000 years? Or was there some other deeper meaning? The old scholar said regretfully, you know that I'm good at reading people's expressions, but the old man was expressionless at that time. So I couldn't guess the answer. Chun Chunan said, the sages were willing to give the world more freedom, which was what Jia Sheng hated the most. He wanted to separate the heaven and the earth again. The most outstanding cultivators were in the heaven, and the rest were on the earth. Compared to the vast world in the past, the strong had the greatest freedom, and the weak had no freedom at all. The strong in Jia Sheng's eyes had nothing to do with one's temperament. The old scholar stood on tiptoe and patted Qin Chunan's shoulder. It's not easy for you to be criticized behind your back, but you're almost catching up to me. Good, good. I'm your brother, and you're my brother. We're good brothers. No wonder we can chat together. The cultivators of the Central Divine Continent, who were inextricably linked to the Tongye Continent, Fuyao Continent, and Jinjia Continent, as well as the various dynasties, noble clans, and immortal sects, were all staring at the battlefield in the South Swirl Continent. In the end, they were all watching Chun Chunan alone. Those who were reasonable kept it in their stomachs, while others were already pointing fingers. Some even spoke openly. The old scholar said softly, Die, die, die. Why don't you come to the South Swirling Continent to die? Why don't you go to the Jinjia Continent to die? Why don't you go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to die? Why don't you go to the Tongye Continent and Fuyao Continent to die? Why don't the 10 people of the Central Divine Continent die? Why don't the 10 people of the vast world die? Why don't the Confucian temples, vice-chancellor, and chancellor die? Why don't the sages die? And you, Chun Chunan, why don't you die outside the South Swirling Continent? The old scholar said, helplessly, many sages have already died. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. You guys should at least give Chun Chunan a chance to die a worthy death. All of you are F** king dogs, 100 times more F** king than Alliance. when the time comes for the south swirling continent to be destroyed. Oh, shut up. In fact, I won't shut up anymore. I'll start by saying that Chen Chunan is a piece of trash and that he will die sooner rather than later. I'll start by saying that Chen Chunan is a sinner of the Confucian lineage and that he deserves to die. It's a good thing he died, or he would have let down the quasi-sage lineage and the Central Plains Confucian Temple. Chen Chunan seemed to have expected this, and he wasn't disappointed. He just smiled and said, "Our quasi-sage lineage has the most sages in the Confucian Temple. Of all the Confucian lineages in the world, the quasi-sage lineage was indeed the most prosperous." The old scholar nodded. "That's why you guys die more often, and the burden is heavier. That's why I won't bicker with you guys." There was one good thing about the old scholar. He recognized good things. Whether it was good principles or good people, he recognized them all. Right and wrong were separated. The people who couldn't stand being wronged the most were scholars who only chose good things to read, good things to listen to, and profitable things to learn. Whether it was Jia Sheng of the vast world or Zhou Mi of the savage world, there was one thing they were right about. The Confucian Temple of Confucian Temple did care too little and spoiled them. Nowadays, many Confucian scholars of the quasi-sage lineage were more noble and would scold anyone who made a mistake. Even the mainstay of their own lineage, the mellow scholar Chen Chunan, dared to scold him and was willing to scold him. Chen Chunan didn't mind at all. Instead, he helped many people out. He smiled and said, "Those who think this way and dare to say this publicly are actually not bad. After all, your heart is for the vast world. Once you read more in the future and broaden your horizons, you'll be different. I've always felt that the more young people read, the wider their horizons are. Generation after generation, the better. I have no doubt of that. Look at Wanyan Laojing. Other than having a higher cultivation level, what else can he compare to? As for Mr. Nayland of the Central Plains, his sect is in an awkward situation because of his background and the fact that there are many demon cultivators. He's not much better off than me, but he's still tolerating it. So what you said about old people being crazy and young people being calm isn't completely correct. The same principle also depends on the person, place, and timing. Your reasoning is ridiculous." The old scholar laughed angrily. If it weren't for a large group of gentlemen and sages who worked hard to stop them and explain the reason, there would have been a huge fight between the cultivators on the mountain and the cultivators outside the mountain, just because of the death of a demon chess piece. Chen Chunan suddenly said, "There are still too few old scholars in the world. Otherwise, it would be much better." Only the old scholar could invite Bai Yi to open up the fifth world. He could invite Bai Zhe to not help either side and even take out a map of the ancestors' search of the mountains and give it to the South Hassa continent. It was rare for Chen Chunan to speak up for the old scholar. Unexpectedly, the old scholar didn't appreciate it. He stomped his feet and said, "Old man, you're right. Why did Zhou Shenji have to go to the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent? Why did the talisman Yu Xian have to take the risk to leave the central divine continent? Why did Zheng Juzhong of the White Emperor City go to the Aquarius continent to accept disciples and conveniently pass by the Lushui pit? Why did he have to pinch his nose and bring people to the South Hassa continent to lose money? Why did the only son of the second sage have to lie down at the foot of the moon's supporting mountain? Why did my disciple have to go save Bai Yi when she was about to slash her own teacher? Why did Lu Ji chase after Lu Cha without saying anything? Why didn't Zhan Long go to the Pearl Grotto heaven? Why did the fire dragon Jinren have to guard the bridge above the sea? Why would the Taoist temple be willing to take out a life iron ring? Why did the old monk in chicken soup take the initiative to enter the game? Why did Bai Yi travel with his sword and finally feel proud for once? The old scholar sighed. Of course, the common people have a clear conscience. They never know what happens on the mountain or in the sky. We can't be harsh on them. He asked again, Then what about the cultivators with enough vision? What about those who see everything but turn a blind eye? Chun Chunan answered, "This is the freedom that the Confucian school gives us. If we're willing to do this, then we'll accept it and don't complain." The demons of the desolate world were like a starving person who barged into a rich family's house. They wanted to eat their fill and survive. If they were too slow, they would be killed by the demons behind them. If they were afraid of death on the battlefield, their entire family would die. Would the Confucian temple and the Confucian sage of the Central Earth do this? Would they dare? Would they be willing? Would they be willing? Would it be appropriate? Only the Aquarius continent was the most willing and dared to compete with the desolate world in terms of ruthlessness, meticulousness, and calculation of people's hearts. Some of the sage's teachings were temporarily placed in books. How many peak cultivators in the world heard the words of the moon, supporting mountain grand ancestor? How many of them actually listened? In any case, there was definitely more than one trader of the Golden Armor continent, Wanyan Lao Jing. The old scholar stomped his feet and said angrily, "I want to complain. I can't bear to scold the common people, but there are some peak cultivators who are even more scheming than Old Man Huai, especially those bastard scholars in the Confucian orthodoxy. Their brains are full of water. I'll spit on their faces one by one. I have to admit that those who cultivate the Tao are already different from the rest. There are good and bad." Chun Chunan was silent for a long time before saying, "Human nature is evil." The old scholar was not happy at all when he heard this. Instead, he said, "The nature of the mind is divided into two, and the human heart is inclined towards kindness. The young people of today are very different. There's still hope for the future." Chun Chunan finally smiled and said, "The current Confucian sage's disciples and students are all very powerful. On the other hand, my quasi-sage branch is being scolded because of me. Are you secretly happy?" The old scholar patted Chun Chunan's sleeve. "I'm not that kind of person. It's not good to judge a scholar with the heart of a sage." The old scholar couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Look, you're secretly happy? There's no such thing." The old scholar's figure flashed as he went to look for little treasure bottle. Chun Chunan was about to ask. The old scholar's hoarse voice resounded in Chun Chunan's lake. "Wait and see." The seemingly empty Confucian temple of the Middle Earth rippled slightly. The square of the Confucian temple was already shattered. On the opposite side of the Flood Dragon Ravine, a huge whirlpool appeared under the feet of a gray-robed elder. At the peak of Mount Sway, in the Middle Earth Divine Continent, a burly golden-armored mountain god cupped his fists and said, "Greetings to the holy teacher." An old scholar smiled and said, "Mount Sway is the highest place in the world. I'll be borrowing your territory for now. Sorry for disturbing you. Remember to send all the living beings to the Crown Prince Mountain. There might be a bigger commotion later." The golden-armored deity cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." The old scholar said helplessly, "You learned it from that scholar?" The golden-armored deity smiled and did not disturb the holy teacher and the others. He went directly to the foot of Mount Sway. The old scholar sat cross-legged and took out a book from his sleeve. He spoke telepathically to the Sage of Rights from beyond the heavens. "Unlike you, I haven't fought in a long time. I'm sorry." When the old man took out the book, the golden-armored deity standing at the foot of Mount Sway felt his shoulders sink. Not only that, but the entire Mount Sway had also sunk by several feet. In the outer heavens of the vast world, a middle-aged scholar dressed in green robes was using the law phenomenon technique. He held his hands in the air and protected the entire vast world with his own strength and etiquette. The sages of the Confucian temple who had traveled to this place were fighting against the remnants of the ancient deities. The situation in the outer heavens had never been so dangerous in the past 10,000 years. A deity that was as majestic as the Sage of Right's Dharma idol slashed with his sword again, because he was far away. Beside him was a huge deity that had followed him for 10,000 years. He casually grabbed a star beside him and used lightning to refine it into a lightning pool. Then he smashed it toward the golden avatar of a Confucian temple's vice hierarch. The old scholar who presided over the vast world opened the first page of the book. The entire mountain trembled once again and fell even more. Only the vast world had white. Moreover, he was a scholar. At the peak of Mount Sway, the old scholar glanced at a human world in the Earth Divine continent. Finally, he looked into the distance. Do you really think I don't know how to fight? "7:23. Li Baoping led the horse past the archways and headed towards the river. The Mellow Scholar Chin clan was known as the Master of the Archway. Shaoguang Academy and Fanlu Academy were both part of the 72 academies of Confucianism. They were also the two closest academies in the world. Fanlu Academy was almost the home school of the Mellow Scholar Chin clan. Most of the teachers had the surname Chen. The red-clothed girl had a small wine flask around her waist and a narrow knife talisman hanging from it. Li Baoping's reputation in these two academies was not small. This was attributed to her stubbornness and her extraordinary patience when debating with others. She did not annoy people, but annoyed quite a few people. Therefore, both Shaoguang and Fanlu academies knew this young girl from Cliff Academy. Although the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Dynasty's Sui Gao family in the Aquarius continent was quite famous, it was mostly attributed to the new mountainhead, the traitor who betrayed the Wen lineage and deceived his teacher and ancestors, Cui Shi. It was not because of the many scholars that came out of Cliff Academy, nor the great knowledge of the young generation that shook the Central Plains. Therefore, the Confucians didn't have any objections to the return of the Cliff Academy to the 72 academies. Cui Shi, the embroidered tiger, was the imperial advisor of the Great Li dynasty. He was able to unite the forces of an entire continent to fight against the army of the Demon Clan. There was nothing to complain about. However, there was still a lot of criticism about Cui Shi being the headmaster of the college. Li Baoping had previously traveled around the Central Plains alone. He had visited the Deduan, Shaoyuan, and a few other great dynasties. They were all urgently preparing for war. Each of them had deployed their peak cultivators and elite troops to the few main coastal battlefronts of the Central Plains. The Qi refinement warriors of the 100 schools of philosophers displayed their skills. Mountain fairies rose from the ground and covered the sky. When they crossed the border, they could cause the daytime of a city to suddenly turn dark. It was said that the elders of the various schools had appeared. However, at the Confucian temple, the Sage of Rights, the hierarch of the Confucian temple, and the founding sages of the other Confucian lineages had yet to appear. In the end, only one vice hierarch of the Confucian temple and 3 grand chancellors were busy traveling around the continents. It was common to see where they appeared and what they talked to each other in the mountain and mountain bulletin. In fact, Li Baoping was not traveling alone. The young Qi trainer named Su Bai still liked to follow Li Baoping from afar. But now, this young Qi trainer known as Su Xian, who was one of the 10 young candidates, had learned to be smart after being taken thousands of miles away by the Sage of Extermination twice. Except for taking the ferry with Li Baoping occasionally, he would never show up or even approach Li Baoping. After boarding the ferry, he would never look for her. Young people just like to stand at the bow of the ferry and wait foolishly. It would be great if they could catch a glimpse of the girl in red from afar. Previously, when they came to the South Saw continent on the cross-continent ferry, Li Baoping couldn't help but ask Su Bai if he was the matchmaker. "What else do you like about me? What do I have to do to make you not like me?" Su Bai blushed at that time. He answered 3 questions in a row and said that he was not the matchmaker. "I like everything, unless I like other girls. Among the cultivators in the world, there were indeed those who were blessed by the heavens. Female Taoist Huang Ting from the Tonya continent and He Xiaoyang from the Aquarius continent were both blessed by the heavens. Among the 10 young candidates, there were Qing Mingtian, the young cultivator who had achieved great success in the retention realm, and Lu Kai, the sword cultivator, who had 2 Taoist gourds all by himself. Among the 10 young candidates, Su Bai from the central region and Ma Kushuan from the Aquarius continent were blessed by the heavens. They were like fated chances of great Tao that fell from the sky. Most of the 10 young candidates and 10 young candidates had experienced more or less the tempering of the great Tao. Even the youngest girl from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, Chunqing, was only 16 years old when she entered the rankings. As the only direct disciple of the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain, she had already had several battles. Only Su Bai was different from Ma Kushuan. He had never fought before. He had only had 2 conflicts with others. In the end, his luck was too good. Su Bai directly met Li Baoping's elder brother. Fortunately, Su Bai had no desire to win. This was his first time in the Jianghu. He had lost 2 battles in a row, but his state of mind was still unaffected. He only hoped that he would not meet that man in a scholarly robe again. Now that Su Bai was in the Fanlu Academy, the only doubt in the young man's heart was the identity of Li Baoping's so-called little martial uncle. Why did Li Baoping vow that day that when she met little martial uncle in the future, she would turn Su Xian into Su Buxian? At that time, the woman in red seemed to have turned into a little girl. She was very cute. Su Bai felt that even if he was beaten up by her little martial uncle, it would be worth it. Su Bai had always been on tenterhooks about the Su Xian nickname that was mysteriously thrown onto his head. He did not dare to take it seriously. After all, Immortal Bai's poems and swords, Immortal Su's poems, Immortal Yu's talismans, and Immortal Zheng's chess pieces were truly ethereal and unparalleled in the world. Su Bai did not understand why he had the word immortal in his name. Li Baoping led the horse to the riverside. Just as he was about to pick up the blade, strengthening gourd to drink wine, he quickly put it down. Li Baoping blinked his eyes. The teacher's teacher had arrived. The old scholar still used the camouflage technique. He laughed softly and said, "Little treasure bottle, don't make a fuss. I have a great reputation here. If someone discovers my whereabouts, it will be easy for me to not be able to leave." Thinking back to the past, it was difficult to refuse such kindness. He came to the mellow scholar Madam Chen to teach. How many girls had lost their flower hairpin handkerchiefs because of him? How many teachers and teachers had quarreled until their necks turned red just for a seat? Li Baoping did not have to bow and salute, but for the first time, he called out Grandmaster in his heart. Old Xiu was grinning from ear to ear. He liked Little Treasure Bottle very much. She was not like Mao Xiaodong, who had more rules than the teacher. The old elementary scholar suddenly turned his head and asked with a smile, "Su Bai, what do you think?" Behind him, a young man hurriedly appeared. He first bowed in apology, then straightened his back and bowed again. He respectfully replied, "I do not know." Su Bai was born in a small and remote country in the Central Plains. His ancestral home was Xiaoling. His ancestors and father were all ordinary teachers who guarded the Wishing Bridge. Although Su Bai had studied the books of the sages from a young age, it was inevitable that he was not familiar with the affairs of the common people. This time he had mustered up the courage to travel alone, and along the way he had made a lot of jokes. The old elementary scholar looked at the young man in the green robe. Fortunately, this young man was not a Confucian scholar and was an honest person. Otherwise, if he dared to steal from the sage of literature, the old elementary scholar would definitely jump up and spit in his face. The principles of heaven and earth were the most important. Age and seniority had to be set aside. The old elementary scholar was in a good mood. Good boy. You are indeed worthy of being called Su Xian, the type who is infatuated with love. My sage of literature's lineage is indeed not lacking in good marriages. It's just that their family's martial arts are all focused on academic matters. How can the sage of right's lineage and the sage of literature's lineage compare? As for old Fu's lineage, forget about it. Li Baoping sighed. There was no other way. It seemed that she could only ask her big brother to help. If her big brother could do it, he would just throw Su Bai back to his hometown. The old elementary scholar quickly raised his palm and pressed it down twice, indicating that little precious bottle should not be in a hurry to use his trump card. With his grandmaster there, what was there to be afraid of? The old elementary scholar waved at Su Bai. When the young man walked over to the old elementary scholar's side, he bowed again and said, "I am Su Bai. Greetings to the sage of literature." The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. He asked Su Bai, "Have you heard of a world-renowned teacher called Mao Xiaodong?" Su Bai nodded and said, "When I was young, my teacher made a list of 16 books for me to read over and over again. One of the books was the exegesis work of the Cliff Academy's headmaster Mao. I read it carefully and learned a lot." Speaking of this, Su Bai was a little embarrassed. His teacher was only famous. After all, compared to a headmaster of the academy, the difference was like heaven and earth. After all, young people who came from small places had simple hearts. There was still a difference between the rich and the poor, between the top and the bottom of the mountain. Therefore, in Su Bai's view, the teacher who taught him, no matter how much he respected him, was not as knowledgeable as the sage of the academy. The old elementary scholar was a little happy. He did not reveal the secret to the young man. He only said to little precious bottle, "If I'm not wrong, Su Bai's teacher is the Lord Su of Zhaoling, a well-deserved Confucian scholar. However, although the teacher and student both have the surname Su, they do not have a family tree." Li Baoping understood in his heart. The Lord Su, who was crowned as the sage of calligraphy by the people, was not a Confucian temple worshipper. However, he was an old teacher that little Uncle Master admired a lot. The old elementary scholar smiled and said, "Your teacher has a good eye. He picked out 16 books for you to study. Among them was Mao Xiaodong's exegesis of Cui Dong. You can see the foundation of Cui Dong's knowledge and Mao Xiaodong's exegesis. That means you can see the power of spells." It was hard to imagine that Mao Xiaodong and Cui Dongshan, a junior brother who specialized in writing books to explain his senior brother's knowledge, would be at odds with each other in the Cliff Academy. The old elementary scholar asked, "Little Precious Bottle talked about the book. I heard that you read a lot of books. Have you read it?" Su Bai nodded and said, "I have, but I read more than I think. I can't figure it out." The old elementary scholar said casually, "If you decide to become a Buddha, it's like riding the wind with dust. What's so difficult about it?" Su Bai blurted out, "Once you start cultivating, it's like duckweed returning to the sea. There's no hesitation." The old elementary scholar nodded and said, "When you return to the central divine continent, you can take a walk. Go to the Li Ji Academy and ask Mao Xiaodong about the exegesis of calligraphy. It's not easy for a young man to travel. You can't just enjoy the scenery." Su Bai blushed and nodded vigorously. The old elementary scholar said to Su Bai telepathically, "My little precious bottle, as long as you're not blind, you'll like it. It'd be strange if you don't like it. It's just that the world is not peaceful now. The more young people want to cultivate harmony and peace, the more beautiful it is. It's just that you don't need to fight for time. Since you don't have a literary background now, there's no need to rush. When you go to the Li Ji Learning Palace, you can learn whatever you like, whichever teacher or teacher you feel is more knowledgeable. You can learn from them what they are best at. There's no need to stick to the rules." Su Bai hesitated and asked, "Mr. Wensheng, is that teacher of mine, the legendary Lord Su?" When he was learning in his early years, his teacher liked to impart knowledge by explaining words. Before he traveled, he recommended books to Su-bai, and he preferred exegesis. But if it weren't for the Wen Sheng's words today, Su-bai would never have brought an old teacher from the countryside to the side of Lord Su. The old elementary scholar was helpless. Why were the young people nowadays so hard to fool? Each and every one of them was shrewd and cunning. They weren't as simple and honest as his last disciple. However, since Su-bai had guessed it himself, the old elementary scholar did not want to make things up. Furthermore, this matter was of great importance. Even if it was something that would spoil the mood, he still had to say it directly. Otherwise, according to the old elementary scholar's original plan, he would find someone to secretly escort Su-bai on his way to one of the academies in the Central Plains to seek protection. Although Su-bai was talented, the current world was dangerous and unusual. The clouds were treacherous, and Su-bai lacked experience. Whether or not he was a young man of his own lineage, since he had met him, he had to protect him as much as possible, especially that Lord Su, because of the relationship between knowledge and the scholarly sage's name, he had become the target of all the king-level monsters in the wasteland. It wasn't difficult for the old elementary scholar to protect himself, but to say that an accident happened because of his disciple Su-bai wasn't good. Therefore, the old elementary scholar nodded and said, "It is indeed that Lord Su, the #1 scholar under the heavens. Therefore, you have to be even more careful. The king-level monsters of the wasteland, and perhaps even the great ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, will make trouble for your teacher sooner or later. When I asked you to go to the Book of Rites Learning Academy, it wasn't just for you to study. Now that the monsters of the wasteland are plotting and scheming against you, they won't be polite at all. It's possible that some of them are targeting Su-bai and Lord Su. After hearing this, you can worry and think about it a little more, but don't be too afraid. Me, your teacher, Lord Su, and Chen Chunin are still here. After all, we old fellows are still here." Su-bai bowed in thanks. Su-bai had always been unwilling to visit the scholarly sages of the various academies as one of the 10 young candidates. He had always hoped to visit the scholarly sages as a disciple of the Confucian school. The former was too empty and unrealistic. Even to this day, Su-bai still didn't dare to believe it. However, he didn't think that his identity as a scholar was anything to be afraid of. His greatest wish in this life was to first pass the imperial examinations and then become an official who could bring good fortune to a region. As for learning the Tao, if he encountered any natural disasters in the future, he wouldn't have to go to the martial and civil temples or the Dragon King ancestral temple to pray for rain and heat. He also wouldn't have to beg the immortals to come down from the mountains to deal with floods. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and smiled. "You must hit it off with Mao Xiaodong. When you go to the Book of Rites Learning Academy, be thick-skinned. Just talk about how you and the old elementary scholar enjoyed each other's company and how you regretted not meeting earlier. Embarrassed? When it comes to learning, as long as you are sincere, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Honestly, learning Mao Xiaodong's knowledge is the best way to apologize. Old elementary scholar, when I went to the Confucian temple for the first time, how did I get in? Just say that I learned the true teachings of the sage ancestor. Who would dare to stop me? After entering, quickly offer incense and worship the old man. Won't the sage ancestor also laugh?" Su-bai became more and more reserved. After all, scholars were used to being refined. If it weren't for the rumor that Li Baoping came from Liju Cave, Su-bai would have thought that he met a fake sage ancestor. Su-bai bid farewell and left. The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. Su-bai didn't move. Li Baoping reminded him with her eyes not to push his luck. Su-bai hesitated for a long time before he gathered his courage and looked at her. He said softly, Li Baoping, if I've annoyed you, I sincerely apologize. Li Baoping still didn't say anything. The meaning in her eyes was obvious. Then you should change. Su Bai smiled brightly and cupped his fist to Li Baoping to bid farewell. Li Baoping sighed and returned the greeting with cupped fists. After Su Bai left, the old elementary scholar joked, "Little Baoping, you don't have to worry too much. It's not easy to be liked by a young man like Su Xian." Li Baoping shook her head. "I know that Su Bai is a good scholar, but there are some things that you can't do even though, you know, it's impossible." The old elementary scholar smiled. "Little Baoping, you can continue to stroll. I have a few words with an old senior." Li Baoping bowed to bid farewell to her grandmaster. Many words were in her eyes. The old elementary scholar naturally saw them and accepted them. He handed the white jade bracelet to little Baoping. Li Baoping didn't stand on ceremony. She took the bracelet and wore it on her wrist. Then she continued to lead the horse. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and smiled. He was a person with good fortune in his old age. Li Baoping was the most proud of the sage ancestors' disciples. She already had the aura of a female teacher. As for the troubles in the future, the old elementary scholar only thought that I have a direct disciple. I'll pass it on as a protector. Lin Shui relied on luck, ability, and his own heart to collect the 3 scrolls of the Cloud Gem Book. He cultivated Taoist techniques and gradually reached a higher level. However, it didn't affect the fact that Lin Shui was still a disciple of the Confucian school. Li Huai wasn't considered a scholar in the eyes of many qi cultivators. However, the sage ancestors' disciples didn't have a high understanding of being a scholar. After reading the sage ancestors' books and understanding a few principles, he never slacked off. If this wasn't a scholar, then what was? Dong Shuijing became a person who borrowed money. A gentleman who loved money earned it in a proper way. Which teacher wouldn't like such a disciple? Yu Lu and Xie were also very good. One's horizons were broadened, while the other's magnanimity grew. They also had an answer to the thousands of survivors of the Lu dynasty. There were many big and small dead knots in the human world. They seemed to be tightened by time, but in reality, that wasn't the case. For example, the lowly boatmen of Red Candle Town, or the Lu dynasty's convicts who were plagued with misfortune, could all be untied. There were many dead trees on both sides of the road. Once spring came, it might be a beautiful world where old trees blossomed. Jia Chuanjia, that little girl, had already been married for a long time. Her little baby would be a young man in a few years' time. Zhao Yao had achieved success in Formula Dao and had gone to the 5th world. Although he still couldn't quite let go of the knot in his heart, he was still a young man. The more stubborn he was on 1 or 2 matters and was willing to compete with him, the more promising he would be in the future. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had read enough and wasn't a 2-legged bookshelf. An elder appeared out of thin air beside the old elementary scholar and smiled. Reading the sage ancestors' books will naturally lead to enlightenment. In a sentence, there were 3 schools of thought. Of the 3 schools of thought, the Confucian school was the first. The old elementary scholar smiled. It's just SOO. If Lord Su wants such good words, I have a basket full of them. Just take them. The one who came was Su Bai's teacher, Lord Su of Xiaoming. Lord Su didn't say anything. Those who were familiar with the old elementary scholar style would usually learn a silent meditation at the last minute. The old elementary scholar said seriously, "It's really hard to live in seclusion here for so many years." 6 beasts were besieging one person. The talisman Yu Xian wanted to save Bai. Xiao Chua was blocking the left and right while Lu Xi was chasing Lu Cha. The world was in chaos, but this was it. The real chaos was in the human world below the mountains of the 3 continents. Lord Su nodded. If not for the fact that the Ascendant Realm demons were too cautious after the wasteland broke through the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I could have taken down a city first. With the mountain search map you stole, I had a greater chance of success. I wouldn't dare to say that I could kill the 14 sovereigns, but I could still make them wary. It's a pity that the ones who came here were either Lu Cha or Xiao Chua. That Jia Sheng should have guessed that I was here. The so-called taking down a city first was naturally the true name recorded on the mountain search map. Lord Su used his natal mystique to explain words to the world and cut off the head of a demon. The price Su Jun had to pay to kill the Ascendant Realm would not be small. Even if he had an ancestral mountain searching map, Su Jun would risk his life and destroy 2 pages of the mountain searching map. He would still only be able to kill 2 Ascendant Realms below the Sovereign stage. However, since he had been here for a long time, Lord Su had no intention of returning to his hometown of Xiaoming in the Central Divine Continent. This was also the reason why Lord Su had left his hometown to travel and did not accept Meng Tong and Su Bai as his direct disciples. However, there was a crucial premise here. Both sides had to be in the world. After all, Lord Su of Xiaoming was not Bai Zhe. Therefore, Lord Su could only be stubborn and wait patiently for an Ascendant Realm demon to set foot in the South Whirlpool continent, with Chun Chunan overseeing the mountains and rivers of the continent and helping to suppress the demon. Lord Su's Dao would be reduced. The South Whirlpool continent seemed to have no battle to fight. Now, it was being scolded by the Confucian Temple and Chun Chunan in the Central Divine Continent. However, defending the South Whirlpool continent meant that the desolate world had to stretch out 2 long battlefronts. As for going to Tongya continent or Fuyao continent, this calligraphy sage Su Jun, who did not have a sacrificial temple, would probably be targeted by Wen Haizhou or even the grand ancestor of Yu Mountain before he could even open his mouth to reveal the great demon's true name. Even if the Holy Sage Master came to his rescue, it would not be worth it. The Holy Sage Master and the gray-robed elder near the Jiaolong Ravine were actually the first 2 to fight. The ruins in the square in front of the Confucian Temple and the whirlpool in the Jiaolong Ravine were proof that was the true battle of the Tao between the 2 worlds. And a person who wantonly smashed jars and bottles would always have an easier time than a person who protected each and every one of those jars and bottles. As for Su Jun's claim of stealing the mountain map, the old scholar pretended not to hear it. In the South Whirlpool continent, Chun Chunan, who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders, was in the light. The Sword Suppression Tower, one of the 9 towers, was also in the light. The old abacus, Huayin, and the great sword deity Lu Ji, who was at the bottom of the 10 in the Central Divine Continent, were all clearly placed on the table. The cross-continent ferries between the Central Divine Continent and the South Whirlpool Continent had been transporting resources for more than 10 years. Besides, Su Jun and Shang Shanta were in the dark. Moreover, the Holy Sage was not the only one in the South Whirlpool Continent. Su Jun was waiting to take action. There was also the great son of Moism, who came alone. Each of them was in charge of one battlefront. The desolate world did not attack the South Whirlpool Continent, but the vast world wanted to defend it. It seemed obvious who was superior, but that was not the case. Su Jun asked, "I know that the Sage of Rights is in the outer space. Where is the secondary sage?" The old scholar replied telepathically, "Take a shortcut." Su Jun shook his head. "It is difficult for the secondary sage to do it alone." The old scholar said, "Who said that he is the only one?" Su Jun said in realization, no wonder he had to borrow characters from others. He also asked for a headmaster of the academy from the Confucian Temple. Xiuhu is a good move. What a bold move. What a good reversal of mountains and rivers. One Moon Mountain, half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi left. Moreover, there was the 100,000 mountains between the 2. Based on someone's calculations, the old blind man might be willing to change his original intention of not helping either side. For example, would the old blind man move the moon mountain to his home? This was only one of the possibilities. Chui Dong was really good at calculating people's hearts. Chui Shi's thoughts seemed to always be whimsical, but also seemed to be within reach every single time. 100 years ago, if Chui Dong said that he wanted to build a second Great Wall of Sword Qi in the vast world with the power of a country, who would not think that he was dreaming, who would take it seriously? But now, Chui Dong's dream had come true, and Chui Dong was the most unapproachable. It was not only because Xiuhu was too smart that people found him unapproachable, but also because he never spoke a word of his thoughts and dreams to outsiders. Chui Dong had the 3 splendid events, and the brilliant cloud game under the city lord of White Emperor City was only one of them. Chui Dong had once defeated the founding ancestor of the school of Shu in a competition of arithmetic, but for some reason, the founding ancestor of the school of Shu, who was ranked at the bottom of the 100 schools of thought, was very happy even though he lost to an outsider on the fundamental path of the great Tao. He said, "If I have 10, the world is enough." This was still an unsolved case to this day. Even the inner circle of the school of Shu did not know what 10 was. Before Chui Dong betrayed the lineage of the sage of literature, he gave up on the positions of Grand Chancellor and Vice-Hierarch of the Confucian Temple. Otherwise, he could have even fought for the position of Hierarch of the Confucian Temple 100 years later. Unfortunately, Chui Dong chose to walk the path of desolation. He became a stray dog and wandered the world alone. Then he went to the Aquarius continent and became the biggest joke in the world, the Dali imperial tutor. But this secret was not widely spread because it involved the inner workings of the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains. It was only known at the peak of the mountain, but it was a pity that it was all in the past. However, in the end, there were still some people who sincerely felt that if Xiuhu was missing from the world, it would be a lot less fun. The old scholar suddenly asked, "What is the cleanest thing in the world?" Su Jun shook his head and said, "I don't know." Was it the first disciple who asked him about his teacher? The old scholar answered his own question. "It's morality." Su Jun nodded and said, "I agree." The old scholar said again, "So what if the flaw does not obscure the jade?" Su Jun smiled and said, "That's true." The old scholar stomped his foot and said, "Let's go." Su Jun bowed. The old scholar could only return the gesture. These old seniors and sages were always so polite to him. He was still at a disadvantage because he did not have the title of a scholar. The old elementary scholar told Chen Chunan to bring him across continents to the central divine continent. Then he told the big guy from Sui Shan to give him a hand. At the entrance of Sui Mountain, the old elementary scholar staggered and fell to the ground, falling flat on his face. The golden-armored deity sat on the steps and said with a smile, "Oh, a big gift. I'll take it as you've made up for the debt you owed to Sui Mountain." The old scholar stood up and shook his sleeves. He strode to the foot of the mountain and stood beside the mountain god of Sui Mountain. The height of the person standing was about the same as the person sitting. The old scholar looked up at the peak of Sui Mountain with a solemn expression. The tall and sturdy mountain god smiled and said, "What? Do you have a favor to ask?" The old scholar rubbed his face and said, "Asking for help is like swallowing a 3-foot sword. It's difficult. Besides, asking for help is not my forte. It's even more difficult." The mountain god was gloating. If the holy master's request was useful, he would not be the holy master. The old scholar turned his head and asked, "When you saw the old man earlier, did you say, 'My humble abode brings light to your humble abode'?" The mountain god shook his head and said, "Not you. I did not say a word." The old scholar had a suspicious look on his face. Seeing the big guy's righteousness, he could only say regretfully, "You're still not enlightened. We've wasted so much time talking. If I were you, I would have set up a few tables at the peak and prepared tea. Then I would ask the old man if he needed me to chop off that guy's head. Then I would slap my chest and ask the old man if he needed me to say something. Even if I had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, I would not hesitate. If I could not chop him to death, I would bring my own head to see you. The mountain god's face darkened and said, "You really think the Holy Master can't hear your nonsense?" In the past, there were only the two of them, and the old elementary scholar could spout whatever nonsense he wanted. But now that the Holy Master was seated at the peak of the mountain, as the Lord of Sway Mountain, he did not dare to accompany the old elementary scholar in his nonsense. The Holy Master did not like to joke with people. The Sage of Rights was within the rules, and there was no harm in occasionally joking. The quasi-sage was well known for being cautious. In fact, other than the old scholar, most of the founders of the orthodoxy were very serious. The old scholar jumped up and gave him a slap. "How dare you? How dare you look down on the Holy Master's supreme Tao?" The mountain god of Sway Mountain turned a deaf ear to him. It seemed that the old scholar's request today was not a small matter. In the past, even if his face was on the ground, he would still be able to pick it back if he wanted to. But today, he was completely shameless. Praising others and praising himself did not delay. First, he mentioned the hard work. Sure enough, the old scholar staggered and was dragged to the peak of the mountain. It seemed that the Holy Master could not listen to him anymore. The old man on the peak said, "Scholar, you are more likable when you are arguing with the three sections." The old scholar bowed and stood up. He said with a bitter face, "The Confucian temple did not give me more opportunities to show off my quarreling skills." In other words, it was not that the old scholar did not want to do anything for the Confucian temple. It was that the Confucian temple did not allow him to show off his talents. The Holy Master could not force him to do something against his will. He wanted him to be wronged, but did not complain. The old man smiled and asked, "Are you here for Bai Yi?" The old scholar glanced in the direction of the Fuyao continent and sighed. "There is no need for me to beg." The Holy Master, who was sitting on the peak of Sway Mountain and flipping through books, was still confronting the gray-robed old man at the Flood Dragon Ravine. The old elementary scholar heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the old man was indeed the old man. In the vast world, the Jinjia continent and the Aquarius continent were still unaffected by the supernatural powers of the moon-bearing mountain ancestor. In outer space, the Sage of Rights was still fine for now. However, the remnants of the ancient gods who had traveled far away were still gathering. In history, the Sage of Rights once led the Confucian temple's hierarch, vice-hierarch, a group of Baek-ok-kyung building immortals, including the second Taoist, the grand heavenly master of Mount Longhu, Sun Huaizhong of the Taoist temple, and a group of Buddhas from the Western Buddhist kingdom to travel far away. Unfortunately, the results were not great. The vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple also died in outer space. If it was not for the battle between the 3 and 4 sects, in the eyes of outsiders, Chui Dong, the first disciple of the Sage of Rights, would have been able to fill the gap. Unfortunately, the old scholar knew that Chui Dong's ambition did not lie there. 10,000 years ago, thousands of spells fell from the sky. Some were given by the ancient deities, and some were defeated by the humans. Among the thousands of spells, the sword cultivators obtained the most lethal ones. There was no doubt that the sword cultivators obtained them. For the humans, the sword cultivators contributed the most and had the most merit. Therefore, the current great Tao of the human world favored the sword cultivators the most. However, it was suppressed by the great Tao of the heavens, which was why the bottleneck of the ascendant realm was the most difficult to break. However, in terms of the number of spells and spells they obtained, as well as the number of self-enlightenment, sword cultivators who were focused on one thing could not compare. Among them, Although the three patriarchs had different paths, they had already reached the peak 10,000 years ago. Therefore, the three patriarchs' ability to fight was enough to turn the world upside down. The old scholar was willing to ask, and the holy master was more willing to tell him. Therefore, the old scholar knew that the patriarchs of the three patriarchs, including the holy master, had not really fought with their full strength since the moment they each attained the Tao of the heavens and earth. During the meeting by the river, Chen Qing, who used to be very good at swordsmanship and had a good temper, said, "Let's fight then." The reason why they did not fight in the end was the attitude of the patriarchs, of the three patriarchs. In fact, the Taoist ancestor had already revealed the truth with a sentence. The enemy of the great Tao was already me. In the hearts of the humans in the human world, in themselves, it was not the Tao nor the spells. The key to victory of the Beko Keikyung building was the otherworldly demon manifested by the Tao heart of the cultivator. It was the object of suppression of the Western Buddhist kingdom, and it was the obsession of the vengeful spirits that could not be understood. The vast world enlightened all living beings, and the hearts of the people were good. It allowed the 100 schools of thought to rise in order to help the Confucian school, to help the world, and the people's hearts fill in the gaps. Ultimately, it was because of me. For 10,000 years, the true enemy of the human race has always been ourselves. Even if another 10,000 years passed, it would still be the same. If we lose, it will be an unstoppable age of chaos. If we win, the world will continue to move upwards, and the hearts of the people will truly reach the heavens. All living beings are saints. All living beings have Buddha nature. Everyone will be at peace. Everyone will be at peace. In this life, the hearts of the people are good. The karmic hindrances of the past life and the future life, the hearts of the people of the Tao are high and deep. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where did I go? Generally speaking, I already have the answers. As for the Fuyao continent, Bai Ying, 5 sacred mountains, Yangji, Yuanshou, Niudao, and Qianyun, there were only 6 sovereign great demons. What was there to be afraid of? So what if Lu Cha was prepared to attack with all his might? So what if the Fuyao continent was the territory of the boorish world? It was nothing more than half of Bai Yi, who didn't have the immortal sword Tai Bai, plus the great heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, who also didn't have the immortal sword, plus Chen Chunan, who was in half of the South Sa continent, plus the talisman Yuxian, plus venerable fiery dragon, plus Sheng Huaixin of Baidi City, who was less scheming. Lastly, there was the god of wealth of the Lu clan from the Snow Mountain continent who liked to keep a low profile. There were only so many people. The old master smiled and said, "Isn't it easy to talk while standing?" The old scholar quickly sat down. "I swear to heaven and earth," Bai Zhe suddenly appeared and reminded the holy master the Confucian temple should be wary of Wen Hai from the boorish world. He has already eaten the Lotus Nunnery Master and Yao Jia. This person is very ambitious. Once he has eaten his fill in the boorish world, it will be even more troublesome if he returns to his homeland to show off. The holy master smiled and nodded. Bai Zhe didn't have a good impression of that Jia Sheng. This Wen Hai was very meticulous. In fact, he didn't care about the 2 worlds anymore. Or rather, from the moment he crossed the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had already chosen to walk an old path that no one had walked for tens of thousands of years. It was as if he wanted to be a high and mighty god, looking down on the world. The old scholar frowned and didn't say anything. Finally, he sighed and said, "He is determined to control the world by himself. He is the only one who can control the world. He has killed all humanity. He is even more divine than the gods. No, he is even worse than the ancient gods." The old scholar looked around and asked the holy master, and Bai Zhe in a low voice, "Can we agree?" Bai Zhe was helpless. It was not right to nod, but to shake his head? Could Bai Zhe shake his head? He had already given away the mountain search map. He couldn't give away himself as well. Bai Zhe changed the topic and said, "The Fuyao continent is draining the pond to catch fish." The sovereign great demon was madly absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, waiting for Bai Zhe to run out of spiritual chi. The old scholar rolled up his sleeves. Bai Zhe said, "Who are you putting on an act for?" Old scholar said angrily, "Look at this, look at this. It's so heartbreaking. Both of them are my most respected brother Bai, but look at brother Bai. He's also an invincible poet and a sword deity. First, he split the yellow river grotto heaven with his sword. Then he killed the ascendant realm monster from the central continent with his sword. Then he worked so hard to open up the fifth world with his sword, killing the sovereign realm monster Yao Jia with his sword. And now he's fighting against 6 sovereign realm monsters alone." The old scholar said indifferently, "Damn it, I know all of this." The old scholar immediately shrank back and said with a smile, "Okay." "724. Yuan Shou stepped on a long sword that was a relic of the ancient times. The long rod in his hand spun unsteadily. His vigorous gang chi formed a big circle and spread out continuously. It shattered the rainbow-colored glaze rain that fell from the sky. Donned in golden armor, the sovereign stage great demon named Miao Dao stood motionless. He allowed the swift and fierce sword chi to hit his armor. He hated that the sword chi was too light and too little. It couldn't break through the cage on his body. Hence, when Bai Yi used his full strength for the first time, he received the sword. Xie Yun patted the blade, strengthening Gord on her waist, and used her sword aura to clash with the sword aura. She held her cheeks with her fingers and squinted at the beautiful scenery. She muttered to herself. The wind and rain scattered the wind and the wind. The burly giant, who sat on the golden cattail, Hasek exhaled gently and blew away the wind and rain sword aura. Yang Ji, who had a human head and a dragon body, slightly activated his natal supernatural power and gathered the raindrops around him. They eventually condensed into rainbow-colored glaze. However, they could not withstand the impact of the sword aura and shattered. They gathered again in an instant. After a few rounds of gathering and dispersing, a few puppet maids who were holding people received the order and collected the raindrops that were mixed with sword aura into their strings. Most of the Pipa could not withstand the attack of the sword aura and turned into dust along with the puppets. However, there were still some Pipa that shone brilliantly. Slender sword aura followed the fine patterns on the wudong board and the palms. Finally, the strings of the Pipa revealed traces of pure sword will on the strings. Yang Ji reached out and grabbed a Pipa. He looked at it, and the strings of the Pipa moved. Unfortunately, the strings broke one by one. Yang Ji and Yuan Shou, who was closest to him, shook their heads and indicated that Bai Ye's sword aura did not have any clues that could be used to deduce it. They had to find other opportunities. Yang Ji, or rather, all the sovereign stage great demons who participated in this siege had to understand one thing. What kind of Tao did Bai Ye's 14th level merge with the vast world? Bai Ying had appeared on the battlefield as a white skeleton on the throne, whether it was the Great Wall of Sword aura or the Golden Armor Continent. Today, she had removed the withered bone throne and became a middle-aged man. It wore a dull robe, but it was the manifestation of the withered bone throne. Beside Bai Ying was an old sword attendant whose head had been watered with immortal wine to grow flesh and bones. He was more than 10 feet tall and was the true appearance of the Dragon Monarch in the past. However, he had lost the Dragon Monarch's intelligence and was named Dragonstream by Bai Ying. The long sword that the sword attendant was holding, Candlelight, was one of the remnant souls of the sword cultivator's clairvoyance. Bai Ying had spent a lot of effort to find it. After consuming countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, she finally refined it into an immortal weapon. The moon-supporting mountain actually knew about this long ago, but pretended not to know. She stepped on the head of a dragon monarch and refined a wisp of the soul of clairvoyance. This time in the Golden Armor continent, Bai Ying was one step ahead of the talisman Yuxian. She made a deal with the Ascendant Realm Wanyan Laojing in private. She refined the rotten Wanyan Laojing into an existence similar to a heroic spirit puppet. It was neither human nor ghost, neither god nor immortal. Great monster Bai Ying seemed to dare to do anything. The only benefit that Wanyan Laojing got was that he could avoid the impending heaven's doom and completely destroy his life as a top cultivator of the human tribe. Even if he had to live a life worse than death, Wanyan Laojing still had to live. If the great Tao really existed in the desolate world in the future, Wanyan Laojing might have a chance to rise again. It was not impossible for him to become the god of mountains and rivers. Bai Ying's mind was not on the heavy rain, but Bai Yi casually unsheathed his sword. He was one of the key figures in this siege. The reason why he was one of the key figures was that Bai Ying did not know that Mr. Zhou was the one who instructed the other great monsters. Dragon Stream, the sword attendant with the face of the dragon monarch, swung his sword at the heavy rain above his head. It was as if he was opening a crack in the sky. On both sides of the sword light, the rain of sword aura seemed to flow into a thin river of time that appeared out of nowhere. Then it was washed away by the great Tao and disappeared without a trace. Bai Ying was still operating his natal supernatural power, using the sea of clouds to temporarily collect the spiritual aura of a continent. Bai Ying needed to absorb all the spiritual aura of heaven and earth in the formation of a continent. Even if he could not take all of it, he had to use the filthy evil spirit to mix up the spiritual aura. The vast sea of clouds under Bai Ying's feet was filled with white bones and evil spirit. Every time Bai swung his sword, the spiritual aura accumulated in the small world of the human body would be consumed. Generally speaking, the top cultivators who had ascended to the Ascendant Realm would rarely run out of spiritual aura when they fought with others, even if they were in a life-and-death situation. Back in the wildlands, where the sovereigns were hidden, Liang had been like this. Even if he had been chased by several sovereigns, if there had been even the slightest sign that he had been trapped, he would not have hesitated to shatter it with his sword. His sword had never been careless. This was the most crucial method of escaping. Flying on a sword allowed him to travel thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Liang was not afraid of being bombarded by magical techniques. He could take on a few divine abilities and magical techniques without any problems. His only fear was that he would be accidentally trapped and then exhaust his spiritual qi. As long as the small world of the human body of a cultivator was always the same as the big world, it meant that the human body and the heaven and earth were connected. For the top cultivators, as long as there was a source of living water, it was extremely difficult to be killed. Generally, in a fight between Ascendant Realm cultivators, each of them would use their supernatural powers. The time and the place were all variables. Victory or defeat was actually a common thing. Whether there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, in fact, there was only one way to say whether one could kill the other party. Therefore, whether it was the king stage great monsters in the desolate land, the 10 of the central region, or the Haren 10, whether they could occupy the king stage or be ranked among the 10, it depended on whether they could really kill an Ascendant Realm cultivator or at least beat another Ascendant Realm cultivator until he could not fight back. For example, the fire dragon Immortal once blocked the entrance of the Lushui pit for several months. The old Immortal could send an Immortal flying with a slap. As for the talisman Yuxian in the ruins of the Jinjia continent battlefield, he easily killed a Jade Realm demon cultivator without using any spells. In fact, in the eyes of the top cultivators, it was not worth mentioning. If it were not for the fact that there were too many rules in the Howren realm, there would be a lot of such not worth mentioning. Therefore, the ascendant realm cultivators in the desolate land often judged the situation and took the initiative to choose to rely on stronger cultivators, or simply left the place where the king stage great monsters lived in seclusion. For example, the guard dog by the old blind man's side was once an ascendant realm cultivator who was known for his ferocious fighting. What happened to him? He went to the great wall of Sword Aura and kindly helped the old blind man to find a few magic weapons, but he was despised by the old blind man. After he was kicked away, he simply lay on the ground and did not dare to get up. After entering the ascendant realm, one's status was high and detached from worldly affairs. Every time the sun and moon passed by one's shoulders, the mountains and rivers were always in one's hands. They were even praised by chi cultivators as having attained immortality and were immortal with the heaven and earth. Of course, this was an exaggeration on the mountain. If one wanted to be immortal with the heaven and earth, the ascendant realm cultivators were not qualified to say so. Wanyan Laojing could only sit and wait for death. The closer one was to the peak, the fewer paths there were. So much so that the cultivators who reached the peak in the end only had one way to go, which was to break through the next realm. They needed some kind of heaven and earth unification for each of the 14 realms. However, regarding this matter, the number of 14 realm cultivators could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, if one really entered this realm, everyone would be secretive and would not speak about it. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to giving away half of one's life. The old scholar's unification of the 3 continents in the Howren realm, what happened to him? The fate of the mountains and rivers of the 3 continents was carefully and precisely cut out by Wen Hai and refined into a robe for Xiao Chua to wear. Bai also gently held the celestial sword Tai Bai in front of him and flicked his finger. The long sword vibrated, and a ray of bright sword light was like an autumn pond, clear and deep. The sword, aura, and water vapor together formed the shape of a dragon's pond, flying away unpredictably. The sun and moon were in the autumn pond, white light surrounded by thunder. The moon looked at the water at night. The sword aura was like mist and smoke. The scene was unpredictable. The moon of Amei, the moon of Suajo, the moon of Lushui, the moon of the immortal's feet, the moon of Linglong on the crystal curtain, the moon of Tianshan in the vast sea of clouds. Bai also visited the immortals with his friends in the past and had seen countless moons in the human world. In the end, it seemed that Bai was the immortal himself. The bright moons hung in the sky, as if there were 6 more lights out of thin air. They were of different sizes and heights, just right above the heads of the 6 sovereign realm monsters. The bright moons and moonlight instantly converged into a line. The sword light went straight down. Yuan Shou frowned slightly. This kind of swordsmanship was frighteningly fancy. It was indeed the 14 realm. The image in the cultivator's heart was close to the truth of the great Tao. Fortunately, Bai was not a swordsman. Yuan Shou suddenly became 1,000 feet tall and hit the sword light with his staff. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was turbulent. It was unknown whether it was the moonlight or the sword light, but it shattered like thousands of flying swords. The sea of clouds under Yuan Shou's feet crashed into a huge hole. The immortal in golden armor still did not move. He took the sword and allowed the sword light to pierce through his head. The golden armor on his body trembled and shattered even more. Yang Ji used his dragon body and huge tail to sweep away the sword light. Instantly, his flesh was badly mutilated and a huge wound appeared on his real body. However, Yang Ji did not feel it at all. The shocking wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yuan Shou stepped on the long sword, Kunjin with a long history, and pointed his staff at Bai, who was high up in the sky. He laughed loudly. Bai, Do you only know these fancy tricks? It's far less impressive than the previous 3 sword strikes of the dazzling armor. Or are you saying that after 3 sword strikes, you are already injured? Why test the cultivation of the 6 of us? Anyways, you are going to die. Why not learn from Dong Sanging and be more direct and try to exchange lives with me? Anyways, Bai would definitely try to exchange lives with one of them. Of course, it was not that Yuan Shou didn't mind Bai Yi landing his sword on him, but the moment Bai Yi used his full strength, be it 3 swords or 5 swords, who knew who he wanted to kill? Anyways, he couldn't guess. Yuan Shou's ferocious nature was a little sincere. He wanted to see what Bai Yi would do before he reached the end of the road. Would he cherish his life and purposely delay to wait for the talisman Yuxian to save him? Or perhaps his thoughts were even greater, and he had placed his hopes on the saint ancestor being able to free himself from the battle between the Daos of the 2 worlds and save him. If that was the case, the moon's supporting mountain grand ancestor would definitely cause the Treasure Bottle Continent's old Dragon City battlefield, or the remaining northern land of the Gold Armor Continent to be destroyed. Bai Yi was too lazy to speak to Yuan Shou. His finger casually brushed across the body of the sword, and tens of thousands of golden words instantly appeared in the area. They were densely packed together. Bai Yi smiled. Go. A sword light flashed, like a sword cultivator taking out a life-flying sword. He took the lead to fight Yuan Shou, similar to an Ascendant Realm sword. The other 5 King Realm monsters all had to take a sword. None of them were doing nothing. Before meeting Bai Yi, it was okay that they had so many plans. Now they all had to think about their own plans. Good move. I will use my rod to smash your flying sword. Yuan Shou laughed out loud, holding the rod with both hands. He leaned sideways and smashed onto the sword light that drew an arc. The strength of that rod was really strong. Under the sword, there wasn't a single cloud within 100 miles. The great monster Niu Dao, whose body was covered in a golden light, dared to raise his neck even when facing Bai Yi. At this moment, he frowned slightly. Bai Yi found the flaw in his Dao so quickly, he didn't let the sword light break through his armor. Instead, he revealed a huge Dharma form and reached out to grab the sword light. After clenching his fist, golden light poured out from between his fingers like a waterfall in the sky. At the same time, Niu Dao used a special ability to move mountains and seas in his small world. He directly changed the dozens of cave abodes where his life item was placed. The turbulent spiritual chi in his body changed its course like a flood and finally changed to a lake where he was stationed. The handsome great monster Cheyun smiled. He formed a sword seal with 2 fingers and pointed lightly. Go to. Previously, he used sword chi to fight sword chi. Now, he used sword light to fight sword light. Dozens of miles away, the 2 sword lights collided like flying swords, on Bai Ying's side. The sword attendant was still in charge of receiving the sword. Fortunately, the sword in Long Jian's hand was a real immortal weapon. Because it was refined from the soul, it had its own mysteries. Bai Ying didn't need to do it personally. In terms of fighting, Bai Ying had always been very secretive. In the desolate world where the strong were respected, he had always been regarded as one of the weakest of the 14 sovereigns. Bai Ying almost didn't even have a record of fighting with Ascendant Realm demons. Most of the time, he controlled the skeleton army and crushed through the border. Occasionally, there would be a difficult opponent. He just let Long Jian use his sword. Moreover, Bai Ying's withered bone execution field had many strong people under his command. The Lotus Nunnery Master, who was not in the training field and landed in the human world, and Yangji, who was far away from the swaying river, would be regarded as weak if they encountered other sovereigns. Yuan Shou hit the second sword light with his rod. For a moment, his clothes fluttered, and his 2 sleeves fluttered in the wind. Yuan Shou's body swayed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and said, Bai Yi, if you have the ability, give me another 17 or 18 sword lights. I want to see if you have more sword lights. Hey, you really came. As you wish. More words, more swords. Sword lights went straight to Yuan Shao. He took special care of this sovereign realm great demon. Yuan Shao suddenly burst into laughter. From the moment the staff shattered the sword light, to the moment the staff deflected the sword light, and then to the moment the staff flicked the sword light, it was a perilous situation. Every sword light that pierced through the sky would split the heaven and earth like a paper cutter that could easily cut through a piece of snow-white paper. Yuan Shao held the rod with both hands, showing his fierceness. His eyes were red, and there was a golden light flickering in each of his pupils. Although he used his rod to smash the sword, Yuan Shao still stared at Bai Yi, who was holding the sword with one hand. As far as his vision could see, there were several Bai Yi who were holding swords in a radius of 1,000 miles. Among them, there was a relatively clear figure of Bai Yi. He could even vaguely see the trajectory of the sword. This was one of Yuan Shao's innate supernatural powers, insight into heaven's secrets and foresight. The demon race was famous for the toughness of their real bodies. Yuan Shao's face was smashed by countless sword qi, but it could recover in an instant. As for the robe on his body, it was the same. As a sovereign realm great demon, if he did not wear an immortal weapon-ranked robe, how could he have the face to run rampant in the world? On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the sovereign realm great demon did not fight many times. Those who fought with all their strength could be counted with one's fingers. Most of them followed the orders of the Jiazi tent and were responsible for supervising the demon race army's attack on the city. The gray-robed elder wanted them to focus on the vast world. Lu Cha's sword was only for alliance, unless the grand ancestor of Yu Mountain personally suppressed him, with Alliance's fighting style, who was not afraid of being surrounded and beaten. It was unknown how many military tents would be destroyed by Alliance. In the later stages of the battle, Yao Jia attacked the city lord of one of the 5 cities and 12 buildings of the Baek Okekyung building because he was greedy for merit. He deliberately targeted the Taoist saint, who was at the end of his rope. However, he angered the latter, who did not hesitate to die, and asked Lu Ji to strike. Lu Ji did not let him down. She almost completely cut open Yao Jia's meticulously crafted golden throne. Yao Jia crazily destroyed mountains and temples in the Fuyao continent and wantonly collected fragments of the golden body to make up for the foundation of the great Tao. Yang Ji said to Bai Ying telepathically, "Bai Ying, why are you attacking with all your strengths?" Bai Ying smiled and replied, "Aren't we also hiding and only parrying and not fighting back?" Yang Ji asked, "Do you need half an hour to absorb all the spiritual energy in this continent? Do you need my help? If Bai Ying also gives up his pride, it will be very troublesome." Bai Ying nodded and said, "I'm more than happy to. In fact, if Bai Ying really fought with him for the spiritual energy, it would indeed be very troublesome." However, Bai Ying was the one who was in trouble, not the 6 sovereigns. In this hunt, Bai Ying led the way and used the stupidest method to deal with a 14th realm cultivator. If Bai Ying used his sword to fight the enemy while opening the doors of the cave abodes to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how troublesome would it be? Zhou did not explain at that time. He only told him to try his best to stop Bai Ying when he was fighting for the spiritual energy, lest Bai Ying saw through the truth. No matter what, being trapped in this situation was a huge problem for Bai Ying. Either he was too calm and waited for the spiritual energy to be exhausted before dying in battle, or he was too impatient and caused trouble early and died early. At present, it seemed that Bai Ying was either too arrogant or he had already sensed that something was wrong. Neither of them affected the overall situation. Yang Ji wore an emperor's crown and a black dragon robe. She looked down at a painting of mountains and rivers thousands of miles in the sky. There were only two colors, black and white. It was very different from the real mountains and rivers of the mortal world. Yang Ji went around the 5 peaks and mountain ranges. All the rivers and lakes in her line of sight suddenly boiled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was then drawn into the water and condensed into water. First, there was by Ying controlling the sea of clouds to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, she used her evil aura to mess up the atmosphere of heaven and earth. Then, there was Yang Ji controlling the rivers and swallowing the spiritual energy like a whale. It was obvious that they wanted to work together to forcefully turn the Fuyao continent into a land of decline that Qi cultivators hated the most. Xie Yun took advantage of the time when Bai Ying's sword shone on the head of the Yuan Shou. She had nothing to do. Seeing Yang Ji's action, Xie Yun put 2 fingers together and gently pressed against the blade-strengthening gourd at her waist. She smiled and said, "Since I have nothing to do, I'll help a little. From now on, the immortal wine on the mountain would be the only wine that contained the most spiritual energy." Xie Yun, who had changed her name to Jiugui, felt that she could not bear to drink it. When she arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she changed her name to Qinghua. She personally saw the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi shattering like porcelain. When she arrived at the vast world, she changed her name to Jiugui. Other than liking to collect all kinds of immortal wine, she was also good at skinning female cultivators to sow their faces. The Rain Dragon sect near the Inverted Mountain, the Yuji Mound in the Tongye continent, and the Yuju sect in the Kongli Mountain at the Ancestral Mountain. The journey to the vast world was not in vain. At that moment, the only one who was not idle was probably the old man who was holding the staff with both hands. There were too many sword gleams, one after another. He really did not dare to be idle. The so-called understated ordinary sword gleams were also the natal flying swords of the Ascendant Realm sword cultivators. Some sword gleams were swept down by Yuan Shou's staff and fell to a certain mountain under the sea of clouds. The mountain collapsed, and the earth cracked, raising it to the ground. Some sword gleams were smashed into the great river by the staff. Not to mention the huge waves that were 1,000 feet high. A huge lake was created on the spot. The river slanted and poured into it, causing the water level of the river downstream to suddenly drop by more than 10 feet. Yuan Shou scolded angrily. "Are you done yet?" Half of it was because he was targeted and was extremely sullen. He did not dare to get close to Bai, but he also could not get away. The other sovereigns saw him as a joke in vain, as if they were watching a monkey show. The other half of it was because Yuan Shou truly felt sorry for the damage to the magic robe on his body. If this continued, it would not be as simple as damaging his appearance. Instead, it would drop by a level. The magic robe was refined from a total of 12 dragon veins and mountain roots from all over the wilderness. However, Bai had unleashed too many sword gleams. Without exception, they all arrived in the blink of an eye. Even if Yuan Shou's staff could shatter or repel the sword gleams, the shattered sword gleams were still too dense. This caused the magic robe that could be sewn together to become more and more tattered, with countless holes of various sizes. Xie Yun used the blade-strengthening gourd to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She smiled and said, "Great staff technique, Elder Ancestor Yuan. After this battle, your name will definitely spread far and wide. You only destroyed Bai with 17 sword gleams." This is more praiseworthy than destroying a continent's ancestral master hall. That's 18 sword gleams. Ooh. Yuan Shou held the staff with both hands. His palms were badly mutilated. First, he used the staff to deflect the sword gleams. Then he swept the staff horizontally and broke the sword gleams. The sword gleams were split into 2. This was the terrifying part of Bai's sword gleams. As long as they were not fragmented enough, any one of the sword gleams could endlessly entangle Yuan Shou. There was no way for him to evade. Yuan Shou roared angrily. The old man's face turned into that of an ape. He controlled his sword to shrink mountains and rivers and moved hundreds of miles away, shattering the two sword gleams one by one. Previously, Yuan Shou was slacking off. He was slightly weaker when he used the staff. As a result, he accumulated 3 sword gleams that approached him at the same time. As a result, his neck was directly torn open, and his head was almost separated from his body. Although it was not a big deal even if his head was chopped off by the sword gleams, it would not hurt much of his Tao foundation. After all, in terms of the toughness of his real body, Yuan Shou was firmly ranked at the forefront among the 14 sovereigns. Therefore, he could just move the mountain and move the head back. He could even chop it off and be smashed by the sword gleams. Yuan Shou could still grow a new head immediately. However, in this way, the injury would be real. It was definitely not something that could be compensated by eating dozens of Yangji's people-woman. Yuan Shou's staff shattered the sword gleams. There were no fancy moves. It was a boring move. It was nothing more than a straightforward move. Therefore, Bai's 18 sword gleams could not be seen. However, if a Qi cultivator were to observe the battle at the side, his Tao heart would probably be shattered on the spot. Every time Bai's sword gleams splashed and scattered, it and the Gang Qi of Yuan Shou's staff each contained a Tao meaning. If a cultivator wanted to watch the battle to sharpen his Tao heart, it would be no different from becoming enemies with both of them. Xie Yun was extremely understanding. Before Yuan Shou opened his mouth to scold him, he had already helped Yuan Shou to scold him. He jokingly scolded him. "Damn sissy, shut up." Yuan Shou spat out a mouthful of blood. It was no wonder that he could teach a junior apprentice brother, Fei Ran, who was as famous as the young secluded official and the sword immortal attendant. Fei Ran was the leader of the 100 Sword Immortals of the Moon supporting Mountain. It was said that Xie Yun had accepted him as a disciple on behalf of her master. The great demon, Niu Dao, said dully, "Who's going first? Don't drag it out. What's the point?" Actually, from the appearance of the 6 sovereign great demons, to Bai Yi unsheathing his sword to shatter the glass barrier, to the 18 sword gleams slashing towards Yuan Shou, it was not enough for a mortal teacher to drink a few mouthfuls of wine at the table. The burly giant sitting cross-legged on the golden futon, the great demon, Wu Yu, had 3 heads and 6 arms. After he stood up, all 6 of his arms held a divine weapon at the same time. He smiled and said, after witnessing Mr. Bai's poetry sword aura, "I'll use my martial prowess as an ascendant realm cultivator to experience Mr. Bai's unparalleled sharpness. Qi cultivator, ascendant realm, pure martial prowess, 10th realm divine arrival." After Wu Yu stood up, not only did he hold his weapon, the futon that was originally piled up with countless golden books instantly turned into 11 golden talisman. They were attached to the ankles of his legs, the glabella of his 3 heads, and the 6 arms. Bai Ye's 2 fingers pinched a sparkling white bone pearl. He used it to accurately measure the remaining spiritual energy of the continent. He smiled and said to the burly giant, "It's still better to be more careful. After all, what Bai Yi wields is an immortal sword from the Dexian Du Temple. Actually, Wu Yu, you don't have to do this. It won't be too late to make a move in half an hour." Wu Yu shook his head and did not listen to Bai Ying's suggestion. His body became the height of a mortal, and his 6 arms each held 2 blades. One was a straight blade, and the other was a horse-chopping sword. He also had 2 swords, a hammer, and an axe. The Confucian scholar, who had once been the most disappointed in the world, was now the most proud scholar in the world. His etiquette could not be said to be light. Not only had he mobilized 6 great thrones to surround Bai Yi in one go, he had even set up 3 layers of restrictions for the Fuyao continent. The outermost layer was the flow of energy of the mountains and rivers of the continent. It enveloped the entire Fuyao continent and completely cut off the possibility of the spiritual energy of the Fuyao continent being connected to the world. This was similar to the 3 enclosures and 4 divisions formation of the Tongyi continent in the past and the 24 solar terms formation of the Aquarius continent today. This caused this battlefield, which had a huge disparity in numbers, to always be on the side of the sovereigns of the wasteland. The huge continent's territory was only a battlefield for 7 sovereigns. The heavenly glass barrier that Bai Yi broke with his sword was Zhou Mi cutting off a part of the river of time as the second heaven and earth. Between the two, there was another heavenly phenomenon mountain and earth formation. It was formed from the 5 mountains and hundreds of rivers of the various countries in the Fuyao continent. It was located under the sea of clouds, and it was like a painting of mountains and rivers. Zhou Mi dragged the mountain and earth formation into the sky above the Fuyao continent. The mountains were scattered all over the place, and the rivers weaved a net. This separated the heaven and earth of the Fuyao continent into 2. It was as if one of the greatest merits of the Sage of Rites, the heaven and earth formation, had appeared in the world. Zhou Mi did not hesitate to kill the 14th realm, Bai Yi. When Bai Yi saw Wu Yu stand up, he only shook his head and did not comment. In an instant, 6 sovereigns landed beside Bai Yi. They gradually lined up with 3 on each side. However, each of the sovereigns held a sword in their hands. You used 3 heavens and earth to trap me, Bai Yi, but I also used the heaven and earth in my heart to trap the enemy. In the past, I was in high spirits and wandered the world with my close friends. Everywhere I looked, I saw mountains and rivers. Everything and everyone was a heaven and earth in my eyes. Wu Yu bent his back slightly and stomped heavily. He did not use the earth-shrinking mountain river ability. Instead, he charged forward. Every time he stepped on the void, there would be ripples in the heavens and earth. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within 100 miles would be stirred up. He chopped off the head of Wu Yu, who was holding the sword. After it shattered and dissipated, it condensed and appeared elsewhere. The 6 sovereigns who had manifested from Bai Ye's heart surrounded Wu Yu and attacked him. Wu Yu was blocked and temporarily could not fight with Bai Ye's true body. With 3 heads and 6 arms, his body was as fast as lightning and unpredictable. He shattered those Dharma manifestations with 1 strike and killed the 6 Dharma manifestations. Wu Yu also wanted to see how long Bai Ye's heart manifestations could last. He also wanted to confirm whether Bai Yi needed to consume spiritual energy. Xie Yun could not help but laugh. She gently rubbed the blade's strengthening gourd with her thumb. Bai Yi was a true sword immortal. She admired him and longed for him from the bottom of her heart. Xie Yun's blade strengthening gourd had an extremely long seal at the bottom. He was willing to receive 3 million celestial coins to befriend all the beauties and famous scholars and to drink 1,000 caddies of wine with all the sword immortals in the world. If Bai Yi died today, then for the next 10,000 years, there would probably be no one who looked like Bai Yi. As for Wu Yu, it was not strange. The demon race had an innate advantage in the martial path. However, it was easy to enter the martial path, and it was faster to climb higher. Only reaching the top was harder for the demon race than for the human race. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This was because compared to the human race, the demon race's martial path had less invisible great Tao pressure. At the same time, there were both pros and cons. They lacked training. The number of martial artists in the 10 realms in the savage world was not as high as in the vast world. Actually, the martial path today was half of the path to becoming a god in the early years. The gods had set up many restrictions on the human race. Their hearts fluctuated, their thoughts were chaotic, and their souls were unstable. This was only one of them. Their innate physiques were weak because they were destined to be unable to avoid the river of time from the start. The river of time continuously washed the physical body, causing the human race's lifespan to be short. This was a huge restriction. There were many gods in the ancient heavenly court. The human race ants under their feet, regardless of whether it was their appearance or their innate physiques, were set to be the closest to the gods. However, they were still too weak. This caused a portion of the gods who were used to the supply of incense to become more and more dissatisfied. Even if they deliberately allowed those ants to gather together, the human race's population exceeded 1 million for the first time. The gods then descended upon the human race. In the blink of an eye, the earth shattered, mountains and rivers were destroyed, and everyone died. This couldn't be compared to the fights between the gods or the killing of the larger demons. Therefore, the martial path that the gods took the initiative to give to the human race to strengthen their physiques came to the human race earlier than spells and supernatural powers. The earliest golden body realm was the bottleneck, the end of the road. However, the human race had many talents. The first ancestor of the military school became the first existence in the human race to break through the golden body realm. After that, he was like a hot knife through butter. He climbed higher without stopping. There were many people following behind him after being discovered by the gods. Almost all the humans who broke through the bottleneck of the golden body realm were killed. Then, only this person was able to escape the gods' inspection under the protection of a supreme god. He personally named the 3 stages of the martial path realm: vigorous spirit, pure spirit, and divine arrival. However, in the end, for some reason, his martial path achievement stopped there. From then on, it was the end of the martial path. During this period, some gods saw this person as half a comrade. Some gods looked on coldly and coveted more incense in the human race. When the human race's martial path reached a higher level, their incense would be purer and more valuable. Therefore, the military school had the merit of the great Tao in the human race. This caused the military school cultivators in the future to be similar to the martial arts grandmasters with martial arts fate. Compared to other chi cultivators, they ignored the gains and losses of the human race's merit and karma. In the end, the military school cultivators were the furthest away from the river of time. As for pure martial arts and military school cultivators, there was a great relationship between them. Since the human race was destined to be unable to avoid the river of time, they could only drink. This was the most helpless choice of the human race back then. However, as time passed, the heaven and earth were born. Chi cultivators who were different from the gods appeared. In addition, a supreme god favored the human race and taught them swordsmanship from the heaven to the human race. In addition, the human race continued to climb higher, causing more and more spells and supernatural powers to fall into the human race. The river of time became one of the biggest accidents that caused the collapse of the gods and the division of the heavenly court. Yuan Shou asked Bai Ying telepathically, "Did you find any clues from that little bit of soul observation?" Bai Ying smiled and said, "There's a small hope of tracing back to the source. I'm just afraid that Bai is doing it on purpose." Yuan Shou was a little frustrated. "This is not good, not good. Bai is just a Confucian scholar, not a sword cultivator. His true body is far inferior to ours. If we gang up and kill him, do you think he won't reveal that he's a level 14 Dao integration cultivator? You're familiar with Wu Yu. You can greet him. He'll attack him. I'll find an opportunity to hit Bai with a rod. His brains will splatter everywhere. Let's see what else he can do." Bai Ying held back her laughter and said, "We've talked for half an hour. What's the hurry? Bai isn't in a hurry, so there's no need for us to be in a hurry." Yuan Shou, who was naturally irritable, was about to continue speaking when he sighed. This spy really doesn't know what's good for him. He allowed Bai Ying and Yang Ji to steal the spirit energy without stopping or snatching it. He just has to go against me. This time, 18 sword lights hovered around Yuan Shou. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the sword chi was dense. The tips of the swords were all pointed at the old man. Among the sword lights, there were golden words. Bai's poems were invincible. His poems were used as flying swords. The 18 sword lights were far more powerful than before. They were as big as mountains lying between the heavens and the earth. When Yuan Shou saw this strange phenomenon, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt extremely satisfied. He actually tore off his robe and kept it in his sleeves. Then, he put on one of the most ancient deity armors, the Mountain Ghost. Does Bai really think that I'm a pushover? Yuan Shou's joints crackled like thunder. He put away his long sword, the Kunjun. He no longer controlled the sword, holding the rod in one hand. He stabbed the void beside his feet and revealed his true body that had yet to reach the peak. The mountain ghost on Yuan Shou's body, the colorful robe that he wore at the Great Wall of Sword Chi on credit, and the west peak that Chimpingan lent to Wei Xian. These 7 sets of armors were once worn by ancient high-level deities. Therefore, in ancient times, whenever the deities went on a hunting trip, they would shine like comets in the sky. The sweet dew armors made by the militarists in the later generations were all imitations. It was not because the craftsmanship was not good enough. In fact, the sweet dew armors of the later generations were not inferior to the craftsmanship of the deities, especially the golden crow armors and the warp and weft armors, which were of a higher grade than the ancient times. The only shortcoming was the innate disadvantage of the materials. In ancient times, the punishments of the heavenly court were extremely cruel. The dragon-slaying platform was only one of them. The deities who were in charge of the punishment had even more shocking methods to deal with the deities who were convicted. The deities of the mountains and rivers, Lord Xingwang, and the heroic spirit of the civil and martial temple in the later generations were first conferred righteousness and then molded into a golden body. In fact, compared to the deities of the ancient deities, their golden bodies were much weaker. Once they lost the incense, their golden bodies would be on the verge of collapse. On the other hand, the deities of the ancient deities were superior. The incense in the human world was very important. It could help the deities refine their golden bodies, but it was not necessary. Without the incense, they would still be immortal until the great tribulation that was compatible with the innate fate. If they could pass it, they would be promoted. Their corpses would turn into stars. It was silent for eternity. Bai also glanced at the fake mountains and rivers that Bai drew on the scroll, and then looked at the great monster Yang Ji. Previously, the bright moon turned into a line and asked the 6 sovereigns. There was the Tao meaning of the sword light that cut down the flood dragon. Therefore, the flood dragon's Yang Ji was the most fearful. The other sovereigns could block the sword easily. Bai also looked at the vast river that was full of Reiki and smiled. I'm not proficient in the Tao of water. I've only broken the water Tao and cut through the heavenly abode with my sword. Bai also had a thought. The rivers left the riverbed and eventually turned into huge swords that were suspended in the air. The swords rose in the human world. The swords slashed towards the sky and targeted Yang Ji, who was one of the most proficient in the Tao of water. Yang Ji snorted coldly. The swords of the rivers were 100 miles away from her. They broke into pieces on the spot and returned to the human world. Bai hasn't really used his sword yet. Bai also turned to look at Bai Ying. He heard that this great monster was good at controlling the skeleton army. Bai also silently recited the 5 words mantra in his heart: Tao, heaven, earth general, and law. You can only see Bai in a book. You can't see the light horse chasing the white clouds with a sword. Bai also knew a little about the art of war. Everyone knew that. Bai also muttered, even after so many years, I still feel that it's not as smooth as the heaven and earth law. The great monster of withered bones, Bai Ing, smiled slightly and finally took out his natal item. A huge banner stood behind him. The skeleton army majestically charged towards the heroic spirit army that was galloping on horseback. Then, in an instant, whether it was the sovereign great monster that had attacked or not, they all sensed a subtle sign. Bai also slashed open the golden-armored deity's armor with his sword. He slashed his armor and body into two. Behind Bai, Xie Yun was in the same situation. She suffered a sword strike. However, compared to the golden-armored deity, Xie Yun seemed to only have a slender sword mark that went down from her glabella. Xie Yun seemed to have suffered a sword strike, but she was still unwilling to part with her skin. In reality, Bai had finally used his sword. Xie Yun believed that she could not avoid it. She directly tore her body apart to avoid Bai's sword. Moreover, she was distracted by two sword strikes. What if Bai also focused on one sword strike? Even after the sword strike, Xie Yun was not in a hurry to close her body. The sword aura of the immortal sword was too shocking. If Xie Yun directly merged her body into one, she would be entangled with the sword aura. The gains did not make up for the losses. Xie Yun sighed in her heart. In this vast world, there seemed to be another immortal sword. It was in the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu in the Central Plains. It was rumored that the ancient fire god, like the water god, had many summer palaces. His territory was boundless. One of the fire god's many divine thrones was in Mars. It was also rumored that Mars had an attendant who was proficient in forging. He used Mars as a furnace to extract fire essence as charcoal. He used the river of time to misfire. He held stars in his hand as round hammers. When they were broken, he would throw them away and replace them with another one. In the end, he forged a few long swords for several supreme gods of the ancient heavenly court. It was as if all the elegance in the world had been taken up by the vast world. Xie Yun sighed again and again. It should not be like this. 10,000 years ago, after the Riverside meeting, there were actually two secret meetings. One was a discussion of the Tao between the ancestors of the three sections. The other was an internal dispute of the demon race. The Grand Ancestor and Bai Zhe went their separate ways. For the next 10,000 years, the wilderness was divided and divided. There were endless disputes among the native cultivators of the vast world, apart from the ritual sage, the secondary sage, and the literature sage who had merged with the three continents. There was also Bai Yi. Now, there was also the Sword Cultivator Alliance. As for Bai Zhe, the old Taoist from the temple, and the chicken soup monk, they were all outsiders of the vast world. The Beko Keikyung building had 5 cities and 12 buildings. Among them, the 3 sect masters who took turns to control the Beko Keikyung building were all publicly recognized as being at the 14th realm. Could it be that the only 14th realm cultivator in the wilderness was an outsider, an old blind man? Then the world waited for 10,000 years only to have Xiao Chua, who had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Why would the imperial concubine Fei address Yu Si as young master? Then, who was the old master? Senior brother Xie Yun and junior brother Fei Ran. Xie Yun accepted a disciple on behalf of his master. As a result, there was an additional junior brother Fei Ran in the sect. Then, who was their master? Was he still alive? The mountain search map that Bai Zhe gave to the old scholar did not list out all the demons of the same generation. The old scholar did not have any complaints about this. Did he really think that Bai Zhe, who only called him young master by the ritual sage, had a good temper? Before Bai Zhe participated in the Riverside meeting and ascended to the heavens, His battle achievements were even greater than that of the moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor. When the sword cultivators broke off, Bai Zhe also personally killed countless sword cultivators. After Bai Yi truly drew his sword, he slashed again and again without any elegance. 725. Slashing again and again at level 14 was already an eye-opener for the talisman Yu Xian. Especially when Bai Yi killed 6 sovereigns without missing a single strike, Yu Xian was even more impressed. The sword qi was vast and majestic. There were some things that only Bai Yi could do, and it made people feel that he still had energy to spare. He chopped the 6 sovereigns like vegetables. If Bai Ying was not at the peak, at least Yu Xian would not dare to say that he could definitely kill any of the sovereigns. Therefore, there was only one reason. Bai Ye's sword was too unreasonable. However, when Yu Xian heard that Lu Cha was also coming to Fuyao Continent, and it was exactly as he had predicted, he laughed bitterly. Not only was there a 7th sovereign, it was Lu Cha without a doubt. A sovereign great demon who could call Allian's brother and exchange swords with each other was indeed the most suitable trump card. In the vast world, every great cultivator who was already at the peak of a mountain and was only a step away from ascending to the heavens received a mountain bulletin. Every bulletin they received was usually very important. It was completely different from the bulletin that ordinary immortal masters used to pass the time in their free time. Yu Xian quickly collected his emotions and reminded Bai Yi telepathically, the spiritual energy here is strange. However, since I am here, you can rest assured and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles. Do not touch anything further. If you are contaminated, there will be endless troubles. When Yu Xian came, he used his specialty, the talisman, to forcefully break through 3 layers of heaven and earth restrictions. It was not easy for him to reach Bai Ye's battlefield, as expected of the Central Plains' divine continent. Not only did he break through the door, Yu Xian also used tens of thousands of rare talisman to display the mysterious ability of supporting the mountainside, from the north-central region of the Golden Armor continent to the south, and then crossing the sea to Fuyao continent. Yu Xian did not spend much time. However, opening the door took Yu Xian a full 45 minutes. From this, one could see the determination of the wilderness to kill Bai Yi. One had to know that when it came to the art of opening a mountain, if the talisman Yu Xian claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. The native Taoists of the vast world were divided into the talisman and Danding branches. As for the talisman branch, in addition to the Taoist sect outside of the Baek Okekyung building, there were 3 altars in total. The talisman Yu Xian occupied one of them. Yu Xian was able to snatch the word talisman from the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu. Such a feat was almost comparable to the North Continent snatching the word north from the Snow Mountain continent. There was even a saying that he liked to nap in the sleeves of his Ascendant Realm friends, such as Venerable, Fiery, Venerable, and Venerable, Venerable, Fiery, Venerable, and Venerable, Venerable, and Venerable Xuandu, and Venerable, Venerable Immortal, and the Ascendant was the Ascendant he. Every time he crossed the continent, he would give him a ride. When the Venerable Fiery, Venerable blocked the entrance of the Lushui pit, he could not do anything about the palace of the ancient water deity that had been refined by the fat woman. He once used a talisman sword to send a message to Yu Xian, asking him to quickly open the door, so that they could discuss how to split the loot. Yu Xian used a talisman dragon to reply to the Lushui pit. In the secret letter, he claimed that he was in a life and death retreat. His life was hanging by a thread every day. When the talisman dragon was outside the Lushui pit, it had exhausted its spiritual energy and revealed its true form. It was a green bamboo cane with talisman drawings. After the Venerable Fiery, Venerable left the Lushui pit with the bamboo cane. He calculated with his fingers and felt that something was wrong. The time did not match. Moreover, the life and death of the Ascendant Realm was extremely dangerous. He did not have the time to reply to the letter. Hence, the fiery venerable changed his mind and did not return to the North Continent. When he returned to the Central Continent, he found out that the venerable immortal was attending the Green Immortal Mountain Banquet at the Bamboo Sea Cave. This time, Yu Xian traveled alone to the Fuyao Continent. Not only did he use the talisman to open the 3 heavens and earth restriction, he also built 3 temporary doors. Of course, Yu Xian wanted to ensure his freedom to come and go. He also wanted to find an opportunity to bring Bai Yi along. However, he did not expect that as soon as he arrived at the battlefield, all the talisman would shatter at the same time. The 3 doors collapsed instantly. Yu Xian complained incessantly. Bai Yi smiled and said, "This is not like the talisman, Yu Xian. I appreciate your good intentions, but the matter of spiritual qi is not a problem." The Central Plains talisman Yu Xian was famous for not being willing to fight to the death with others. As long as he fought, it would be a spar of Tao. This was because Yu Xian would first ensure that he was in an invincible position. Then he would use other people's stones to improve his jade and study the knowledge of the talisman. When he met people of similar levels of Tao, Yu Xian almost never used overly domineering offensive spells. If there was no difference between life and death, he would not harm the harmony. If the person's Tao was not good enough and died, how could he harm the harmony with Yu Xian? Yu Xian also did not know that Bai Yi was a level 14 Tao fusing mystic. He could only nod his head. This short old man, who was the sole talisman of the world, was currently floating in the air. He was just 100 miles away from Bai Yi. The old Taoist's hands were forming seals. Near his hands, it was as if the sun, moon, and stars were moving in an orderly manner. If he was too close to Bai Yi, it would inevitably delay Bai Yi's sword. Bai Yi was fighting 1 against 6, and 1 sword against 6 sovereigns. In this kind of battle on the mountain peak, the difference of a millimeter was the difference between heaven and earth. Yu Xian could not possibly cross the continent to rush here, even if he caused Bai Yi to be distracted. However, if the distance was too far, Yu Xian did not feel that he was some old immortal with great Tao skills who could help. Under the white-haired old man's feet, a black and white Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram appeared. The old man's body was still, but the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram under his feet slowly rotated. Occasionally, a little bit of fire would light up, and with a sizzling sound, it would turn into wisps of undetectable green smoke. It was obvious that when Hai had used a meticulous and secretive method to tamper with the spiritual qi of the mountains and rivers of this continent, it just happened to come into contact with the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram of the talisman Yu Xian, which was why he was caught. Yin and yang of heaven and earth, all things in the world, life and death, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram manifested and transformed. Of course, it was more flawless than the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Once this diagram appeared, it was no longer a small trick like Yu Xian's. It was a more powerful ability than the mountainside support ability. It would not delay Bai Yi from wielding Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram to slay demons. It would also make Bai Yi take a few steps back, and he would be able to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth at ease. When Bai Yi drew his sword, he still had the energy to talk to Yu Xian. It's not too late to leave now. Bai Yi held Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram in one hand, and the scabbard in the other behind him. Yu Xian glanced at the scabbard, and then looked up at the sky. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since I'm already here, I'll act according to the circumstances. If I don't show off a few hands, I won't be satisfied. Don't be distracted. Just take care of me." Talisman Yu Xian's ability to protect himself is not bad. Actually, Yu Xian could have left just now, but the old man hesitated slightly and the three talismans' doors shattered very quickly. He missed the only chance to slip through the door and escape. Of course, the prerequisite was that Bai Yi also gave him his sword to escort him. If not, the 6 king-level demons would definitely not allow Talisman Yuxian to come and go as he pleased. If Bai Yi didn't use his sword to escort him, the Talisman Yuxian, who was famous for being calculating, would suffer more losses. He might even drop in realm. Yuxian twirled his beard and squinted his eyes. He continued to observe the battlefield, and he planned to use his heart to find the foundation of the 6 king-level demons. Bai Yi didn't stop attacking. Every time he raised his sword, there would be a sword light that shone through millions of miles. Even Yuxian's mind shook a little. What a good sword to break 10,000 laws. Bai Yi wasn't a sword cultivator, and he didn't have his life source flying sword. However, Yuxian thought about it. The heavens were full of taboo, and such a scholar Bai was enough to be outstanding for eternity. Bai Yi attacked with his sword and slashed Yuan Shou, who had revealed his true form. The staff in the old ape's hand was slashed by the extremely resplendent sword light. Sparks splattered everywhere, as if a fire division's divine general was tempering a sword embryo. The sparks scattered, burning rivers, mountains, and rivers. Yuan Shou's massive body slid back a few hundred miles. He roared angrily and stomped on the void. There was a thunderous sound, and ripples spread out from where he stomped. Even the river of time had some splashes. Yuan Shou slammed his staff from afar, and the force was so great that the staff bent in an arc. Bai Yi attacked again, and wantonly shattered the astral winds that came from the staff. It even caused tornadoes to appear between heaven and earth. Yuan Shou gently let go of his hand and clenched his staff tightly. The staff and the sword light clashed, and there was a buzzing sound. Just the lingering vibrations and ripples from the staff were enough to shatter any magic treasure in the world. Yuan Shou lowered his head and saw that his palm was full of bones. Although the bones grew back in the blink of an eye, it was still very vexing. Yuan Shou was famous in the desolate world for being good at killing. There were countless killings in the past 10,000 years, and he had never been so aggrieved. Yuan Shou was still unable to get close to Bai Yi. The great demon, Yangji, controlled one of her natal items, the Dragon Palace water residence. In an instant, she traveled thousands of miles. Wherever she passed, water surged, and countless illusory water immortals and water spirits appeared. They were like mighty guardian spirits. Using this item, Yang Ji was the closest to Bai Yi. She took out another natal item, and it suddenly descended from the sky and pressed down on Bai Yi. Yuxian frowned and looked up. This old woman's wealth was not small. She was indeed the pinnacle of the desolate world. She did not lack good things. The object that Yang Ji took out was the jade that was first abolished by the Baek Okekyung building for thousands of years. There were seals on all 4 sides, showing 4 dazzling colors of red, green, white, and yellow. Among them, the leading side was inscribed with the words, "The first lunar month has just ended," and the other words were, "The sharpness of the sword shall not be used, chasing the spirit, and the ghost to the Kuei dragon to control the water, and a small thing lies in the great way." It was not only an ancient relic, but also a 6 full Dharma seal that had been refined by Yang Ji. The heavenly pattern was blue sky, and the earth pattern at the bottom of the Dharma seal was netherworld. As soon as this seal appeared, heavenly might surged. The white jade dermic seal spun. As it descended, it had the momentum of an immortal breaking through the heavenly tribulation. In particular, one of the sides of the white jade seal, "Blades and sword shall not pass," was innately superior to sword cultivators and swords. The seal shone brightly, and with a flash of spiritual light, the ancient seal turned into time and dissipated in all directions. Not only was Bai's attack unable to cut through the Dharma seal, The Dharma seal even absorbed some of its sword chi, causing the Dharma seal to descend with even greater momentum. Bai did not get too entangled with the Dharma seal, allowing it to rapidly descend. When they were less than 30,000 feet apart, Bai thrust his sword a second time at Yangji. The sword slashed at Yangji's imperial crown, which had a human head and a flood dragon body. 12 Tamasaur flowers hung down from the crown, and the pearls and jade curtains at the front were all cut apart by Bai's sword, allowing Yangji to reach out and grab the falling pearls and strings. With a thought, Yangji's natal item was restored to its original state. However, in order to make up for the damage done to Bai's sword, the fairies clinging to the seams of his dragon robe were all handsome, and it was difficult to tell whether they were male or female. All of them possessed the pure fate of water, but in order to mend the damage done to the crown, they were instantly reduced to ashes in the hundreds. The great monster Yangji had presided over the waters of the Yeluo for several thousand years. In this period of time, he had meticulously refined 300 servants, all of them elegant and dignified. In total, Yangji had refined 1,800 of them. Their clothes were magnificent, their colors dazzling, their figures graceful, their waists slender with jade ornaments, their pearls breaking through the formation. In addition, there were 16,000 Yeluo officials and maids, all of them sewing and weaving the dragon robes and the imperial crown. Yangji did not wish to be too far away from his natal item, nor did he feel that he could really kill Bai. Even though the mountainous Dharma seal was only several thousand feet away from the mustard seed-sized sword Bai, in the end, he could only put away the Dharma seal and place it in his natal acupuncture point to be nurtured. Bai Ye's previous sword strike had left a crack in the seal's script at the bottom of the six-man seal. However, this seal could innately refine sword chi. Not only could it repair the crack in the seal, Yangji could also take the opportunity to deduce where Bai Ye's Dao integration was. Bai chuckled. Monsters are adept at manipulating the workings of the heavens. Be careful that your soul sinks to Bai Mingdu. Yu Xian stroked his beard and chuckled. Bai's words were too wonderful for words. Yangji's expression changed slightly. He reached out to press against his temple and then grabbed the Dharma seal. His wrist trembled slightly, and with great difficulty, he managed to stabilize the natal item. She opened her hand and saw that the side of the Dharma seal inscribed on the saber and sword chi was already in tatters. Bai's remaining sword chi had damaged the foundation of this ancient seal. This meant that, from now on, she would lose one of her natal items. She would no longer be able to rely on this ancient Dharma seal to suppress the natal flying swords of sword immortals. Fortunately, the other 5 sides were still intact. Yangji's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with hatred. He was also somewhat regretful. He really should not have asked Bai to ask the sword. No matter what path he took, he should not have been so careless. Yu Xian seemed to have understood something. Every time Bai attacked, he seemed to deliberately not pursue the goal of killing sovereigns with a few strikes. This was very difficult to chew on. Could it be that he wanted to kill 6 sovereigns with a single strike? Did he want to cause many of the sovereigns to fall from their peak to become ordinary Ascendant Realm monsters? Yu Xian looked around. In every corner of the world, there were actually talismans that Yu Xian quietly cast out to support the world. It could not only accurately observe the operation of the heavens and earth, but also slightly resist the momentum of the world that was gradually falling and rising. Of course, Yu Xian would not just stand here to watch Bai's sword attack. The 3 heaven and earth restriction formations had been gradually closing in step by step like a fishing net. In addition to the fact that the spiritual energy of the world was getting thinner and thinner, the heavens and earth that were beneficial to the sovereign realm monsters would also become more and more condensed. According to Yu Xian's calculation, once the 3 overlapping nets eventually shrank to 1,000 miles, even the river of time would appear. In the long run, Bai would really be dead. The proudest person in the world was walking on a path of no return with a sword. Without waiting for Bai to ask, Yu Xian smiled and said, "Just attack. I'm not in the way." Bai nodded gently. The hand holding the sword gently shook its wrist, and a sword light as bright as autumn suddenly appeared. With Bai's green robe as the center, a huge mirror appeared out of thin air between the heavens and earth. It was formed by a line of sword light. It was as if Bai had cut off the heavens and earth, returning a sword to Li Wenhai from afar. However, this sword light should have cut the old Taoist behind Bai in half, but when the sword light passed through the Taiji diagram, it was continuously bent and folded. In the end, the sword light completely bypassed the talisman Yu Xian. The old man's move was actually shocking enough. After all, Yu Xian was standing on the formation. He stood still and caused Bai's sword to miss. Yu Xian stroked his beard and smiled. Bai's sword was very powerful and very elegant. It was a coincidence that he had accidentally avoided the sword. As long as he could leave the Fuyao continent alive, there was no need to talk about such a secret. He could just go to a certain shameless sword cultivator sect that hung Bai's portrait in the ancestral hall, have a few cups of tea, and have a small chat. He clearly had nothing to do with Bai, but he still had the nerve to hang Bai's portrait. If he wanted to become an immortal master of the ancestral hall, he had to make that sword cultivator circle the mountain on his sword and recite Bai's 300 poems in one go. Would he believe it? As for the 6 huge sovereigns, their true bodies and Dharma projections were all cut into 2. The true bodies of the 3 great demons that were unfortunately cut by the sword light returned to their original forms. They had all lost some of their vitality. Because they used their natal items to block, the sword light still could not shake the foundation of their great Tao. Yuan Shou picked up a head that had fallen down and moved it back to his neck. After a few thousand feet, a dragon tail rose into the air and merged with the upper body. The legs of the 3-headed, 6-armed great demon oxblade were chopped off at the knees. He was willing to give up. As for the other 3 great demons' Dharma projections, they recovered even faster. Xie Yun stood on the shoulder of her Dharma projection. The golden light of her Dharma projection scattered in all directions. With a slight thought, Xie Yun's golden body was reconstructed. Among the 6 sovereigns, Xie Yun was the most lazy one. At this moment, she still had the leisure to size up the uninvited guest, the talisman Yu Xian. In particular, the natal wine gourd at the old man's waist made Xie Yun envious. Yu Xian clicked his tongue in wonder. These sovereign demons could really fight and withstand. They were all unreasonably arrogant. They were all fighting head-on. Bai Yi also cut down their true bodies and Dharma projections with a single sword strike. If it were an ascendant realm cultivator who ruled the world, he would definitely not dare to fight head-on like this. In terms of physical toughness, human cultivators really could not compare to the beasts of the wilderness. If it were an ordinary ascendant realm great demon in the wilderness, regardless of whether it was their true body or Dharma projection, they would have obediently recuperated after suffering such a sword strike. How could they be like Yuan Shou and Yang Ji, who were getting braver as they fought? However, the old man could not help but sigh in his heart. The great wall of sword Qi had stood for 10,000 years. There was a battle almost every 100 years. How many attacks had it suffered? It was just that Chun Qingdo's temper was indeed unreasonable. Rumor had it that in the past, when the Tao ancestor rode an ox to pass through, Chun Qingdo did not even look at him. He slapped a certain sovereign demon back to the bottom of the ancient well, and Chun Qingdo also turned a blind eye. Later, the second Tao ancestor finally left the Beko Keikyung building and went to the world to capture an ascendant realm. It was said that Chun Qingdo almost made an exception and left the city with his sword. Only then did the second Tao ancestor leave behind the largest mountain seal in the world, the inverted mountain. Those who could make the second Tao ancestor hold back his anger and not cut people down were Qin Qingdou and the old scholar. The truth had already become an unsolved case. Perhaps future generations would not be able to find the answer even if they turned over the old almanac. It was the same. Just like what many talisman Yuxian did in the past, it was also one of the many unsolved mysteries in the world today. Which great cultivator who stood at the peak of a mountain did not leave behind a series of mountains and rivers and traces of climbing on the path of cultivation? For example, to this day, there was still a mountain of a small country in the Liuxia continent. Yu Xian used a talisman to hold it several feet high in the air for as long as 600 years. The talisman still shone brightly, without any signs of spiritual energy dissipating or any signs of broken talismans. It was said that, at that time, the mountain lord of that place was unreasonable and unruly. He accidentally angered Yu Xian, who was traveling to the territory under his jurisdiction, and was punished by Yu Xian. After Yu Xian took out the talisman, he returned to the central divine continent. However, he spread the word that as long as the mountain lord did not come to the mountain gate and kowtow to him, the mountain would not be able to take root. In fact, the mountain lord of that small country had already found Yu Xian once, but Yu Xian deliberately left the mountain and waited bitterly at the mountain gate for several years to no avail. He could only return empty-handed. Even if a mountain lord of a country had fewer restrictions than a mountain god or a land, it was extremely difficult to even leave the borders of a country, let alone travel across continents. Especially when crossing continents, one had to wade through thousands of miles of water. It was said that the mountain lord went through untold hardships, borrowed or begged, and used countless mountains and rivers to finally reach the mountain gate of the talisman Yu Xian. In the end, he learned that the immortal master had traveled far away and did not know when he would return. It was fine if immortals played around in the mortal world, or if their Tao hearts were unpredictable. In short, the talisman Yu Xian purposely did not meet the mountain lord. The mountain lord endured for several years and was the guardian of the mountain gate for several years before he kowtowed and left. From the beginning to the end, he did not bump his head into the mountain gate's memorial arch with hatred. This mountain lord could be considered to be magnanimous. There were also mountain cultivators who did not get along with the Taoist talisman sect, and thus did not get along with Yu Xian. They felt that Yu Xian was too unreasonable as he relied on his cultivation level to wantonly bully the mountain ruler of a small country. Since the talisman Yu Xian was the best in the world, why not go to Sui Mountain and try? What kind of ability was it to show off against a mountain lord of a small country from another continent? As for why the mountain was supported by a talisman and hung in the air for 600 years, why was the mountain lord's golden body still stable even though the mountain's roots were clearly cut off? The people who were watching the show did not care about these trivial matters. As for the mountain lord, who trembled in fear for the past 600 years, he changed his domineering style and diligently stabilized the fate of the mountains and rivers under his jurisdiction. He did not dare to slack off for a single day, which made him seem even more boring. There were many things in the world. Perhaps he would not really kill people, but what he killed one by one was the temperament of those young people. Bai Yi was like Yu Xian as if he could predict the future. He smiled and said, "This plan is true, and it is also true that it is difficult to kill a sovereign. I need to rely on my sword to find a way to break the death substitution technique." The immortal sword Tai Bai was unparalleled in its sharpness, but if it did not land on the real thing, it would be meaningless no matter how many times Bai Yi attacked. At the very least, at least one of the demon sovereigns had an undying body. For example, before coming to the righteous realm, they had already received permission from the Grand Patriarch of Moon-Bearing Mountain or Wenhai to secretly fuse with the wildlands. or a certain magical robe or armor that had not been used was connected to the mountains and rivers of the wasteland. No matter which possibility it was, even if Bai Yi could kill a sovereign with one sword, he could only shatter the mountains and rivers somewhere in the wasteland. Therefore, that Yuan Shou seemed to be seeking death, but the so-called life substitution was all intentional. This was the most troublesome part. The battle of techniques on the mountain was already treacherous and unpredictable enough. The battle on the mountain peak would naturally be even more unimaginable. Yu Xian was extremely worried. These sovereign beasts were already so difficult to kill, but there was actually a death substitution technique that was even more mysterious than Yu Xian. Was it that damned Jia Sheng's disgusting method again? Yu Xian glanced at Xie Yun, whose face was sewn together by a woman, and asked with a smile, "One-on-one?" Xie Yun hurriedly smiled and waved her hand. "Talisman Yu Xian, a murderous immortal. He doesn't dare to fight one-on-one. He only dares to collect corpses." Yu Xian truly regretted coming here. If he had known that Bai Ye's sword was so shocking, he would not have come here blindly. He could not help, and it would be difficult for him to leave. Why did he have to come here? It was rare for him to let his emotions affect his decisions. In the end, he was in an awkward situation that did not have any heroic spirit at all. Yu Xian could not help but ask, "What should we do?" Bai Yi smiled and said, "Just use your sword." As the restrictions on the continent became heavier, the world became smaller and smaller. Bai Yi was still oblivious. In the next moment, Yu Xian let out a long sigh. In the past, I always felt that there was no problem for Bai Yi to be ranked first among the 10 people of Middle-earth. However, the talisman Yu Xian should not be too far away from Bai Yi. I never thought that after meeting him today, I would realize that I was wrong. He deliberately ignored the Confucian school's 3 sages of the Confucian temple. Perhaps the people on the mountain had different opinions about the ranking of the 10 people of Middle-earth. However, there was almost no objection to the talisman Yu Xian being ranked in the top 5, or at least 6th. Even the city lord of White Emperor City and the female martial god, Pei Wan, were ranked up and down. Every time they were ranked, there would be endless arguments. No one knew how much money they earned from the Mountain and Mountain Gazette. As for the 10 people of Hauran who were more controversial, there was no certainty. For example, the sex of the sword cultivation mountain often liked to list Alliance and his left and right. This was especially so for the North Continent. Other than the 3 sages of the first sage, the Sage of Rights and the second sage, and their own venerable fiery dragon, the remaining 6 people were all sword immortals. Bai Yi was not a sword cultivator, but with Tai Bai Yi, he was considered one of them. He was ranked 4th and could not be any lower. The great heavenly master of Mount Longhu was also included. After all, he was also a sword cultivator and could be considered one of them. Other than that, Alliance of the Second Sage's lineage and the Sage of Literature's lineage, one of them had never lost a battle on the mountain, while the other swordsmanship was the best in the world. As for Zhou Shinji of Middle-earth, he could barely be considered as a sword cultivator. The old sword immortal, Zhou Shinji, was once so embarrassed that he almost rode his sword across continents to the North Continent to curse and kill people. It was said that the elder ancestor of the Huai family had spent a lot of money on the Mountain and Mountain Gazette. It was not that the talisman Yu Xian was belittling himself. It was just that Bai Ye's swordsmanship was too extraordinary. For example, at this very moment, Bai Yi used his heart to divide the heaven and earth into 6, a small boat cut through the clouds of the White Emperor. The Yuan Shou was puzzled. He looked around and did not know why he was standing on a cliff. Bai Yi wielded his sword. His clothes were as white as snow. He stood on the small boat and slashed the Yuan Shou with his sword. West Dang Tai Bai had a bird path that could sweep across the peak of Mount Amei. Bai Yi wielded his sword, and walked out of the peak of the moon. The waterfall flowed down 3,000 feet and turned into a sword. The sword gleam slashed down the 5 peaks. All the birds flew away. The lone cloud was idle. There was a pavilion. The green-robed swordsman slashed the great demon in the water. The wind blew for 10,000 miles. The autumn geese flew far away. Leaning on the railing, the sword gleam chased after the deity in golden armor. In the ruins of a battlefield, the iron armor was shattered. Bones were piled up. Bai Yi slashed the white jade with his sword. Other than that, it was the place where the talisman Yuxian was. It was still the original heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. He was still 100 miles away from Bai Yi. Speaking of which, it was strange. Today's meeting was the first time Yuxian and Bai Yi had a close encounter. Before this, both of them had only passed by each other twice. They did not even exchange half a word. When Bai Yi won the statement that he was most proud of, not long after, the mountain and sword were sealed. Bai Yi closed his door and declined visitors for too many years. He was on a lonely island outside the sea. There were some great cultivators in history who did not believe in heresy. They wanted to find out how a scholar who was not a sword cultivator could control an unruly celestial sword. However, they did not end well. They were the luckiest if they could not find the restriction. Those who found it often did not see Bai Yi. They only saw the sword gleam and then returned to their hometown to recuperate. Yu Xian smiled and asked, "The celestial sword Taibai really has a sword spirit that can transform into a human?" Bai Yi nodded and said, "Yes. However, Taibai does not want to show up." Yu Xian laughed and said, "This solves a huge doubt in my heart. There had always been a rumor about the 4 celestial swords that were famous all over the world. Each of them contained a sword spirit that could condense into a human form using the way of the sword. The sword spirit's combat power was equivalent to an ascendant realm sword cultivator. Therefore, having a celestial sword was equivalent to having an ascendant realm sword attendant who shared the great Tao. However, even Yu Xian had never seen the human form of the 4 sword spirits. His old friend, Venerable Fiery Dragon, who was a great celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, only told Yu Xian that he had seen the sword spirit twice. However, the appearance was uncertain. The second time, it was the appearance of a female sword attendant who carried a scabbard on her back. Yu Xian was doubtful about it. After all, Venerable Fiery Dragon was a liar. He would always lie to those who were closest to him. Just like a few years ago, Venerable Fiery Dragon was rejected in the Celestial Master residence. After that, he traveled to Middle-earth and brought along a young Taoist who was his direct disciple, Zhang Shanfeng. The master and disciple did not climb the mountain. Venerable Fiery Dragon only asked Yu Xian to go down the mountain to entertain the guest. He said that his disciple was timid. It was unknown whether the child was brave or stupid. After knowing that his name was Yu Xian, he still looked sincere. He almost said that Yu Xian was unlucky to have the same name as the talisman, Yu Xian. Therefore, when he cultivated on the mountain, he would definitely be laughed at by others. The 3 celestial swords, including Taibai, were famous. The appearance of each celestial sword would be earth-shattering. For example, Bai Ye's sword slashed the grotto heaven, and the water of the Yellow River came from the sky. Another example was Taoist number 2, who wielded a sword, challenged the entire Xiandu temple, and personally killed a genius from the Qingming world. Another example would be the current Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu. He was the youngest Taoist in history to inherit the position of Grand Celestial Master. He left the mountain at the tender age of 20 with a sword and traveled the mortal world for 100 years. He set foot in the lands of the vast 6 continents and slew 11 demons, of the upper 5 realms. That was why there was a popular saying, wherever there are demons in the human world, there will be celestial masters of Mount Longhu. Only the 4th celestial sword had not been seen for 10,000 years. It was said that one of the 9 sword-suppressing towers, the sword-suppressing tower of the South Saw continent, was built to suppress this sword spirit. There were also some who said that it was the dragon slayer who appeared out of nowhere 3,000 years ago. At that time, he was holding a long sword. After slaying the dragon, he casually threw the sword into the sea. There were rumors at the peak of Howran Mountain that there was a 5th celestial sword, but its whereabouts were even more unknown. The celestial sword, Tai Bai, that the Dexian Du Temple lent to Bai Yi was actually called Tai Bai. When it fell into Bai Ye's hands, the latter's reputation surpassed the former's. The celestial sword of Mount Longhu's celestial master was called 10,000 Arts. The celestial sword of the Beko Keikyung building's 2nd sect master, who was known as the Invincible One, was called Taoist scripture. Bai Yi turned and asked with a smile, "Are you really not leaving? This is your last chance. Once your Yin soul disappears and the natal gourd is left here, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep an Ascendant Realm cultivator." Bai Ye's 6 heart worlds couldn't trap the 6 demons for too long. Yu Xian was worried. He couldn't help much, but he definitely wouldn't be more of a hindrance. Besides, if he stayed here, Bai Yi would have an extra chance of survival. In fact, he did use his Yin soul to travel to the Fuyao continent. His true body was hidden elsewhere, but he brought all his belongings with him, including the wine gourd. Bai Yi raised the scabbard in his hand and said, "Old immortal Yu, please help me return this to the Dexian Du Temple. I heard that one of the regrets of the talisman Yu Xian was that he couldn't travel to the Qingming world. Bai Yi had some merit on him, but it was useless. Yu Xian could use it to ascend and travel between the 2 worlds. As for the Tai Bai sword in Bai Ye's hand, it really couldn't be returned to its original owner. Please help me say sorry to Daoist Sunday, but as long as Yu Xian kept the Tai Bai scabbard, Bai Yi would use all his strength to kill the 6 sovereigns. No matter what, he had to open a path for Yu Xian. He believed that with Yu Xian's talisman methods, it wouldn't be difficult for Yu Xian to leave even if the sovereigns tried their best to stop him. Unexpectedly, Yu Xian shook his head and said, "It's not good enough to travel as a Yin soul and come here with half your life. If you retreat at the last minute and run away, won't you lose all your celestial aura?" Yu Xian made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He laughed and said, "If you want to return the scabbard, return it yourself. I'll meet with Bai Ying first. This guy might be the key to the death substitution technique. You can attack with your sword later. As usual, I won't get in the way." An Ascendant Realm peak who had the potential to merge with the heavens and earth was willing to give up his Yin soul and the most fundamental life item. If this wasn't good enough, it would be the biggest joke in the world. The talisman Yu Xian had a celestial aura. The white-haired, purple-clothed, barefoot old man stepped on the Tai Chi diagram. His figure flashed, and he took advantage of the moment when Bai Ye's heart image mountain river was smashed into the sky by Bai Ying to enter the door through a gap. The old man showed a Dharma form. His sleeves fluttered, and the talisman floated out continuously like the flying snow in the sky. First, he pushed Bai Ying and the Tao opening sword servant back to the battlefield ruins. Then, he used half of the talisman to stabilize Bai Ye's heart image world and turned it into his own talisman array world. The remaining half of the talisman came in all kinds and strange shapes. On the ground, armored horses gathered and charged forward. In the sky, heavenly maidens scattered flowers. Other than that, there were hundreds of golden-armored puppets that charged forward with a thunderous momentum. Jade palaces, pavilions, and lofts were all transformed by the talisman in white. Together with different spells and offensive treasures, They fell like rain in the mortal world. One of the unsolved mysteries of the world was the talisman Yu Xian. How many pieces of talisman did he refine? Hundreds of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? At the same time, no matter how Bai Ying shrank, she was always in the 8 trigrams array's death door. Even if you were in the 3 great arrays of the Fuyao continent, first there was Bai Ye's heart image world, then there was the talisman world, then there was the Tai Chi diagram. Bai Ying's mood was solemn. It was this talisman Yu Xian. If it were any of the other 10 from the Central Plains, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Bai Ying didn't want to reveal her background. She could only learn from the talisman Yu Xian and win with numbers. She used all her abilities and fought with numbers. Yu Xian had more talisman Yu Xian, so Bai Ying turned her robe back into a skeleton throne. She controlled the army of Yin spirits and fought with the densely packed talisman puppets on the battlefield. Actually, the entire heaven and earth where both sides were, was a battlefield. Although Yu Xian was only holding back one of Bai Ying's sovereigns, Bai Yi still felt a lot more relaxed. Firstly, Bai Ying was most likely Jia Sheng's key backup plan. Furthermore, Bai Yi had never relied on others in her life, regardless of whether she was a sword immortal or a poetry immortal. Therefore, this was the first time Bai Yi fought side by side with someone. Other than Bai Ying, the other 5 sovereigns had already escaped. They showed their 10,000 feet tall avatars at the same time. The last of the spiritual energy crazily gathered in 5 places. In the heaven and earth, the abundant spiritual energy of the continent had dried up just like that. It was either used by the 6 sovereigns to control their natal items or swallowed by Ying's Sea of Clouds, Yang, Ji Dragon Robe, and Qiyun Blade's strengthening gourd. The 5 sword formations landed on the ground, once again trapping the 5 sovereign-level experts who were lying on their backs. Bai Ye's poetry was invincible. Bai Ye's spiritual energy would only be exhausted when the poems in her heart were finished. Before that, her poetry was invincible. Her sword was even more invincible. Bai Yi was a true sword immortal. How many sword cultivators had she killed? Qingming Tian, Baek Okekyung Building's 5 cities, 12 floors, and the world's #1 temple. There were immortals riding whales back to the city, or riding yellow cranes across the sky. There were old immortals on the high platforms who forgot their place. There were Tao patterns rippling outside the building. There were ancient immortals in the city who gathered the 5 mountains crown on their heads. There were also jade materials that were most suitable for cultivation under the Qingming Tian. In a trance, the Yin spirit roamed the Baek Okekyung building at night and went to the 5 cities and 12 floors. The immortals would either bestow Qingming jade archives or immortality techniques. Now, Daoist #2 was overseeing the Baek Okekyung building. The 3rd supreme leader, Lu Chen, was in charge of going to the heavens beyond to deal with the endless otherworldly demons. However, Lu Chen often sneaked back to the Baek Okekyung building. Daoist #2 could not be bothered to say anything. Since the honored master did not say anything, it was useless for him, the senior brother, to say anything. Actually, it was only when the eldest senior brother was around that his junior brother, Lu Chen, was slightly more well-behaved. Moreover, it was rare for him to be so well-behaved. It was not because Lu Chen thought that the rules were good, but because he respected his senior brother. Today, Lu Chen returned from the heavens beyond to the highest point of the Baek Okekyung building. A mustard seed-sized otherworldly demon was imprisoned between his fingers. He glanced at the unsheathed, immortal sword on his senior brother's back and laughed. Are you going to carry the sword and travel the world? What about the Baek Okekyung building? The honored master has not come here for a long time. I can't make an exception just because of you. It's more appropriate for the eldest senior brother to return to the Baek Okekyung building in the future. Taoist number 2 was tall and had a middle-aged face. He ignored Lu Chen's provocation and asked with a frown. Bei was also dedicated to the Tao in his early years. Why didn't you do anything? The sword behind Taoist number 2 vibrated slightly, as if it was resonating with the immortal sword, Tai Bai, which was a world away. Lu Chen leaned on the railing and laughed. I don't want a boring immortal to appear in the Beko Keikyung building. I don't want my hometown to lose one of its proudest immortals. Are you satisfied with Junior Brother's answer? Taoist number 2 did not say anything else. Lu Chen was silent for a moment and suddenly scolded jokingly. This Taoist son is really indecent. I'll go scold him at the entrance of the De Xiandu temple later. Previously, Taoist son of the De Xiandu temple appeared outside the Beko Keikyung building for the first time. He did not look at the highest point, and only looked at one of the tall walls of the Beko Keikyung building before leaving after saying that. Oh, so there's a true immortal in the Beko Keikyung building too. Vast heavens, Middle Earth divine continent, celestial master abode of Mount Longhu, a young Taoist with a face as clear as jade stood on a star-plucking platform, calculating in his heart. He wore the most eye-catching Taoist robe of the celestial master abode, which was surrounded by yellow-purple qi. He was the famous Yui minister, the yellow-purple noble. A young Taoist with a sword on his back appeared on the star-plucking platform. The young Taoist turned around and bowed. The young Taoist actually had one hand behind his back as he faced the grand celestial master of Mount Longhu. He only used one hand to form a sword seal to return the greeting. Fifth Heavens, Ascension City. Ning Yao reached out and pressed her forehead. Aquarius Continent. On the Golden Arch Bridge, a tall woman sat on the railing with a sword across her knees. She gently twirled her hair. Servant sword spirit? Of course not. The sword spirit was something she had refined. To be precise, the sword spirit had always been her, but she had never been a sword spirit. She didn't want anyone to know about this. Even old Yang, who had been the first to leave the battlefield, couldn't guess the truth. Qi Jingchun was a gentleman and didn't want to deduce too much on this matter, so he didn't know either. Only the young Lu Shilu had guessed some clues after she dragged him here. But it still couldn't be considered the truth. That was why Lu Shilu had the suspicion that the sword servant was dead. When she first went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chen Qing was very clear about her identity. It was just that this matter was very important, and he didn't know what the senior was thinking. Therefore, he pretended to be a little ignorant and cooperated with her to deceive Chen Pingan. Even if she told him to stay away, Chen Qingdu could only pinch his nose and walk away. If she was just one of the 4 sword spirits, she wouldn't be worthy of Chen Qingdu calling her senior. 10,000 years ago, one of the 5 supreme gods of the celestial court, the sword wielder, had a killing power that surpassed the outer heavens. She conquered the world, and the corpses of the gods and earth demons were piled up into a mountain under her sword. Even the many blessed lands and grotto heavens, including the lotus flower-blessed land, were shattered by her sword. Later on, the fire god ordered the bewilderment emissary to work with the water god to gather the essence of heaven and earth. The 4 swords that were forged were imitations of this god's sword. Later on, the world's sword arts fell into the mortal world. After it was divided into 4 lineages, they spread out. Other than Chen Qingdu's lineage in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was also the Celestial Master Residence's lineage in Mount Longhu, the Taoist Sword Immortal lineage in the Great Mystic Temple, and the Lotus Flower Buddhist Kingdom. Among them, the damaged immortal sword that Chen Qingdu brought to the Great Wall of Sword Qi couldn't be used anymore. Therefore, for 10,000 years, it had been waiting for its owner to appear. Finally, after 10,000 years of waiting, Chen Qingdu finally gave it to Ning Yao. Or rather, the sword spirit took the initiative to choose Ning Yao. This was also the reason why Ning Yao could be so outstanding in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and in the Path of Sword Dao. Therefore, when Ning Yao traveled to the Black Pearl Grotto heaven, she opened the heavenly eye at the heart of her brows and used this sword. At that time, she opened her eyes to take a look. She wanted to see who would inherit this lineage of sword arts that she personally imparted to Qin Qingdu in the mortal world. During the discussion by the river, the old scholar took out the scroll of the river of time. She was the existence that stood alone at the furthest distance. As for why she was willing to impart sword arts to the human race, and why she was willing to stand on the same side as the human race, only the heavens knew. In any case, in her eyes, the gods of the past were all ants. Therefore, 3,000 years ago, the dragon-slaying battle that created the Black Pearl Grotto heaven was still as laughable as playing house in her eyes, because she wasn't a sword spirit. In the heavens, she was the sword master. "726. Taoist number 2 wore a Taoist robe, carried an immortal sword on his back, and wore a fish-tailed crown on his head. His junior apprentice brother Lu Chen, who was leaning on the railing, had a lotus crown on his head and a sparrow perched on his shoulder. In the past, he was the leader of the Beko Keikyung building and the first disciple of the Taoist ancestor. He wore a Rui crown and a peach talisman. The reason why he could take in a disciple on behalf of his master was because he was the closest to the Taoist ancestor. At this moment, the immortal sword on Taoist number 2's back was vibrating nonstop. Rays of light flowed out of the scabbard, and golden seals manifested by the great Tao appeared one by one. However, after the golden words left the scabbard, they were immediately restrained by Taoist number 2's majestic Tao. The contents of the Taoist scriptures and treasured words could only be within a short distance. They were indeterminate. They couldn't leave the riverbed. Occasionally, a fish would jump out of the water, but it was only for a moment before it fell back into the water. Lu Chen joked, "Senior apprentice brother, your murderous aura is so strong. Be careful not to provoke the Xiandu temple to activate their sword formation and ask for a sword in the Bek Okeikyung building. Our Taoist son has tolerated you for a long time. Luckily, I found a junior apprentice brother for you. Otherwise, the matter of gathering 500 spiritual officials would probably be delayed for many years at the Fifth World. It would take at most 300 years and at least 100 years. It wouldn't be good." Taoist number 2 did not comment on this. The grudge between the Bek Okeikyung building and the Xiandu temple was an old topic that was not interesting. As for the 500 spiritual officials returning to the immortal ranks, it was only a matter of time. By then, in the next 200 years, he would command the 500 spiritual officials to attack beyond the heavens. The otherworldly demons would be greatly weakened, and the 500 spiritual officials would be more worthy of their name. The 3 branches of the Beko Keikyung building actually had different opinions about the otherworldly demons that seemed impossible to kill. The second branch of the Taoist sect was very simple. They focused on killing, other than going to the outer space to kill the extraterrestrial demons, so that some of the extraterrestrial demons would not be nourished and strengthened. Taoist's second brother would have to personally wield his sword and rule the world in the future. He would command 500 spiritual officials and spend 500 years to kill the inner demons of the Qi cultivators. He wanted to make those countless extraterrestrial demons become like water without a source or a tree without roots. In the end, the extraterrestrial demons would be forced to merge into 3. By then, he and his 3 senior and junior brothers would each defeat one of them, and the world would be at peace. This was even more magnificent than someone who had slain all the true dragons in the world. As for the junior brother with the Taoist name of Shanqing, Taoist number 2 had an average impression of him. The only thing that made Taoist's second brother think highly of Shanqing was that in the new world, Shanqing dared to take the initiative to do things. He was willing to do things that even the last disciple of the Taoist ancestor could not be a protective talisman. Now that Shanqing was there, he had caused the Beko Keikyung building to become a lonely mountain of Taoism in the fifth world. The Beko Keikyung building had more or less formed a confrontation with the other sections. It was precisely because of this that Taoist's second brother felt that it was not bad. The second chief of the Beko Keikyung building, who was known to be invincible, only laughed coldly and said, "I have been wanting to chop off the head of the sovereign ox blade for a long time." Back then, the honored master had deliberately spared his life and used a golden armor manifested from the purple golden lotus of the Taoist seed to capture him, forcing him to rely on cultivation to accumulate a little spiritual light and remove the golden armor on his own. By then, the honored master might have become a mighty lord in the desolate world. From then on, he had practiced Tao for 10,000 years and was almost immortal. He did not expect him to not cherish his good fortune and resort to underhanded means. He wanted to use Bai Ye's sword to break open the Taoist armor, which was a waste of God's gift. How could such a stupid person have the guts to be a guest of the Beko Keikyung building, regardless of Taoist's second brother's temper? In a certain sense, he was indeed more in line with the secular sense of respect for the master than his two senior brothers. "I advise senior brother not to get involved in the affairs of the world," languid Lu Chun said. The first ancestor of the military school was so invincible back then. Didn't he still end up with his corpse divided into 5? Didn't he still die in the hands of the ants in his eyes? Other than his corpse being something to be fought over, after the first ancestor of the military school was dismembered, he integrated his soul into the martial arts fate of the world, paving a path for the pure martial artists of the future to ascend to the heavens. This was also the reason why the heavens had never purposely drawn the martial arts fate to stay or leave. The first ancestor of the military school had both ascended to the heavens and divided the human race. His merits and demerits did not offset each other. His merits and demerits were still great merits, and his mistakes were still punished for 10,000 years. As for the 5 chi cultivators who had their corpses divided, their realms were actually not high in the ancient battlefield back then. Someone had taken the head first, and the other 4 had their own gains. It was called a joint kill on a page of the ancient history. A little Taoist child rose into the air from the Verdant City, one of the 5 cities of the Beko Keikyung building. He hovered far above the sea of clouds and bowed to the sky. The little Taoist child did not dare to act rashly and ascended without permission. As one of the 5 cities of the Beko Keikyung building, the Verdant City was located at the northernmost side. According to Taoist son of the Deshiendu Temple, the name of the Verdant City came from a saying that the Jade Emperor Li Zizhen was really crisp. It was similar to how the Taoist ancestor planted a calabash vine that turned into 7 blades strengthening calabashes. Of course, the Taoist of the Verdant City would not admit to this and would regard it as nonsense. However, within the orthodoxy of the Beko Keikyung building, the Verdant City did indeed have another name for the Jade Emperor City. Under the jurisdiction of the Verdant City were 72 lands. Among them, there were one of the 10 big grotto heavens, 2 of the 36 small grotto heavens, 3 of the 72 blessed lands, and 6 of the dynasties. As for the Taoist temples on and below the mountains, there were countless of them. Every 60 years, on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, the Lord of the Verdant City would bring out a chariot to inspect the merits and demerits of the Taoist officials of the dynasties under the heavens. He would also assess the ghosts and deities of the mountains and rivers. Wherever the chariot passed by, it would be within the scope of assessment and inspection. It could even be beyond the jurisdiction of a single city. Therefore, the Verdant City was one of the 12 buildings of the Baek-ok-kyung building's 5 cities. Its position was not high, but it held great power. The reason why the city had such a transcendent position was because the great sect master of the Baek-ok-kyung building had cultivated here for a very long time. Moreover, he would often preach the Tao to the world here. Whether it was the Taoist priests of the 3 branches of the Baek-ok-kyung building, the Taoist officials of the mortal world, the spirits of the mountains and lakes, or the ghosts and spirits of the netherworld, they could all enter the city to seek enlightenment. Therefore, the Verdant City was regarded as the Baek-ok-kyung building's best place to forge good karma with the world. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand, calling for Yunsheng to come quickly. There was no need to be so polite. Only then did the little Taoist boy come to the highest point of the Baek-ok-kyung building. After settling down in the corridor, he bowed to the 2 sect masters again, not daring to violate the rules at all. In fact, there were not many rules for cultivating in the Baek-ok-kyung building. When the great sect master was in charge of the Baek-ok-kyung building, or rather the entire Qingming world, he had truly achieved non-interference governance. Even the Great Xuandu Temple and the Sui Chu Palace, which were important places of Taoism, were sincerely convinced by him. Even Lu Chen, the youngest disciple of the Taoist ancestor in the past, was in charge of the Baek-ok-kyung building. It was just that there were more quarrels, more chaos, and more killings in the world. The heavenly drum was played in 8 places in the world, almost every year without stopping. The Baek-ok-kyung building, and Lu Chen did not care too much about it. Only when the second sect master was in charge of the Baek-ok-kyung building, the rules were more serious. The second sect master glanced at the Taoist temple above the little Taoist boy's head and laughed coldly. The fish-tail crown on the inverted hanging mountain was probably ordered by the elder ancestor of the Jiang family of the Purple Chi Tower to let the little fellow and his lineage be obedient. Now that he had returned to the Baek-ok-kyung building, Jiang Yunsheng changed to the standard Taoist crown of Verdant City, the Rui crown. If it was not for his senior brother, the little Taoist boy would have changed to the lotus crown of his junior brother, Lu Chen's lineage. Then the second sect master would not have been so easy to talk to. The Baek-ok-kyung building and the entire Qingming world were clear about one thing: the fact that the second sect master did not say anything while watching coldly from the sidelines was in itself the greatest way to talk to him. Yunsheng, when are you going to become the city lord of Verdant City? Uncle Master has even prepared a congratulatory gift. As a martial nephew, I can't let Uncle Master wait for too long. It's easy to get teary eyes. Lu Chen pressed his face against the railing and turned around with a smile. I have a good relationship with your Grandmaster and honored master. Even if they don't come to the city lord ceremony, it's perfectly justifiable for Uncle Master to do it. Moreover, Uncle Master is known for having the least rules. A ceremony that would take a few days would take less than a joss stick's worth of time. The little Taoist boy still kept his mouth shut. He only bowed respectfully again, expressing his gratitude to Uncle Master Lu Chen and apologizing to the second sect master beside him. Back then, when he was young and ignorant, he went behind his family's back and joined the lineage of the Baek-ok-kyung building's great chief. It was actually a huge taboo. Most importantly, the great chief was suppressing the extraterrestrial demon in the Outland and was unaware of it. It was purely his junior Uncle Master who secretly dragged him to Verdant City to worship. For this reason, the family did not hesitate to migrate him directly to the Haoran world. Moreover, it was the inverted hanging mountain. He was also required to wear a fishtail crown all year round. Otherwise, he would be banished from the family's ancestral hall or just stay in the Haoran world. The little Taoist boy's name was Jiang Yunsheng. In the inverted hanging mountain, he and the sword-hugging man, Zhang Lu, had been neighbors and door gods for many years. Jiang Yunsheng, who had the potential to become the city lord of Verdant City, leaned against the ox-tying pole in the inverted hanging mountain all year round. He liked to sit on the praying mat and watch scholars and beauties as well as the romance of the pugilistic world. He was the most approachable one among the Taoist sects in the inverted hanging mountain. Many young children liked to play there and let the little Taoist boy perform Tao techniques to help them ride on the clouds. Jiang Yunsheng's family's patriarch was one of the 12 buildings in the 5 cities of the Beko Keikyung building, the owner of the Purple Qi building. He was in the Ascendant Realm. The Purple Qi building was surrounded by mist and clouds. Purple Qi lingered around, and there was sword aura gushing into the air. It was known as the Floating Sun and Moon Purple Qi Pile, home in the hands of the immortals. In addition, this building was located in the most eastern part of the Beko Keikyung building. It was ranked as the highest among the immortals. It was already the highest among the clouds, and was the first to welcome the sun and moonlight. Most of the female immortals who cultivated in this building were originally surnamed Jiang or were bestowed with the surname Jiang. They usually had a hibiscus crown and a water hairpin. They also had the reputation of being a spring official. The Jiang family of the Beko Keikyung building and the Jiang family of the Tongyi continent were in similar situations. Verdant City and Divine Firmament City were neighbors. The city lords were from the lineage of the great chief of the Beko Keikyung building. The latter was the Taoist saint who guarded the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The Great Lord of Heaven, who guarded the main peak of the inverted hanging mountain, was the direct disciple of the second Taoist brother. He was in charge of guarding the world's largest mountain seal that was hanging upside down in the vast world. Jiang Yunsheng was born in the Purple Qi Tower, and this tower was undoubtedly the second generation of Taoists. However, when Jiang Yunsheng was young, under the instigation of the third supreme leader, Lu Qin, as the direct descendant of the Purple Qi Tower's Jiang clan, he switched over to the lineage of the head supreme leader. According to the family genealogy, Jiang Yunsheng was a few generations below the Purple Qi Tower's Laozu. However, according to the Qing Ming Heavens Tao lineage, he was of the same generation as the Laozu in the White Jade capital. Therefore, as long as he did not meet the patriarch in the Purple Qi building, he would greet him and address him as fellow apprentice brothers. However, it was a different matter when he returned to the Purple Qi building. The Heavenly Lord of the North Continent, Xie Shi, and the sect master of the Shin Ao sect of the Aquarius continent, Heavenly Lord Qizhen. Actually, there was also the old Heavenly Lord of Mount Taiping from the Tongyi continent and the Mountain Lord Song Mao. They belonged to Lu Chen's lineage, the second Taoist brother's lineage, and the Great Chief's lineage. Among them, the divine Grandeur Sect's Taoist lineage was relatively more complicated. Although the female Taoist wore a fishtail crown on her head, she was related to the other 2 lineages. She was related to the 5 cities and 12 buildings of the Beko Keikyung building, which was a world away. Of course, there was He Xiaoliang, who founded a sect in the North Continent, and the Taoist who lived in seclusion in the White Frost dynasty under the alias of Chao Rong in the Aquarius continent. They were all direct disciples of Lu Chen's lineage. These Taoist sects that originated from the 3 lineages of the Beko Keikyung building were on par with the celestial master residents of the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the vast world and the talisman Yuxian, who was the stabilizing force of the One Mountain 5 sects. In the vast world, there were 3 sects and hundreds of sections. The great Tao was different, and the human heart was not as simple as the division between good and evil. The second Taoist brother asked, back then in the Pearl Cave, "Why did you choose Chun Pingan to be your last disciple?" He heard that one of his junior apprentice brother's direct disciples, the sect leader of the cooling sect, He Xiaoyang, was involved with Qin Pingan. In fact, looking at how this mischievous junior brother of his had finally gotten serious for once, as long as Qin Pingan was willing to bargain, Lu Qin could even raise his seniority by another level. This was something that could be discussed. Lu Qin smiled and said Qin Pingan was near the Flood Dragon Ravine. He had already pointed out the mystery with one sentence. I had my eyes on Qin Pingan, who had the potential to become my disciple, and had abandoned his original path. It was not because of Qin Pingan himself. How could I, Lu Qin, view him? Otherwise, what could a Qin Pingan do to me? It seemed like I gave him many choices, but in reality, he had no choice. Is it life like this? Qin Pingan was not the only one who was in such a predicament. Lu Qin continued, it's the same logic. The reason why that unreasonable ancient existence chose Qin Pingan was not because of Qin Pingan's own will. What could an ignorant youth know back then? In reality, it was because of what Qi Jingchun wanted. However, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. It gradually became very impressive. In the end, from Qi Jingchun's little hope, it became Qin Pingan's entire life. However, I don't know what Dao Qi Jingchun asked Master when he traveled to the Little Lotus Cave. I had asked Master before, but Master did not tell me in detail. Thinking back to those years, the youth with straw sandals from the Clay Bottle Alley, who first stepped on the bluestone roads of Faloo Street and Peach Leaf Alley, the kiln apprentice who had to subconsciously wipe his hands before taking out an envelope outside the school. At that time, the youth would never have imagined that his future would be like today's. He would have walked through so many mountains and rivers step by step and witnessed so many magnificent scenes and life and death separations with his own eyes. Dao number 2 asked, Cui Dong seems to have changed his trump card to deal with the wasteland. Otherwise, Cui Dong would be able to use the chaotic times to free himself from many restraints. Lu Qin laughed. He wouldn't dare. Once he used it, it would be even more treacherous than deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Moreover, things happen in a hurry. Time waits for no man. There's nothing in the world that can be discussed properly. Lu Qin sighed. Cui Dong defeated the founding ancestor of the school of Taoism in his early years, causing the latter to recognize his own 10. Most of the cultivators at the peak of the world today do not know where the knowledge lies. Great knowledge, if the age of Dharma decline that everyone fears really comes one day, and no one is destined to be able to stop it, then even if there are no more school of Taoism cultivators in the world, no more cultivators, everyone will still be at the foot of the mountain. Lu Qin. When the time comes, only the knowledge left behind by the school of Taoism can be relied on to gain the most Tao. Perhaps the thing that made Cui Dong worried, for example, the human race disappearing because of this, and becoming the old subordinates of the new heavenly quartz deities, are all very likely. Cui Dong seems to have always believed that that day would come. Thus, even if the Aquarius continent was in a perilous situation, Cui Dong still did not dare to truly ally with the school of Moism. Thus, the school of Moism, who was inevitably disappointed, felt that he was cheated by Xiao Hu and turned to the South Pasua continent to help Qin Chunan. But the school of Moism is still the school of Moism. They still did not hesitate to bet all their wealth on the Aquarius continent. Furthermore, the school of Moism's business was indeed profitable. The school of Moism and Shang clan are indeed more daring than the school of agriculture and Yao clan. Dao number 2 thought of something. That Lu clan disciple. How do you plan to deal with him? The lotus blossom blessed land in the Tongyi continent of the vast world was divided into 4 parts by the old Abbey Dean's skill of drawing and painting. 3 of the lotus blossom blessed land, followed the old Abbey Dean, and ascended to the green underworld. Lu Tai sat on one of the blessed land, and successfully ascended out of the blessed land, and started to stand out in the Qingming heavens. He had a good relationship with the young female Taoist nun in the retained person realm, and they were not Tao companions, but Tao companions. Lu Chen said helplessly, "Why, you want to take in a closed-door disciple? Aren't you afraid that Zhou will get what he wants?" Lu Chen was not willing to meet this disciple who changed his name to Lu Chuan, who was born with a rare yin-yang fish physique and was worthy of being called a divine seed. The later generations did not know much about the divine seed, and did not know that the divine seed was the true Tao seed. Actually, it was not that one could be called a divine seed just because their cultivation talent was good. At most, they were just cultivators. Jiang Yunsheng was dumbfounded. Back then, at the inverted mountain, this little Taoist boy sent Lu Tai flying out of the Shangxiangyin with a slap. Lu Tai now had a deep relationship with that stinking cow's nose. If he became the direct disciple of the second sect master and took charge of one of the 12 buildings of the 5 cities, with Lu Tai's narrow-mindedness, wouldn't he fight with him for hundreds or thousands of years? In the Beko Keikyung building, his sect master had not appeared for a long time, and the 2 uncle masters took turns to take charge of it for 100 years, causing the entire Qingming heavens to be filled with fighting and killing. If it was not for the opening of the 5th world, Jiang Yunsheng would have felt that his originally peaceful hometown had become a vast world where the inverted mountain was located. Now, the inverted mountain had become a Shan-word seal that could be hung on one's waist, and could even be refined into a natal item. It was said that the second sect master had asked someone to give it to the little uncle master, Shanqing. Jiang Yunsheng was actually curious about the little uncle master that he had never met, but in the next 90 years, they were destined not to meet. The second sect master said, "I never cared about these things. Let him calculate the heavens and earth. I walked my own path." Lu Chen shook his head. Zhou way of thinking is very peculiar. From the very beginning, he had seen the current world as the age of Dharma's end, and deduced it. Practitioners can only sit and wait for the age of Dharma's end to arrive. But Zhou had already started scheming long ago, and even neglected the founding masters of the 3 sections. His disappearance did not mean that he was blinded by a single leaf, but he turned a blind eye. Therefore, in the vast world, it is indeed normal for one person to suppress the entire Lu family. In the Pearl Grotto heaven, Lu Chen and Zhou did not meet face to face. One was setting up a stall, while the other was still setting up a stall. They each had their own destiny. Both parties seemed to mind their own business, but in reality, they were named the same as the natal flying swords of Zhou's direct disciple and Lu Chen's descendant. The casual conversation between the 2 senior and junior brothers only pitted the little Taoist child of Verdant City. The 2 uncle masters kept talking about the age of Dharma's end. Jiang Yunsheng was shaken to the core, and his Tao heart was unstable. Lu Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Yunsheng, back then, your patriarch split open the sea of clouds with his fist and smashed towards the Pearl Grotto heaven. How impressive! It's a pity that you were far away at the inverted hanging mountain, and your Tao was lacking, so you didn't see it with your own eyes." "It's all right. I have a painting of the River of Time here that I have kept for many years. I'll give it to you. Take it to the Purple Clouds Tower and frame it properly. Your patriarch will definitely be happy, and he will no longer support you as the city lord of Verdant City in secret. He will only do it openly." The little Taoist child looked down, as if he did not hear anything. The second sect master frowned and said, "All right, don't beat around the bush to plead for mercy for the little brat. I don't have any thoughts about Jiang Yunsheng and Verdant City. If you have any thoughts about the city lord's position, you can fight for it with your own abilities. I don't mind if Jiang Yunsheng becomes the city lord. Verdant City has always been seen as eldest senior brother's territory. I don't have any opinions about who guards the door. The only thing I have an opinion about is that whoever guards the door badly will leave a mess for senior brother. Ew. Lu Chin shook his head. Senior brother. Oh, senior brother. You and I are at such a high place. If we casually shake our sleeves, frown or yawn, the immortals below will have to carefully ponder over our thoughts for half a day. Fight? How can Jiang Yunsheng fight? Today, he finally mustered up the courage to catch up with his two uncle masters. In the end, the second sect master did not even look at him. How do you think the 5 cities and 12 towers will view Jiang Yunsheng? At the end of the day, senior brother, you are just a casual person. Coincidentally, Jiang Yunsheng can't control the great Tao even if he risks his life. Of course, senior brother doesn't have to care. If you feel that the great Tao is natural, then everything will return to one. The second sect master could not stand Lu Chen's attitude. It was not as natural as his master's, nor as straightforward as his senior brother's. He was a little impatient and said directly, "Do you want Shan Qing to take over Verdant City or Jiang Yunsheng to take over?" Jiang Yunsheng sighed. "All right, the third sect master is talking nonsense over there, implicating me." He really did not know if the third sect master was helping him or harming him. If the second sect master was not here, he would have started scolding him. Actually, Jiang Yunsheng really did not care about the ownership of Verdant City. He had braced himself to come today because it was rare to see Uncle Master Lu. It would be better if Verdant City belonged to the newest Uncle Master. He would not be forced to do something beyond his ability, because once he succeeded as the city lord of Verdant City, he would be very busy, and there would be many disputes. Jiang Yunsheng had stayed in the inverted mountain for a long time and was used to living a carefree life. If he had something to do, he would cultivate, and if he had nothing to do, he would flip through books. Moreover, with Jiang Yunsheng's level and reputation, he did not have the qualifications to stand out and take charge of Verdant City, which was known as the Little Baek-ok-kyung building. Lu Chin chuckled and patted the little Taoist boy's head. "Go back." The little Taoist boy hurriedly bowed and left. He rode the wind and returned to Verdant City. The second sect master said telepathically, "You just casually placed an otherworldly demon in Jiang Yunsheng's heart of Tao." Lu Chin smiled. "I was bored." The second sect master reminded him, "You should return to the heavens beyond heaven." Lu Chin was only pretending to be stupid. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "Senior brother, have you ever thought that there would be a day when someone would ask you for a sword fight?" The second sect master said, "It's not something that happens often. Even if it was known as an invincible person, there were still people in this world who would ask for a sword fight with the second sect master of the Baek-ok-kyung building." Lu Chen smiled. "I'm talking about the kind of sword fight that requires you to use all your strength. Alliance? Bai Yi? Or is it Chun Pingan who ascended here?" The second sect master asked, "How long do we have to wait? Besides, we don't even know if we can get it." Lu Chen raised both his hands and tapped his lotus crown with 2 fingers. He said innocently, "You said it yourself, senior brother. I didn't say it." The second sect master smiled. "You're really bored?" Lu Chen leaned on the railing. "I'm looking forward to Chun Pingan's travels in this world. Who knows, when he sets up a fortune-telling stall, he'll be even more familiar with it than I am." The second sect master said, "He'll have to have the physique of a martial artist from the 10th level. With the support of the spiritual energy of an ascended level cultivator, he'll be able to wield a sword and barely be a sword attendant." Lu Chen said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. He'll just have to reach the 14th level. He won't be a sword attendant, but a sword master of sword masters. Of course, he'll have to live well." The second sect master laughed. "I'm looking forward to it. I've cultivated for 8,000 years. If I miss the ancient battlefield, I won't be able to win. 727. Celestial Master Residence, Mount Longhu, the star-picking platform. After the little Taoist boy with a sword on his back appeared, another woman who had deliberately covered her face and figure with water clouds and mist performed a Buddha's blessing at the bottom of the stairs. Then, after receiving the heavenly master's order, she slowly ascended the stairs. When she stepped on the stairs, the camouflage automatically disappeared, revealing her true appearance. Although she was wearing a feather dress and a female crown, she was naturally charming and graceful. There was a red mole between her eyebrows. She was not only the most powerful celestial fox in the world, but also several worlds. She had been the guardian of Mount Longhu for 1,000 years. In Mount Longhu, she was called Lianzhen. In the early years, when the Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu left the mountain to travel, she secretly followed the young Taoist boy and pretended to be a village girl. The Grand Celestial Master deliberately did not expose her identity and allowed her to follow him from afar. He even tacitly allowed her to observe his cultivation. After that, the young Celestial Master wandered the world and killed demons along the way. For 60 years, she relied on the protection of the Grand Celestial Master's merits to avoid several heavenly tribulations. In the end, she willingly followed the Grand Celestial Master to Mount Longhu to cultivate. In return, the Grand Celestial Master personally sealed her with a seal to help her withstand the heavenly tribulations. When she ascended the platform, she seemed to be able to pick the stars and the moon with a stretch of her hand. After Lianzhen ascended the platform, she immediately stopped and did not approach the young Grand Celestial Master. The main reason was that she was naturally in awe of the little Taoist boy with a sword on his back. The sword cultivator was the first of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain, especially the sword immortal who could decapitate the head with a flying sword. One sword could break 10,000 laws. Whether it was killing enemies or slaying demons, it was not something made up by the legends and unofficial records. The little Taoist boy was the human form of the immortal sword, 10,000 arts. Lianzhen was suppressed by the restriction of the star-picking platform and revealed half of her true body. 10 huge snow-white tails crawled on the ground and hung all the way down the platform, almost covering the entire path. The young Taoist boy turned his head and smiled at the celestial fox. Lianzhen hurriedly returned the greeting and made a Taoist bow. Under the star-picking platform, she considered herself to be the great heavenly master's maidservant. After ascending the platform, beside the most unreasonable sword spirit Wu Lei, Lianzhen could only reluctantly consider herself as a Taoist friend, so as to avoid provoking the other party's displeasure. Lianzhen and Na Wu Lao almost never spoke. The two sides actually did not have many chances to meet face to face. The Grand Heaven Master had always addressed them as fellow Taoists and treated them as equals. He had never treated them as servants or maids. Lianzhen knew why the Grand Heavenly Master and Wu Lei wanted to meet here today. They wanted to climb high and look at the Fuyao continent, which was located in the southwest of the vast world. However, the Fuyao continent was now part of the wildlands, and not even the Taoist magics of the Grand Heaven Master's Taoist magics would be able to see everything clearly. The Grand Heavenly Master continued, "I plan to make a trip to the Tongya continent with the seal. You stay here and guard the mountain gate." Wu Lei was as expressionless as before. His voice was cold and clear. "The present situation of the world is indeed worthy of you taking risks. However, you must not die at the hands of that Zhou Mi." "Otherwise, do you want me to come and behead you?" Lianzhen was worried sick at heart. She wanted to persuade her master, but she did not have the guts to tell her master what to do in such an important matter. Just as her master had said in the past, the human world was always mysterious and pressured everywhere. For cultivators, the higher their Taoist magics were, the fewer paths they walked on, and the stronger the winds on the mountains and in the sky. Every time there was no choice, every time the heart could not help itself, there was a possibility of death. The wind would always be blown away by the rain, and the wind and be as lonely as the river of time. As for the little Taoist child's cold expression and words, Lien Zhen was already used to it. Although the sword spirit was a servant in name, his great Tao was extremely pure. There was almost no distinction between good and evil like the later generations. The young Taoist reached out and lightly lifted an item. A green bamboo flute appeared at his waist. The inscription was taken from the opening of the 8 characters of the ancient Feng word inkstone. A large piece of qi, its name is wind. The current Grand Heaven Master of Mount Longhu, Zhao Tianlai, one of the 10 in the Central Plains, ranked above the talisman Yuxian. Even among the 10 who argued endlessly, he would definitely have a place among them. The 5 Thunders technique had the supreme praise of being the head of all techniques. The Grand Heaven Masters of Mount Longhu's past generations were fully deserving of being the world's #1 in thunder techniques. One sword to break all techniques. However, one of the 4 immortal swords, 10,000 techniques, was in the possession of Zhao Tianlai. Not only was Zhao Tianlai the oldest heaven master of Mount Longhu's history, his current level of mastery in Tao was second only to the founding master who had traveled far beyond the heavens and never returned. Moreover, Zhao Tianlai was regarded as one of the few who had the highest chance of reaching the 14th realm. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The number of times a cultivator who had an immortal sword used his sword was far less than an ordinary sword cultivator on the mountain. Some busybodies had calculated the number of times the 3 immortal swords appeared. After Bai borrowed the immortal sword Tai Bai from the Taoist son of the Taoist temple, the number of times he used the sword should not exceed 10. The Baek Okekyung building in the Qingming world was truly invincible. In his long cultivation career, there were only a handful of people who had died at most. Furthermore, when facing those who were already considered to be at the peak of the mountain, there was no need to bring the Taoist scripture. The most recent one was at the Taoist temple. The second Taoist wore a Taoist robe and fought with the Taoist temple of the Taoist sword immortal lineage's ancestral court. As for the battle with the Alliance who had ascended to the heavens beyond the heavens, both sides were barehanded. One did not have a sword, while the other did not use his immortal sword. As for the Grand Heaven Master of Mount Longhu on the star-picking platform, compared to the previous 2, the number of times he used his sword was considered more. It was roughly 3 to 5 times in each realm after leaving the mountain to travel. As for the 4th immortal sword, the number of peak cultivators who knew about it could be counted on one's fingers. Zhao Tianlai had a sword spirit and was proficient in divination, so he was counted as one of them. Not only did he know that the immortal sword was called Innocence, he also knew that this sword was not in the sword suppression tower of the South Saw continent, nor was it the long sword used by the Dragon Slayer 3,000 years ago. It was left behind in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for 10,000 years. As for the Dragon Slayer who had appeared out of nowhere and fallen like a comet, his identity and name were quite taboo. They only knew that he came from a high-grade blessed land that was still sealed for closed-door cultivation, but he had an unclear relationship with the first ancestor of the school of the military. No matter what during the Dragon Slayer period, he was still able to teach a disciple like White Emperor City's Sun Juzhong. This person's name could be considered to be immortalized in history. It could be said that this person would always occupy a large amount of space and ink in the complicated unofficial history of the future. Zhao Tianlai turned his head and smiled. Fellow Taoist Lien Zhen, there seems to be someone in the Tongya continent who is on the same path as you. Lien Zhen nodded slightly. She is on the same path as me, but not of the same lineage. She is of the same lineage as Mr. Bai's green infant. This heavenly fox's voice was always soft, and she did not dare to speak loudly. Indeed, fellow Taoist, Wu Lei's sword intent was too shocking. As one of the four sword spirits, its killing power was equivalent to that of an ascendant realm sword cultivator from the ancient times. Moreover, it had an inhuman temperament. As for the true refinement realm, it had a natural suppression of the great path. The ancient gods were high up in the sky, before the appearance of the human race. The ones that they crushed and killed the most were the numerous demons on the ground. Among them, only those true dragons were slightly valued by the gods. They were gathered under one of the 5 supreme gods of the heavenly court in the past, the master of the heavenly court, the sword-bearer. Their positions were similar to the criminal officers of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the future, or the law master of the ancestral hall on the mountain, the armor-bearer, similar to the hidden officials of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had insight into everything in the world. The fire god governed the eternal stars. The water god guarded the long river of time. In addition, there were 12 supreme gods who easily lifted the world and dragged the stars. Among them, there were 2 who were in charge of the ascension platform, responsible for guiding the earth immortals. With the body of the human race, they became the true spirits of the divine path, which was the so-called ranking of immortals in the future. First, there were sword techniques and supernatural powers in the human world. The human race continued to rise, and the number of beings who became gods through the ascension platform increased. Then there was a battle between water and fire. This was what Old Yang said to Wan Xiao and Li Lu. Both of you are the most guilty. Then the sword-bearer was responsible for breaking the armor. It was rumored that both of them had fallen. According to common sense, this was indeed the case. This was also the reason why Old Yang had always regarded her as a sword spirit that had continued for 10,000 years. In addition, she deliberately lived in the world as a sword attendant. In the end, the patriarchs of the 3 sects and the patriarch of the military school worked together to reach the highest point of the sky and shattered the old heavenly court. Wu Tiang was a little hesitant, which was rare. Zhao Tianlai said, "Not all of them were recognized. It is indeed difficult to reach the 14th realm. The old scholars unifying heaven and earth relied on the merits of sages and the unifying heaven and earth, resonating with heaven and earth. The quasi-sage had relied on this to unify the central earth divine continent. A continent's mountains and rivers were half of the vast world. Bai Ye's 14th realm was the unifying great Tao, but it was the poem in Bai Ye's heart. It was simply amazing. In a sense, compared to unifying the unifying heaven and earth, it was even more difficult to learn. The only person in the future who was regarded by scholars as a great writer, who was comparable to Bai Yi in terms of talent, a person who was known as the master of thousands of poems, had to sentimentally say, when poetry reaches Bai Yi, it can be said to be the fortune of the human world. When poetry reaches me, it can be said to be a great misfortune. This person was so self-deprecating that he had to turn poetry into poetry. How could others and future generations dare to unify with poetry? The mellow scholar Chen Chunen carried the sun and moon on his shoulders. His heart was bright. He wanted to unify with the sages and principles in his heart. The master of the Lotus Nunnery, who had died on the battlefield in the wasteland, cultivated the moon's spirit painstakingly. She wanted to enter the vast world and unify with the bright moons of more blessed lands. The fire dragon Jinren was half a celestial master of the celestial master residence in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He was known by the Qi cultivators of the vast world as the 3 ultimate techniques of fire, water, and thunder. It was not easy for him to unify. the talisman Yu Xian wanted to unify. It was the half-real and half-fake Milky Way in the wine gourd. In the ancient times, there was the Lu Guan school of Taoism. They were good at observing the stars and qi, hence the name Lu Guan. Yu Xian had a deep understanding of this school of Taoism. Moreover, the Lu Guan school of Taoism and the fire dragon Jinren had a deep connection with the great Tao. The fire dragon Jinren and the talisman Yu Xian became close friends not only because of their similar personalities. They also exchanged pointers and sharpened each other's skills. They also had the idea of unifying their great Tao and reaching the 14th realm together. Zhao Tianlai sighed softly. He waved his sleeves and opened the restrictions slightly. He did not want to give a certain someone an excuse to complain. The little Taoist boy could not help but roll his eyes. Lian Zhen was the slowest to realize it. She was also the most helpless. Lian Zhen asked softly, "Should I go and receive the guest?" The Grand Celestial Master was annoyed. "What guest?" "He's the host, and I'm the guest." The three academies, Mount Sway in the Central Plains, Bay's Tower in Town, and the cottage built by Yi in the 5th Celestial Master. When did he not become the host? He acted more like the host than the host. He could not wait to use his identity as the host to receive the guest. In the forbidden area of the Celestial Master's residence on Mount Longhu, the restriction here was even stricter than the ancestral mountain of the talisman Yu Xian. A sneaky old elementary scholar snuck in. Instead of going to the star-plucking platform, he called out to the master several times in his mind. Since the master did not respond, he took it as a yes. He went straight to the Grand Heavenly Master's private residence. He was too embarrassed to step through the door, so he stood outside the front hall and raised his head. There was a couplet praising the Grand Heavenly Master's celestial demeanor and moral integrity. The old elementary scholar clicked his tongue in wonder. He really didn't know who in the world could have such a wonderful brush. The Grand Celestial Master had a good eye. He was willing to take down the original couplet and replace it with this one. The couplet's tone was grand. The honorable Taoist is virtuous and noble. I am in this mountain. The feather-clad minister sits still with his sword. The immortal wind contract is cool and refreshing. I don't know who knows. The demon-vanquishing heart belongs to the mortal world. All evil retreats. The yellow and purple noble lady hangs her seal in the wind. Her bones suppress the 5 peaks. Who doesn't cultivate? I cultivate. The horizontal scroll was oneness of heaven and man. If one entered and went to the front hall, it would be the place where the celestial fox cultivated. The back hall was where the Grand Celestial Master practiced his Tao seeking. Back in those days, the teacher and a few of his disciples were drinking wine at the corner of the wall, using his hand as a fan to disperse the smell of alcohol. They talked about the celestial fox in the residence of the Celestial Master. Some of them guessed that it had 9 or 10 tails, while others guessed that the celestial fox had the intention of becoming the Celestial Master's Taoist companion. In the end, they asked the teacher for an answer. At that time, the old elementary scholar was not well known, so he did not have the money to travel around the residence of the Celestial Master. Some of the sayings were taken from unofficial history books, and even the old elementary scholar himself was not sure if they were true or false. He did not dare to say that he was careless and did not want to talk nonsense with his disciples. He only said that the Celestial Master did not speak of strange powers and chaotic spirits, which greatly disappointed a young man. Later on, the old elementary scholar became famous and did not need to spend money to go out. He invited the sage of literature to give lectures and preach Taoism in various places. The old elementary scholar specially made a trip to Mount Longhu, but he did not take the immortal bamboo raft ferry. He chose to walk up the mountain with the green bamboo stick. At that time, Both sides of the divine path were lined with nobles and immortals from various temples and nunneries. Everyone was surprised and delighted. They were surprised because the sage of literature had never set foot in the immortal residences outside of the Confucian Academy. Therefore, he had made an exception for Mao Longhu. Moreover, it was said that the sage of literature had taken the initiative to submit the document to the celestial master residence. Even a Taoist Holy Land like Mount Longhu couldn't help but be delighted. They were happy that the sage of literature had come to Mount Longhu and won the debate between the three sections. He had also done two shocking things in succession. The first was to go to the sky screen and stretch his neck to ask the second Taoist to hack here and there. The second was to invite the Buddhist and Taoist ancestors to take a seat after the debate. The old elementary scholar occupied the fourth position in the Confucian temple and won two debates in succession. Therefore, the sage of literature had unexpectedly come to Mount Longhu. Even the celestial master had to personally welcome him at the mountain gate. In the end, the old elementary scholar and the celestial master sat together in the front hall. The old elementary scholar treated the celestial master with sincerity and spoke from the bottom of his heart. However, he kept glancing at the hall and chuckling every time he took a sip of tea. The old elementary scholar was too embarrassed to cross the threshold and went to wander elsewhere. He treated Mount Longhu's ancestral mountain as if it were his own courtyard. After all, he was not a good guest if he was too polite to the host. The old elementary scholar could not help but look back at the couplets and the horizontal scroll. He had not wasted his time bringing the brush and paste up the mountain. He did not even have to trouble the celestial master to put them up. What was a guest? This was a distinguished guest. He went to the Hall of Virtue of Mount Longhu's ancestral hall, where the statues of the ancestral masters were hung. There were also 12 statues of heavenly lords, apart from the two disciples of the first celestial master. The rest were all celestial masters of Mount Longhu. Inside the ancestral hall, there were 8 golden talisman dragons coiled around the pillars. According to legend, as long as an immortal helped to add a finishing touch, the dragons would rise from the clouds and go out to suppress any evil that entered the mountain. The old elementary scholar sighed. The founder of Mount Longhu was indeed a hero. Years ago, the Sage of Rites had led his people on a crusade against the remnants of the gods. Although the results were not great, the outer heavens were vast and unimaginable, and there were many restrictive spells. However, there had been many bitter battles. The first celestial master of Mount Longhu had perished on his way back. His death had led to Mount Longhu's loss of the title talisman leader. Of course, it could not be said that the talisman Yuxian had taken advantage of the precarious situation to fill in the gaps in the great Tao. The old elementary scholar clasped his hands in front of the door, as if he were paying respects to the sage of Mount Longhu. There was a courtyard well known as the Demon Ceiling Well. Suspended above the well was an unpolished jade mirror. It was filled with all sorts of mischievous mountain spirits and water monsters who had been suppressed by the celestial master's residence and brought back to the mountain. The courtyard was surrounded by a white jade fence, upon which were carved 9 strange beasts, including a snow-white flood dragon. This was the essence of lightning refined by the previous celestial master's residence. There was also a great hall that was never opened. On the door was a talisman created by the celestial master's seal. It was rumored that countless evil spirits were suppressed inside. The celestial masters of each generation would be sealed twice in their lifetime, when they received the seal and when they received the seal. In the backyard of the celestial master's residence was a 1,000-year-old cassia tree, which was so tall that the old elementary scholar couldn't find a single pebble on the ground. This cassia tree was something that the celestial master had come across by chance when he was traveling the Aquarius continent with his sword in hand. Cassia wine brewed from cassia seeds was buried in the clouds and served to guests. It was the best wine on the mountain. As for the cross-continent trip, of course Zhao Tianxi had gone after the pink-robed man from the Valurium Pavilion. So what if he was the junior brother of White Emperor City's Zheng? Brother Tianxi would still kill him. The celestial master of Mount Longhu, leaving the mountain with his sword on his back, was a threat to White Emperor City from afar. Of course, Brother Huaixin didn't pay much attention to the friendship between fellow disciples. The old elementary scholar rarely admired the courage and insight of others, but this fellow, who had changed his name to Lu Qicheng, was quite good. He was the same kind of person as Lu Chen's chief disciple, the old boat master of Osmanthus Island. He had provoked the celestial master of Mount Longhu, endured the tortoise camel tablet of the talisman Yuxian, escaped from the Aquarius continent with great difficulty, and then provoked little Qi and little Ping, and as well as one of the leaders of the Tao, the water god Li Lu. What a good man, what a talent. The next time we meet, I'll call Zheng Juzhong brother first, and then Lu Qicheng brother Lu. That's fine. After all, White Emperor City had always had a good relationship with the sage of literature, but when the old elementary scholar thought about it, he couldn't help but feel sad. A good relationship with the Devil Tao, the Imperial Book Pavilion. It was the place where the sages of the Confucian temples of the Central Plains and the plaques and couplets given by the major sects were kept, as well as the imperial edicts and letters of the emperors of various countries. There were countless golden books, jade archives, and green manuscripts in the pavilion, which were rich in literary fate and abundant in imperial qi. In the words of the old elementary scholar, it was enough to make people turn their heads away after a single glance. It was too much to look at, too much to look at. The old elementary scholar suddenly looked a little embarrassed. A beautiful woman was in charge of guarding the forbidden area. She had a young face, but her seniority in the celestial master's residence was very high. She was in charge of the small world, and she was in the immortal realm. She was keenly aware of the aura of the old elementary scholar, so she immediately appeared at the door and bowed. Instead of denouncing the old elementary scholar for trespassing, she asked softly in her mind, "Sage of literature, may I ask if Mr. Zhua is all right?" The old elementary scholar stomped his feet and said, "My disciple is blind." How could he bear to hurt Miss Zhao's direct disciple with his sword? Is it so difficult to bring that potential sword fairy back to Dragon Tiger Mountain and discuss with Miss Zhao? Regardless of the consequences, the old elementary scholar first scolded his disciple, then he calmed down and comforted her in a low voice. "That idiot is fine. I'm sorry to have made Miss Zhao worry." The female Taoist breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That direct disciple of mine, as a noble of yellow and purple, used Taoist magic without reason. If he fell into my hands, the punishment would be heavier." Ooh. The old elementary scholar laughed and said, "I'll go by myself. I won't disturb Miss Zhao's peaceful cultivation." The female Taoist nodded slightly. The celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was her brother. In fact, most of the noble of yellow and purple in the celestial master's residence were not real cultivators. Therefore, the matter of seniority was a little special. It was divided into the ancestral hall and the Taoist archives. What was more strange was that the latter had to accommodate the former, rather than the former making way for the latter. Therefore, she and Zhao Tianxi were the same in terms of seniority, which was extremely rare in the celestial master's residence of Dragon Tiger Mountain. After the old elementary scholar left, he still felt a little bitter. If only he had been a little enlightened, his teacher would have benefited from Xiao Xiao and could barely be considered half of Zhao Tianxi's elder. Then, wouldn't his junior brother be half of the same generation as the celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain? If Luapa Mountain and Dragon Tiger Mountain became half in-laws, wouldn't Dragon Tiger Mountain be overjoyed? There was a flower garden. According to legend, it was a flower garden that was carefully cultivated by the flower master and the 12 divine masters when the previous celestial masters visited the blessed land of flowers. It was a gift to the celestial master's residence. There was a small thunder pool. It was located in a palm-sized inkstone pool with a third thunder pool inscribed at the bottom. This item seemed unremarkable, but it was actually said to be the third thunder pool. Its quality was second only to the sword-cleansing pool in Inverted Hanging Mountain, and a thunder pool that was rumored to have been lost somewhere in the North Continent. It had always been placed on the Celestial Master's desk. Every year, the Celestial Master's residence would hold a writing ceremony. If the Celestial Master was in seclusion or traveling, the Celestial Master's residence would hand it over to the Celestial Master's residence, who would dip the brush in ink and write a golden letter talisman. Other than the Celestial Master's own use, the rest would be given to the monarchs of the dynasty or immortals on the mountain. The 5 Thunder Spell Talisman was used by the monarchs as a gift to the Mountain Temple and the Water Temple to suppress the fate of the mountains and rivers. It was also given by the Ancestral Hall to the direct disciples as a protective offensive treasure. Its effects were extremely remarkable, so it wasn't surprising that it was regarded as a supreme treasure, not to mention the mountain array formation that involved many dragon veins and mountain peaks, just the 200 immortal molten coffins of unknown origin and use on the cliff was a great deterrent. The 3 clouds of different heights outside the star-plucking platform each had their own secrets. In a sense, each of them was a manifestation of the great Tao. The Rain Master, the Thunder Master, and the Lightning Lord were in charge of one of the clouds. This was an immortal residence at the peak of the mountain with a deep foundation that had been painstakingly built for thousands of years. In history, when Mount Longhu was at its peak, it had the 10 Taoist palaces and 81 Taoist temples. Other than that, there were also the 6 continents and 50 countries, including the 10 great dynasties of the Central Divine Continent. All of them spent huge amounts of wealth to build Taoist temples and Taoist temples here, spreading Taoist techniques, and sending the best cultivation seeds in the country to cultivate on the mountain. Therefore, at that time, Mount Longhu not only had the reputation of being the Taoist capital of the world, but it also nominally ruled over the 3 mountains' talisman and controlled all the Taoists in the world. The talisman and the cauldron were not separated. After all, they were all on Mount Longhu. The Taoist temple had a long history of 8,000 years. In terms of cliff carvings and inscriptions, Mount Longhu only lost to Mount Sui. In terms of wealth, Mount Longhu was indeed slightly better than his last disciple, Mount Longhu. The problem was that Mount Longhu hid so many good things that they did not really need. They could not borrow them or move them away. In the end, it was because they did not visit often enough and did not accumulate enough incense. Fortunately, they were not around. Otherwise, the teacher would have something to say, and the old scholar would have a reason to say. It was fine to be a student, but how could he be a senior? The great celestial master of Mount Longhu asked, "Have you seen enough?" The old scholar laughed out loud and stepped onto the stairs of the Jiaxing stage. When he saw the beautiful picture of the 10 snow-white fox tails on the ground, he exclaimed loudly, "Miss Lianjin is becoming more and more beautiful. How can the 10 sceneries of Mount Longhu be enough? This snow-white beauty of Jiaxing Pavilion should be the 11th sceneries of Mount Longhu. No, no. The ranking is too low." Lian Zhen hurriedly operated her supernatural powers and kept the 10 fox tails. She came to the bottom of the stairs and bowed. Like the female celestial who was in charge of the Imperial Book Pavilion, she respectfully addressed the old scholar as Master Wensheng. The old scholar smiled and waved his hand. "You are not an outsider. Why are you being so polite, Miss Lianjin? You are making me anxious. Zhao Tianlai came to the first step and walked side by side with the old scholar. They slowly climbed up together. The little Taoist boy sat cross-legged on the edge of the Zhaixing platform and looked at the sea of clouds, pretending that the old scholar was not there. The old scholar asked softly, "Why did you reject the proposal of Fire Dragon Jinren? Why didn't you let the little Taoist become the great celestial master with a different surname? Mount Longhu is at a disadvantage, but the residence of the celestial master is at a disadvantage. With Fire Dragon Jinren's temper, even if he resigned from his position, he would definitely protect Mount Longhu even more than before." Zhao Tianlai asked back, "If I were to die here, or fall to the level of an immortal, a young great celestial master with a different surname, whose realm is not high enough, will have to stir up a lot of grudges on the mountain early. It's not a good thing for the master and disciple." Instead of being caught in the big picture, it would be better to let the young man walk on his own path. In this way, Fire Dragon Jinren would not have to feel guilty towards Mount Longhu. Just take it as a happy ending. In the world of Taoism, the peaks compete with each other, each with their own strengths. Zhao Tianlai had the same view towards the talisman Yuxian and Fire Dragon Jinren. Many of the nobles in the residence of the Celestial Master still could not accept the title of talisman. It was reasonable, however, if Zhao Tianlai, as a Celestial Master, wanted to stick to it. The orthodoxy of Mount Longhu was the real danger. It was not that they did not compete at all, but they competed for the greater Tao. Otherwise, if there were other high peaks on the ground, Mount Longhu would chop off the peak of the mountain with a sword, smash the tree with a seal, or use Yu Xian's talisman to suppress the peak of the mountain, while Fire Dragon Jinren could move the mountain with a wave of his sleeve. In this way, the many orthodoxies in the world might as well acknowledge the three orthodoxies of Baek Okekyung building as their ancestors. The old scholar nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. A hero does not talk about the pros and cons. He only knows what is right and wrong in his heart. The Tao is the Tao. We can't just talk about it while secretly sabotaging it. The old scholar's words were not important. Zhao Tianlai asked directly, "You're here for Bai Yi?" The old scholar didn't try to hide anything. If he tried to scheme against the grand celestial master of Mount Longhu, it would only backfire on him. Therefore, he went straight to the point. "I'm sure you can tell what I did at Sui Mountain. That disciple of mine is being held back by Xiao Chua too much. Lu Ji, who left the South Saw continent, can't defeat Lu Cha in the end. Therefore, in the end, only Bai Yi and Yu Xian will face the 7 sovereigns of the wildlands. Once Lu Cha uses his full strength, the mountains and rivers of the continent will change." Behind the two, Lian Zhen wanted to say something but stopped. The old scholar smiled bitterly. "I'm not saying that the celestial master has to risk his life. There's no such logic in this world. His mouth is crooked, his heart is crooked, and his righteousness is not true. I just hope that the celestial master will do his best. That's enough, very enough. For example, even if you can't save Bai Yi, you can at least save Yu Xian. With this, Mount Longhu will become the world's talisman. Especially within your Taoist talisman sect, there won't be so much quarreling over who the word talisman belongs. Quarreling will really kill people. Over the years, how many big and small messy debts have been caused by the people on the mountain and the people below it? Of course, I'm just giving you an example. How can the celestial master not make things difficult for you?" Zhao Tianlai did not hide anything, saying, "I plan to go to Tongya continent. I won't change my mind." The old scholar nodded. "Excellent. You're worthy of that banner. I believe that Mount Longhu's Taoist veins will really do as the inscriptions of Mount Longhu say. The longer the Taoist is my mountain, the more prosperous it will be. Zhao Tianlai laughed. The old scholar is really busy. The old scholar bent over and sat next to the little Taoist boy, saying, busy, busy, but not so mediocre as to accomplish nothing. Even if you only accomplish one thing, it's already not bad. Zhao Tianlai sat cross-legged to the side. The little Taoist boy had already stood up, unwilling to sit with the old scholar. The old scholar asked, "Do you want to drink wine?" Zhao Tianlai said, "You're treating me?" The old scholar did not speak. Zhao Tianlai held the green bamboo flute in his hand and said, "You can drink a jar of osmanthus wine. Take it as my treat. I'll have to trouble you to put the rest back in their original places." The old scholar was waiting for these words. He raised his hand, and a jar of wine immediately slid out from his sleeve. Of course, he was not greedy for the spiritual energy of the mountains, rivers, and vegetation, but he really craved the taste of the wine. The old scholar drank a mouthful of wine. Actually, when Baye's sword fell on a continent, I already knew what would happen to him. Now, all I want is to make the worst situation a little better. For example, if Yu Xian could survive, it would be best if that talisman, Yu Xian, could survive. Or if Bai Yi could survive. Even if the vast world would have one less sword immortal to be proud of. Even if Bai Yi was no longer in the vast world, as long as Bai Yi was still there, the old scholar himself would not have to drink another jar of heartbreaking wine. No matter where Bai Yi was, it would always be Bai Yi. It was still the same Bai Yi, who seemed to be teaching all the plum blossoms in the world. Zhao Tianlai played the bamboo flute. It was indeed a sound of nature. Yellow cranes circled the peaks of the mountains. Blue phoenixes soared above the sea of clouds. They were like green and yellow beads, rolling and adorning the white bead curtain. The old scholar sang poems and replied while drinking wine, chiseling through the land of eternal romance, cultivating the golden glow of the everlasting body. Yellow clothes in the purple mansion were recorded in the heavens. Green peaches bloomed in the spring of the world. The three peaks and the rain made the dragon fly, riding the wind to meet the five thunder lord. A stream of colored glaze and 10,000 piles of smoke. Immortals who ascend the mountain become immortals. The little Taoist boy shook his head and said, "Doggerel is not as good as heavenly flute music." He added, "It's far inferior." As expected of the sages of the Confucian temple, when it comes to poetry, lyrics, music, and kung fu, they lose to the literary heroes of the world. Lien Zhen leisurely performed a salute and then sat beside the great heavenly master, when Zhao Tianlai kept the bamboo flute. The old scholar had also finished a jar of osmanthus wine from the great heavenly master's residence. The old scholar could not bear to throw the wine jar into the sea of clouds. He kept it in his sleeve and said, "I don't want to be a god. I want to be the only god." The difference of one word makes a world of difference. That Wen Hai is very meticulous. He wants to use the simplest method of dividing the strong and the weak to end everything, isolating all living beings in the world. Therefore, your trip to the Tongyi continent this time will most likely be no less dangerous than Bai Ye's overseeing the Fu Yao continent. You must be careful of that Jia Sheng. Zhao Tianlai smiled and nodded. He had a young face and a simple Dao aura. The mountain breeze caressed his face. He was extraordinarily handsome. Lien Zhen asked curiously, "Old Master Wen Sheng, can I ask about the ascension platform?" Old Xiu smiled and said, "Why can't you ask about it? The ancient heavenly court is located in a distant galaxy. The so-called immortals can ride the wind, but they might not be able to reach it in their lifetime. In the past, when the gods came to the human world, Except for a few who had supernatural powers and could ignore the river of time, most of them had to go to the ascension platform. Therefore, the ascension platform was not only used to guide the Earth immortals to ascend. Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was in charge of one of them because there were actually two. As for the other one, it was the moon-bearing mountain in the wilderness. However, it was no longer worthy of its name. Back then, Chun Qingdu, the dragon monarch, and Guan Zhao did not challenge the moon-bearing mountain because of personal feelings. However, the old scholar did not say much about the rest of the inside story. Zhao Tianlai did not tell Lianjun that a jar of osmanthus wine could not buy a few pages of the ancient almanac. Besides, as one of the four ancient sword spirits, fellow Taoist Wu Lei probably knew the truth even better than the Grand Heaven Master. Old Xiu stood up and smiled. Although I did not get what I wanted, it is all thanks to Miss Lian Zhen's good fortune. Last time I drank a pot of good tea, and today I drank a pot of good wine here. I am a guest. As an old scholar, I am embarrassed, but I always pay attention to etiquette. Last time I gave a couplet, and today I will give a seal to a young man from Mount Longhu who has been on the Tao path for many years. I hope that either Grand Heavenly Master or Miss Lianjun can pass it to him in the future. Zhao Tianlai stood up. In the end, we should keep the goodies within the family. Zhao Yao, who left Lizhu Grotto Heaven on an ox cart, was one of Qi Jingchun's direct disciples. After that, he traveled the central divine continent and cultivated in a Taoist palace in Mount Longhu for a period of time. He was not considered an unofficial disciple, and his identity was still that of a Confucian scholar. In the end, Zhao Yao went to the fifth world. It seemed like there was someone he missed so much in that ascension city. Because of some clues, according to the Taoist palace spiritual master's deduction, Zhao Yao had a close relationship with Bai. Zhao Tianlai held the flute with both hands and smiled without saying a word. Lianjun knew that her master did not want to be involved in too many affairs of the mortal world, so she had to take over the white jade seal from the sage of literature. In fact, she and the young man, Zhao Yao, were not strangers. The old scholar laughed and said, "It's not something that can't be seen. Miss Lianjun, just look at the contents of the seal. Anyway, you're not in a hurry to hand it over to Zhao Yao. You'll need to keep it for about 90 years. Lianjun did not stand on ceremony. She pinched the seal with 2 fingers and lifted it to take a look. For word seal, the lamp of heart never sleeps. Zhao Tianlai took a look and smiled, knowingly. The spirit of Chouha, the people of Yunshui, the lamp of heart never sleeps. The Tao tree is everlasting. The old scholar laughed and said, "Brother Tianlai, I've almost finished reading all the books of the mortal world for you." Zhao Tianlai actually had something good to say, which was praising the carving knife for its good handwriting. There was a hint of Buddha Chi in the smoke and fire. But after the old scholar said that, he let it go. The old scholar asked tentatively, "Could it be that you're trying to flatter him? I can change it. I can even take back my words." After Lianjun put away the seal, she could not help but laugh. A scholar like the sage of literature was rare in the world. Zhao Tianlai asked, "Where are you going to work next?" The old scholar did not give up and continued to ask, "Later, I'll ask my last disciple to help you carve a seal. Just write accidentally. Finished reading all the books of the mortal world. How about that? Do you like it? If you think it's too many words, leave too little space. No problem. You can just carve 4 words. Read all the books of the mortal world." Zhao Tianlai still did not answer. The old elementary scholar's ability to find a way out of this embarrassing situation was also top-notch. He was already stroking his beard and smiling. Of the 2 disciples, one was found by Xiao Qi, and the other was found by me for my last disciple. Thus they are of the same seniority. The two children have just met, so of course I have to go and take a look." The old scholar secretly gave the great heavenly master a look. The great heavenly master had no choice but to use his supernatural powers to help the old scholar to go somewhere far away. The little Taoist boy asked, "Old scholar, why do you have to do this?" Zhao Tianlai smiled. "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Teachers will also be worried if their disciples are too outstanding. However, this kind of mental exhaustion is special. Ordinary people can't get it even if they want it." The little Taoist boy suddenly frowned. That old scholar did not return the wine. Zhao Tianlai smiled. "That's why I was careless." The old scholar landed very far away and crashed straight into a river. After the old scholar swam ashore, he sighed for some reason and flew away again. He found Little Treasure Bottle and Pei Qian, who were meeting at a dynasty's academy. The old scholar did not show up immediately. He just looked at the little girl who had grown up unknowingly and was now slim and elegant. He was their youngest uncle and master. He had carefully trekked through mountains and rivers and saved many people. Many. He had never taken the initiative to harm anyone. Not even one. There were thousands of mountains and rivers. The elegant young man was innocent. Some of the good things that the old scholar really cared about were not told to outsiders. He was afraid that others would know, but sometimes he was afraid that others would not know. The old scholar suddenly turned around and looked at the southwest direction of the vast world. The fifth world. Ascension City had just opened up a mountain that was extremely far away from Ascension City. However, it was still a city in its embryonic form. There were many sword cultivators in Ascension City. However, even after absorbing a considerable number of Fuyao continent's Qi cultivators who were attached to Ascension City, they still did not have enough manpower outside of fighting. During this process, Deng Liang, who was a consecrator from the White Snow continent, had indeed contributed greatly. He had shouldered a large portion of the responsibility of roping in the cultivators of the Fuyao continent. His treatment of people was far better than that of the criminal officials and the hidden officials. Not only that, Deng Liang also helped to improve part of the structure of Ascension City's Quan residence. As for the Quan residence headed by Marquis Gao Yi, everyone in the city knew about their current situation. They were simply greedy to the point of insanity. The cultivators of Quan residence had arrived. The sky is 3 feet high, and the earth is 10 feet thin. Not even a blade of grass grows. Quit while you're ahead. Deng Liang was also a sword cultivator from the hidden officers. Naturally, he had received some of the skills of the previous hidden officers. Therefore, Deng Liang was a proper guest of honor at the side of Quan Residence's cultivators who were clamoring and wantonly plundering the mountains and rivers, due to the fact that this mountain, which had invisibly circled a vast territory, was almost located in the middle of the Ascension City and the southern part of the world. Therefore, there were several disputes with the cultivators of the Tong Yi continent who were constantly pushing north and crazily occupying the mountain. This enclave that Ascension City carefully selected was truly worthy of being called a treasured land. Other than a 10,000-mile-long river, it could also create the power of the 5 mountains. The mountains and rivers were interdependent. If placed in Tong Yi continent, it could be the place where a dynasty rose. The other 3 enclaves that were used to help Ascension City expand their territory were actually not as tyrannical as the one in the south. They were relatively closer to Ascension City that was located at the center of the world. After using a certain female great sword immortal who temporarily led the hidden officers for a sword debate, she left behind a sentence, "The one who is bullying is your Tong Yi continent." Qi Shou and Marquis Gao Yi, as the 2 leaders of the Quan residence, were also helpless. Moreover, The Great Wall of Sword Chi had an extremely bad impression of Tong Yi continent. In the end, they acted according to the established rules of the Second Ancestral Hall meeting. At the highest point of the mountain, a stele was erected, and a single Chi word was engraved. In addition, there was a stele in the east with sword, in the west with Chang, and in the north with city. The biggest surprise was at the boundary of the sword word stele. A young Taoist named Shan Qing not only cut the stele with his sword, but also banished all the sword cultivators of Ascension City. In the ruins of the sword word, Ning Yao rushed to the peak of the mountain on her sword. Then she rode her sword straight up and found Shan Qing. When she arrived at the boundary of the blue netherworld realm, Ning Yao asked for a sword without a second word. In the end, she cut down the mountain word stele that was once an inverted mountain. Not only that, Ning Yao picked up the mountain word stele with her sword and moved it back to the peak of the sword word stele. Before she moved the word stele and left, she left behind another sentence with the pale-faced Shan Qing, the last disciple of the Tao ancestor who destroyed the sword word, tacitly agreed to this matter. Then he had no choice but to go into seclusion to recuperate. After this battle, there was no doubt that Ning Yao was the #1 person in the New World. On her way back to the sword word stele, Ning Yao received a message from Ascension City. In the southern boundary of the Qi word stele, she had a dispute with a large group of cultivators from the Tong Yi continent due to the solemn atmosphere of the Ancestral Hall meeting. The hidden official's bloodline had mentioned how to deal with the outside world. It was inevitable that many sword cultivators were restrained and didn't dare to use their full strength to kill their opponents. Therefore, Ning Yao could only fly her sword south and attack the outside world again. From then on, the entire Ascension City, including the sword cultivators who built the city in the south, understood that they didn't need to be too polite to the cultivators from the Tong Yi continent. As long as they were in the right, they could anger these immortal masters of the Tong Yi continent to death. Deng Liang was more far-sighted than Qi Shou and Gao Yeho. He took the initiative to drink with the two of them in private. The general idea was that if Ning Yao attacked, not only would it relieve their anger, it would also be more worth it, because in this way, it would incur the hatred of all the cultivators from the Tong Yi continent. However, it would also unknowingly pull the relationship between Ascension City and the cultivators from the Fu Yao continent closer. It would make the latter feel more comfortable and gain points. They would have an additional natural closeness to Ascension City. This was the heart of the vast world. It could be used well. As for the immortal masters of the Tong Yi continent, don't look at how each one of them was filled with righteous indignation. In the future, as long as there was an opening for the identity of Ascension City's outer sect immortal masters, the other party would only be more willing to throw money at them. After Ning Yao returned to Ascension City, she was in a bad mood. Today, in the twilight, Ning Yao made a rare trip to the wine shop. In the past, she was the gatekeeper of Liju Grotto Heaven Town. Now, she was the substitute shopkeeper of the wine shop. She was doing very well. There were a lot of drunkards and gamblers in the shop every day. Ning Yao held a wine bowl and looked at the signboard on the wall in the wine shop. Zheng Dafeng only smiled and greeted Ning Yao. Then he continued to lower his voice. With a wine bowl in his hand, he squatted by the side of the street and chatted with the group of customers. In detail, he talked about how he had a good dream that night and how the 24 hibiscus fairies in his dream were all outstanding beauties. In the end, he sighed with emotion. Which of us old men doesn't have a woman locked up in our hearts? What bachelor? In fact, there are no bachelors in the world, especially after drinking the wine of my shop. You're not just a bachelor anymore. In fact, when Ning Yao appeared just now, the atmosphere in the wine shop suddenly changed. Only when Ning Yao entered the shop did she return to her normal self. There was no other way. Ning Yao's swordsmanship was getting better and better, and her prestige was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, Ascension City naturally treated her as the second boss of the Sword Immortal. Above the criminal officer, hidden officer, and Quan Fu, Ning Yao was still the only one. It was a matter of course. Fortunately, Ning Yao went to the shop. Otherwise, the wine would be too reserved. Some of the youths didn't quite understand the meaning behind Zheng Dafeng's words. They just laughed foolishly and asked shopkeeper Zheng for an explanation. Why did he lock up a woman? Was this the unique ability of the vast world? Could he learn it? Zheng Dafeng raised his wine bowl. Immediately, someone hurriedly filled it up. Zheng Dafeng drank a big bowl and then looked at a nearby table. It was the seat of a female sword cultivator from a wealthy family on Old Jade Hat Street. Nowadays, she often brought a few female sword cultivators here to drink and was very generous. When Zheng Dafeng glanced at the bench, the drunkard at the side followed his gaze and then nodded at the same time. No wonder the benches in the wine shop seemed to be getting narrower. Shopkeeper Zheng was indeed a learned person. When the woman turned her head, Zheng Dafeng immediately retracted his gaze and wiped his mouth gently. He turned to the youth and said, "Brother, your idea is despicable. Despicable. What kind of spell is this? The woman in the man's heart would be a pair of immortal couples who made vows of eternal love. And whether the woman was a fairy on the mountain or a woman at the foot of the mountain, she would always look like she was in her teens or 20s. Was it beautiful? Of course, it was beautiful. Everyone suddenly understood. It really did make some sense. Zheng Dafeng scratched his head with one hand and filled the wine bowl with the other. Then he said, "Brothers, get up and leave." Zheng Dafeng drank his wine with a smile on his face. Only occasionally, when he lowered his head to drink, there was a subtle, unspeakable look in his eyes. Without the wine, he could see the person from afar. After drinking, Ning Yao took the initiative to find the second in command of the penal officer, the tailor, Twisting Core. Perhaps it was taboo for any sword cultivator of the hidden officials to meet this person. Ning Yao was an exception. Twisting Core's residence was in a secluded alley. It was very simple. In the night, Ning Yao entered the house and sat down. She went straight to the point and said, "Senior Twisting Core, did he leave a letter here?" Twisting Core, who was wearing a loose robe, nodded. "He did leave a letter, but according to my agreement with Chun Pingon, I can't hand it to you for the time being. In fact, it's best that Miss Ning doesn't open this secret letter for the rest of your life." As she spoke, Twisting Core twirled a wick on the table. Ning Yao nodded. She only glanced at the strange lamp and didn't ask Twisting Core for the secret letter. Unexpectedly, Twisting Core took out the secret letter from her sleeve and said with a smile, "But I think it's better to open it early. Maybe it'll be a good omen." Ning Yao hesitated. Twisting Core put the secret letter on the table and said to herself, "I've kept my promise. I'll treasure this letter well." In fact, Chun Pingon had given 3 letters. Other than the one to Twisting Core, there was also one to the Taihui sword sect's Pianran Peak's direct disciple, the sword cultivator Hoary Head. At that time, he had told the youth in private to only give this letter to his master when he was sad and would drink alone. In that letter, Chun Pingon only asked Lu Jinglong to help reason with the wedding dress ghost. Chun Pingon felt that Lu Jinglong would do a better job than him. The other letter was given to Wei Wenlong at Spring Banerjai. Actually, there were 2 letters in one envelope. They were both family letters. One was given to Julien and the other to Lu Xianyang. The letter from Luopa Mountain contained many details. One of them was for Chao Qinglang to be the next mountain lord, and for him to take good care of Pei Qian. The secret letter in Ning Yao's hand was the first letter the young hidden official had written, but also the last one he had written. Ning Yao opened the envelope and saw the first sentence. Ning Yao immediately turned around. Twisting Core sighed faintly. She didn't know what nonsense the young hidden official had written in the letter to make a girl like Ning Yao avoid it. Twisting Core silently got up and took the lamp with her, leaving Ning Yao alone in the room. Ning Yao still turned around and read the first sentence of the secret letter again. Ning Yao, don't worry. I've been thinking about you, even in the last moment of my life. After that, Ning Yao would read some of the contents less often and some of the words more often. I'm sorry. It's clear that the situation is like this, but I have to act willfully. My life is like when I was young. I went up the mountain to pick herbs by the stream. It's just that I crossed the stream back then and was fortunate enough to meet you. I didn't do it this time and made you sad. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gone to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to look for you. But how could I not look for you? If I had 10,000 more chances, I would have looked for you 10,000 more times. There's no other way. Chun Pingon can't always be an orphan in Mud Bottle Alley. He can't always be an apprentice in the kiln who learns everything. He can't always be the mountain lord of Luo Mountain in Dali's Longquan Commandery. Naturally, he can't always be a hidden official in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The only one who can do it is Chun Pingon, who likes Ning Yao. Actually, after I grew up, I didn't feel uncomfortable or suffer in these years, whether it's traveling or resting. It's inevitable that I'll be disappointed. I just hope for more. It's just that some words of truth always make you angry and embarrassed, so I can only say them one by one. You once asked me, is it that great to like someone? I've always wanted to tell you that Chun Pingon likes Ning Yao, and Ning Yao likes Chun Pingon. Of course, it's the greatest thing in the world. For thousands of years, only the two of us like each other. Meeting Ning Yao was the happiest thing that happened to Chun Pingon after he turned 4. Hello, Miss Ning. My father's surname is Chun Pingon. My mother's surname is Chun, so my name is Chun Pingon. Ning Yao, you must be safe and sound. Ning Yao kept the letter and closed her eyes in silence for a long time. Finally, she got up and walked to the door. She reached out her hand again and touched her forehead. Twisting Heart walked out of the room and asked telepathically, "Is this the reason why you can't break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm?" Ning Yao nodded. This immortal sword that had been nurtured for many years, naive, actually wanted Ning Yao to become a sword attendant. She, who was supposed to be the sword spirit, would become the sword master. Therefore, after ascending to the immortal realm, Ning Yao had almost imprisoned him twice in her heart. All these years, Naive was like a naughty girl, always running away. Even Ning Yao found it hard to find her. As for the previous strange feeling, it was because the immortal sword, Tai Bai, which was also a sword spirit, had a mysterious connection with Naive. She believed that the other two immortal swords, Wan Fa of Longhu Mountain and Taoist scripture of Beko Keikyung Building, were similar to Naive. Twisting Heart said, "Take it slow." Ning Yao was silent. Twisting Heart looked at Ning Yao and suddenly laughed. "You don't seem as sad as I thought." Ning Yao said, "Because I believe in him." The old scholar still only appeared in front of his family. He laughed and said, "The little girl has become a big girl." Pei Qian subconsciously clasped her fists. Then she felt that something was wrong. Seeing Sister Baoping clasp her fists, she immediately followed suit and bowed to Master Wensheng. Pei Qian had returned to the Central Divine Continent with Yu Juanfu not long ago. After hearing about this academy near the Yu family, she carried a bamboo box and traveled all the way here with her walking stick. As for the little mute, man, he refused to move no matter what and stayed with Yu Juanfu's family as a mute. Pei Qian could only remind him not to forget to practice martial arts. The child still did not speak, neither agreeing nor rejecting. This academy was not among the 72 academies of Confucianism. If it was, Pei Qian would not have come. But Pei Qian did not expect to meet Sister Baoping. The old scholar waved at them and asked, "What's wrong? Quarreling with someone again?" Li Baoping nodded. The headmaster of the academy was one of the people who commented on what a mellow Confucian was. Not only that, but he also wrote many impassioned articles criticizing current affairs. He scolded the sages of his own family for this headmaster of the academy who came from the line of the quasi-sage and won him countless praises. However, it was said that some returning cultivators and scholars from the Fuyao continent and the South Saw continent wanted to argue with the headmaster, but they were all rejected. After a while, the headmaster wrote another article about how the world was deteriorating day by day, and how worrying it was. Li Baoping argued with one of the headmaster's direct disciples. Li Baoping first agreed with the headmaster's good points. She said that the world and the Confucian temple of the central divine continent definitely allowed people to speak their minds. However, when Li Baoping mentioned the first thing that needed to be discussed, such as the headmaster's sincere words, did the so-called truth have to be the truth? When scholars read about the headmaster of the academy, shouldn't they reflect on themselves and be a little more patient and listen to the young people who disagreed with them to see if they were right? Unexpectedly, the other party immediately left with a face full of sarcasm. Li Baoping sighed at that time. It was the same thing again. At that time, Pei Qian stood beside Li Baoping expressionlessly and cursed at the back of the figure, F***CKU. The headmaster's direct disciple was deaf and sharp. He immediately turned around and asked Pei Qian what he was saying and asked him to say it again if he dared. Therefore, Pei Qian said, F***CKU. Probably because he did not want to be humiliated, the scholar laughed and turned to Li Baoping, saying, "Look, these are the attitudes of people who disagreed with you. Is it worth my headmaster's attention?" The old scholar listened to Li Baoping's concise and detailed explanation and nodded with a smile. Baoping is reasonable, and Pei Qian is scolding well. Both are good, both are good. In the line of the sage of literature, except for the last disciple, the direct disciples were all scolded. However, the old scholar could not stop praising the direct disciples. Pei Qian blushed slightly and scratched his head out of habit. He was originally worried that the sage of literature would scold him. It did not matter how much he was scolded, but it would not be good if he implicated his master. The old scholar asked them to wait for a while and went to find the headmaster of the academy who was scolding the sage and worrying about the country and the people. However, the headmaster did not recognize the old scholar at first, after arguing for a while. The direct disciple of the headmaster muttered, "Who do you think you are?" The old scholar immediately scolded back, "I'm the fourth." The mountain elder paused for a moment before realizing what was going on. He became even more scholarly and righteous as he questioned the old elementary scholar, who was no longer the sage of literature. Was he going to use his status as a sage to shut him up? The old scholar did not bother to say anything more. He found Li Baoping and Pei Qian again and went to the Yu family together. That old man, Yu was indeed a bad chess player. The old scholar suddenly raised his head. Strong. One sword was the first to leave the residence of the sage of Longhu Mountain and go straight to Fuyao continent. Then there was another sword that broke through the border of the vast heavens and the green underworld. There was a third sword that also broke through the fifth heavens and went to Fuyao continent. It broke through 3 layers of Fuyao continent's restrictions, together with Baiye's sword. The 4 swords gathered in the vast heavens for the first time. Baiyi, Tai Bai, Bek Okekyung, building's second master, Taoist scripture. Longhu, mountain's grand, heavenly master, 10,000 arts. Great wall of sword Qi, the 4th sword, naivety. Beside a person, the swords gathered. (728). Updated a little late. There is a big chapter on the 28th. One Jaime of the Wasteland left the northernmost ferry port of the Tong-Yi continent and used his supernatural powers to find Kuyu and Fei Ran. One of them was casually strolling around the mountains. After suffering 2 losses in a foreign land and in her hometown, the round-faced girl in cotton clothes became more cautious. She began to diligently gather and refine the moonlight everywhere. The other one was admiring the moon at the peak of Xiaoping Peak outside the Great Spring Mirage City. Zhou Mi casually brought one of the 10 young people to his side and accompanied him to admire a materialized building and a parasol tree that was hiding behind it. Embroidered Tiger Chui Liao was an expert in not competing with other people's strongest points. He liked to make up for his weaknesses first and then unleash his own strengths to the extreme. This caused the fight for the Aquarius continent. No matter how Zhou Mi schemed or used his methods, there was not much meaning, and he could only use offense against offense. Both Firen and Jiayu bowed to Mr. Zhou. Zhou Mi smiled and nodded. He then looked at Firen and smiled. "You are finally willing to use the name of senior brother Chia Yun." Firen said, "I am sorry for making a fool of myself." Firen is willing to take the initiative to apologize to Wuzi's military camp and exchange benefits according to the size of the military merit. If Firen does not have enough, I will borrow from senior brother. The capital of Daquan was temporarily safe. It wasn't because the mountain and river battle array of Mirage City was difficult to shake, nor was it because the border army of Daquan had gathered and shrunk into a city that was difficult to attack. Rather, it was because after Firen had left Peach Leaf Ferry earlier, he had a whimsical idea at Xiaoping Peak. He had sent a flying sword message to the old Wuzi tent, requesting that Mirage City of Daquan be his newest territory in Tong-Yi continent. Furthermore, Firen was occupying the city by himself. It wasn't even the Goyu tent, where Firen was located, that wanted this place. This created a great conflict with the Wuzi military tent stationed in the old capital of southern Qi. The title of one of the 10 youths was not enough to make the entire military tent fear him. In the end, the two sides did not fight because Firen had used one sentence to convince the other side. "Chia Yun is my senior brother." Firen did not need to say anything about using Chia Yun's military merit to exchange for Mirage City. The cultivators of the upper 5 realms in Wuzi's military camp closed their mouths and left silently. They did not leave behind a single harsh word. Swordsman Jia Shenying Tan was the direct disciple of the king stage great demon Yangji. Yu Si was even addressed as young master by the great demon Fei Fei. In addition, Fei Ran and Xie Yun were martial brothers. These were all top secrets of the Jiazi tent. In the wilderness, reasoning was the easiest. However, since Mr. Zhou was making fun of her, Firen was willing to use another method to reason with him. In the wildlands, the reason was simple was because the rules were too simple. There were big and small reasons, and right and wrong could all be covered. Zhou Mi waved his hand and said something that Firen didn't understand. "It's nothing. I'll settle the score for you personally later. Not to mention Mirage City. Even the entire Great Spring Dynasty is something that Firen deserves." The demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms of the Tong-Yi continent had already sensed the changes in the weather of the continent. Fortunately, he didn't feel too much fear and was slightly comforted. In the middle of the Tong-Yi continent, a majestic building appeared. It should have appeared a long time ago, but it didn't. It was one of the 9 majestic buildings built by the Confucian Temple, the demon-subduing tower. It suppressed the entire Tong-Yi continent. This demon-subduing tower drew a circular boundary that encompassed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Zhou, Mi, Kuyu, and Firen happened to be standing outside the boundary. Zhou Mi stretched out his fingers and gently pressed them against the screen of the heaven and earth forbidden formation. Ripples appeared, and the scenery within thousands of miles began to shake. As demon cultivators, Firen and Kuyu instantly felt a kind of suffocating pressure from the great Tao. Firen used her sword Qi to eliminate the natural suppression, while Kuyu condensed moonlight around his body. Only Mr. Zhou didn't feel anything. However, it wasn't because Jia Sheng wasn't a demon. On the contrary, for some reason, even though Zhou Mi hadn't set foot in the demon-subduing tower's territory, the ripples of light and the scenery of heaven and earth seemed to have condensed into substance and continuously condensed at Zhou Mi's finger. It was obvious that Firen and Kuyu both took a few steps back. This was because the demon-subduing tower's formation had been suppressed by Zhou Mi. Otherwise, Firen and Kuyu would have had no choice but to quickly retreat. Zhou Mi retracted his 2 fingers, and the formation gradually dissipated. He looked up and said to Jia Yu, "The Lotus Nunnery's abbess had to die, but she died a little early. Do you know that you're the bright moon's predecessor? That's why the moon's supporting mountain has always looked at you with a whole new level of respect. The great ancestor's direct disciple, Xian Zhuang, who stayed behind to guard the moon's supporting mountain, often went to visit you in the bright moon. However, she always looked at the Lotus Nunnery's abbess coldly. That's because Xian Zhuang's true body used to be the Moon Palace's goddess who watered and chopped osmanthus. That's why Xian Zhuang looked down on the Lotus Nunnery's abbess." Jia Yu said, "I've guessed and thought about it, but I'm not sure." Zhou Mi suddenly laughed and said, "If you advise a gentleman to raise his heaven-lifting hand, how many bystanders will look at you coldly?" His heart was full of schemes, but his chest was blocked by 10,000 pieces of ice. He cooled his warm heart and burned the sage's book in his heart. Jia Yu pretended he didn't hear anything. Fei Ran asked, "Can Mr. Zhou destroy this Xiongjian tower?" Zhou Mi said, "I can, but the gains don't make up for the losses. That's why there's no need for it at the moment. However, compared to the Xiongjian Tower in the South Pasua continent that can only be used as a decorative shelf, it's indeed an eyesore and a hindrance." Fei Ran truly admired this Mr. Zhou from the bottom of her heart. In the early years, Fei Ran had studied under Zhou Mi for many years. However, the 2 of them weren't master and disciple in name. Before they parted, Zhou Mi had jokingly said to Fei Ran that he would only read half of the sage's book. If he read too much, he wouldn't be able to pretend to be a sage. If he read too much, he would be a true sage. Half of the book was just right, and he would gain both fame and fortune. Zhou Mi looked at the sky, as if waiting for something. Fei Ran's sword heart suddenly trembled, and she subconsciously wanted to distance herself from Zhou Mi. However, in the next moment, Fei Ran felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. However, Jia Yu had disappeared without a trace. Zhou Mi lightly shook his sleeves. On one of his sleeves, the snow-white moonlight shone brightly. Zhou Mi looked at the bright moon in the vast heaven and smiled, just in case. The true trump card of Fuyao Continent's 3 mountains and rivers restrictions, other than trapping by Yi, was Zhou Mi's heaven-reaching method to forcefully imprison that continent's river of time, turning it into an almost still lake. Zhou Mi suddenly said to Fei Ran telepathically, "Your senior apprentice brother wants me to pass a message to you. He has already done well enough to accept a disciple on behalf of his master. From now on, it's up to you." Fei Ran's expression was indifferent as she stared at this wasteland world's when highs. However, Zhou Mi's figure instantly disappeared. A sword gleam split open the sky, heading from Qing Ming Tian to the vast heaven. In the world, immortals could control the wind, and it was extremely difficult for them to be faster than flying swords. This was common sense, and as one of the four immortal swords, the Taoist scripture was naturally faster. At the highest point of the Baek Okekyung building, Lu Chen returned and sat on the railing. He looked at his second senior apprentice brother, who didn't listen to his advice, with a faint smile. The second senior apprentice brother frowned unhappily and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Chen raised his hands and touched the slightly tilted lotus crown on his head that symbolized his status as the chief. "Aren't you afraid of ending up like the Tai-Bai sword? True invincibility is true invincibility. Senior apprentice brother, are you going to throw away your reputation that has not fallen for 8,000 years? No matter how much Bai Yi cherishes old friendships, Bai Yi still needs to survive to be able to return this huge favor." "I don't think so. Senior apprentice brother's transaction has made me confused. May I ask the reason why senior apprentice brother gave me the sword? Once he lost that handy Taoist scripture of the immortal sword, the title of senior apprentice brother invincible might fall to someone else." The second senior apprentice brother asked, "Junior apprentice brother, do you need a reason to break the rules by transforming into the sky demon and infiltrating Jiang Yunxing's Taoist seed?" Lu Chen said helplessly, "Of course I do. I just know that senior apprentice brother is too lazy to listen. Junior apprentice brother is too considerate to tell you." The second senior apprentice brother said, "Then there's indeed no reason for me to throw away the sword to the vast heaven. Scheming and scheming, doing something is near doing nothing. It's not tiring at all. I've wanted to say this to you for a long time. It's just that you've always been one who doesn't listen to other people's opinions. As your senior apprentice brother, I've always been too lazy to say anything to you." Lu Chen turned his head to look at the ethereal 5 cities and 12 buildings and lamented, "Senior apprentice brother doesn't need a reason to do things. This is probably the reason why I still acknowledge you as my junior apprentice brother, even though our daos are different." The relationship between the 3 leaders of the Baek Okekyung building in the past was actually very subtle. From the fact that the 3 of them each took charge of the Baek Okekyung building for 100 years, it was enough to tell that they had 3 different daos, especially Lu Chen and his senior apprentice brother. The second senior apprentice brother made all the cultivators in the entire Qing Ming world confused and uncertain. When the second senior apprentice brother took charge of the Baek Okekyung building for 100 years, the world had to obediently obey the rules of the Baek Okekyung building. The one who refused to obey the rules the most was the genius from the Dexian Du Temple, who had gathered countless Taoist meridians. In the end, he was personally defeated by the second senior apprentice brother, and his Taoist meridians disappeared from the world. From then on, the Baek Okekyung building and the Dexian Du Temple became mortal enemies. When it was Lu Chen's turn to take charge, the world would have its own daos after 100 years. Gathering and dispersing, chaos and peace were uncertain. The meridians were complicated and a mess. As for Lu Chen and the Dexian Du Temple, or the other Taoist sacred grounds other than the Baek Okekyung building's 3 meridians like the Sui Gong, the relationship between them was not bad. Lu Chen often traveled among them and talked freely, drinking and enjoying the scenery. However, he did not spar with them. It was rumored that the Sui Gong's palace lord had been in seclusion for many years, and that 22, one of the 10 young candidates in the world, was able to marry an ascendant realm female cultivator from a mortal enemy sect. In the end, they ended up as a pair of immortal Taoist companions. In fact, all of this was inextricably linked to the most carefree third leader of the Baek Okekyung building. When the head leader of the Baek Okekyung building returned, the hidden situation of the world would be revealed. Many Taoist officials of the various orthodoxies, dynasties, and immortal mansions would be able to recuperate and strengthen themselves. On the other hand, his two junior brothers had a relatively harmonious relationship with the Taoist ancestors' first disciple, who was accepted as a disciple on behalf of their master. Before Lu Qin ascended from his hometown and came to the Baek-o Kaekyung building, he had long listed the future head leader's senior brother as the Taoist master of the ancients alongside the Taoist ancestor. Even before Lu Qin took the boat out to sea, he specially went to find the ancient ruins of Tianshui that were lost in the long river of time. Because of that, the Taoist ancestor passed through the pass on a green ox scooter. Someone forced him to write a book and left behind 5,000 words for the future generations. This person was the Taoist ancestor's first disciple, a Taoist master of the ancients who made Lu Qin praise him, as the celestial phenomena and geography are clear when looking at them from a bird's eye view. In short, Lu Qin felt that his senior brother's Taoist techniques were very high, and the great Tao was close to Taoism. However, in the eyes of the peak cultivators of the Qing Ming world, Lu Qin did not necessarily approve of the Taoist master of the ancients who claimed to be the best in literature and the second best in martial arts. Lu Qin closed his eyes and used a secret technique to observe the mountains and rivers through the eyes of a direct disciple. He sensed the flow of fate in the vast world for a moment. After opening his eyes, he held the back of his head with both hands and laughed. It's a pity that the proud and arrogant great celestial master, Xiao Tianlai, was one step ahead of you in delivering the sword. Otherwise, it would be quite a big joke. The Taoist master of the ancients sneered. Then let's see whose immortal sword will enter the Fuyao continent first. Taoist Master Gao waved his sleeve casually, and a majestic Qing Ming Qi of Tao, like the Milky Way hanging in the sky, followed the immortal sword and broke open the sky once again. Lu Qin could not help but turn his head and ask, "Senior brother, are you also competing for who is first?" The Taoist master of the ancients asked in return, "Do you really want me to mention my honored master before you are willing to go to the heavens beyond heaven obediently?" Lu Qin was about to stand up slowly and leisurely leave with the wind. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, "I'm really the matchmaker. There's no one better than me." It turned out that in the fifth world, there was another immortal sword, Innocence. It followed closely behind the famous 10,000 arts and Taoist scriptures, and finally appeared in the world for the first time after 10,000 years of silence in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Back then, Lu Qin worked hard to set up a stall in the Pearl Grotto Heaven. In order to connect this immortal sword, Lu Qin spent a lot of effort to finally push the handcart to the clay bottle alley. However, later on in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, half of the immortal sword's immortal sword was cut off by Chen Qing. However, it was unknown what Chen Pingan was thinking. He had intentionally left the immortal sword unsevered. Human nature was complex and unpredictable. It swayed between divinity and bestiality in the first place. Only through a tug-of-war in the hearts of people could the human race be the one to shatter the great Tao of the ancient heavenly court in the end. The gods saw it as the worst, but the human race did the best. Each went to the extremes, and the other went to the top. From then on, it was a change of one. The Taoist master of the ancients glanced at his junior brother Lu Qin, who was full of pride. Lu Qin was about to continue speaking. A young Taoist priest with a young face and figure appeared beside the railing. Oh, even the second Taoist priest and Lu Qin were caught off guard and did not notice. Lu Qin immediately shut his mouth and restrained his expression. The second Taoist priest bowed respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Disciple Yudo pays his respects to master." The second Taoist priest of the Baek-o Kaekyung building was known as Yudo. His hometown was Qingming Tian. he had cultivated for 8,000 years. Lu Chun hurriedly leaned back and landed on the ground. After straightening his back, he bowed respectfully. Disciple Lu Chun pays his respects to Master. The third Taoist priest of the Baek Okekyung building was known as Lu Chun. His Taoist name was Xiao Yao. His hometown was vast. He had cultivated for 6,000 years. He had been in the Baek Okekyung building for 5,000 years. However, the Taoist priest's appearance in the Lotus Grotto heaven was not that of a young man. The Taoist priest smiled and said, "It's a pity that I can't see by draw his sword with my own eyes." It was not that he could not, but that he was unwilling to break the rules. The Holy Master, Taoist priest, and Buddha had set the rules for heaven and earth together. Since then, none of them had broken the rules even once. Beside that young man, a visitor who was visiting the Baek Okekyung building for the first time appeared. He was the old Taoist priest of the East Sea Monastery in Tongyi Continent. The second Taoist priest obviously did not care about the 14th level old Taoist priest. He did not even look at him. Lu Chun smiled. The old Taoist priest was so powerful that he could even wrestle with my master. How did he lose to the old Shiotsai back then? He even lost a hairpin and the sun and moon essences of the lotus flower blessed land. I am very surprised. The old Taoist priest sneered. Lost? Is there a seniority in Tao? Is there a seniority in Tao? Is there a superiority in Shujo? The old Taoist priest seemed to be speaking casually, but his words were so powerful that the entire Baek Okekyung building's 5 cities and 12 buildings could feel it, especially Divine Cloud City, where the position of the mayor was temporarily vacant, was the most shaken. Lu Chun said in realization, "Thank you for your advice." The second Taoist priest snorted, and the abnormal movement in Divine Cloud City stopped. The Taoist priest said, Lu Chun immediately understood and said with a smile, "I will follow Master's orders." However, the third chief did not go to the heavens beyond heaven, but to the Dashuan temple. The second Taoist priest went to the heavens beyond heaven and was destined to help his junior brother Lu Chun clean up the mess. The old Taoist priest said, "The fifth world is going to change in a brand new world." The pressure of the Great Way was the heaviest. Whoever was under the pressure would have to shoulder it. However, Ning Yao was too full of vigor previously, so much so that even the great Tao of heaven and earth had to temporarily avoid its sharpness. Originally, if there were no accidents, Ning Yao would ascend to the ascendant realm. At that time, it would be the key to the great Tao. After all, the first ascendant realm in the world and the first 14th realm in the world had accumulated a huge difference in the size of the heavenly Tao tribulation. However, when that little girl brought out an immortal sword, traveling far and wide under the heavens, a single move would affect the entire situation. The variables were extremely great. Those ancient existences who were ready to make a move would not turn a blind eye to it. They would probably stop hiding in various places and swarm up. The Taoist priest said, "Not necessarily." The old Taoist priest nodded and said, "Even if the world changes, it may not change." The Taoist priest smiled and said, "That's true." In the Ascendant City, looking at the pale Ning Yao, Twisted Xian asked, "Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this?" Twisted Xian did not agree with Ning Yao's choice. It was too rash and too radical. She even regretted showing the secret letter to Ning Yao in advance, be it the Taoist priest of Dragon Tiger Mountain or the second Taoist priest of Baek Okekyung building. Ning Yao was still at the bottleneck of the immortal realm. Not only did she have to take out the real natal flying sword and travel the world, but she also had to take part in the well-deserved fight of the immortals. It was not worth it. Once the celestial sword Innocence was damaged and returned with injuries, it would be a great loss. If the celestial sword was broken and lost in the battlefield of Fuyao continent, Ning Yao's realm would fall to Yupu. Ascendant City would lose the great sword, celestial Ning Yao, who was firmly on the throne of the world. Ning Yao was far from being the number one ascendant realm cultivator in the New World. In the end, not only would Ning Yao's great path be blocked, but Ascendant City would also lose the opportunity to fight for the world. Ning Yao sat on the threshold and did not say anything. She just reached out and wiped the blood between her eyebrows. No matter how she weighed the pros and cons, Ning Yao should not act so impulsively. Twisted Xian shook her head and said, "If Chen Pingon was here, he would definitely stop you. For the sake of Ascendant City, I will do everything I need to do." Ning Yao said, "But Ascendant City is Ascendant City, and I am me. If Ascendant City does not have an Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator, it will lose the power of the world. I don't think Ascendant City can really fight for the world with Ning Yao. If Ascendant City really loses power, I will not owe Ascendant City anything. She would only owe him so much for planning." And Ning Yao did not think that he would stop her from taking out her sword. Besides, if he was a hidden official in Ascendant City, she would only have more free time. Why would she need to work so hard? She could just take out her sword. Ning Yao reached out and pressed the back of her hand against her forehead. The sword's sacrifice this time was no small matter. Before this, besides Chen Qingdu, only Dong Sangang, Chen Shi, and a few other old sword cultivators knew that she actually had a second natal flying sword besides Cutting Immortal. Besides, even if it was the natal flying sword Cutting Immortal, Ning Yao was not willing to take it out because it was easy to be attracted by Innocence and cause Ning Yao's sword heart to lose control. At that time, she would really become the sword servant of the immortal sword Innocence. The sword spirit of an immortal sword was untamed, and its sword heart was pure to the extreme. Cultivators could only use their realm to suppress it or use a tough sword heart to temper it. There was no other way. Good and evil people, intimacy with the great Tao, were all false. Ning Yao nurtured the two flying swords to refine them, but also to test the sword Innocence with Cutting Immortal. In fact, Ning Yao had privately asked the eldest sword Immortal a question. Was Chen Pingon really okay for the 60-year promise? At that time, Chen Qingdu did not answer the question. It depended on the senior's mood. Twisting Xian suddenly frowned and said, "You have to be careful of the great Tao in this world." Ning Yao turned to look at the tailor. It was as if someone was reminding Twisting Xian, and then Twisting Xian was reminding herself. Twisting Xian shook her head. "I still have to keep my promise on this matter." Ning Yao nodded. "Without Innocence, I still have Cutting Immortal." Twisting Xian suddenly laughed. "The only person who can make him like is Ning Yao." That year in the prison, the young hidden official did not mention to anyone about his meeting and reunion with Ning Yao. He was like a miser. It was as if saying one more sentence would cost him a lot of money. Instead, it was the Ascendant Realm demonic Frost Descent who knew some inside information because of his scheming with the young hidden official. He was really anxious and told Twisting Xian more. In fact, Frost Descent did not clearly see Chen Pingon's complex and deep state of mind that was like a maze. He only told Twisting Xian two relatively vague mental scenes. One was the youth walking with heavy steps towards a small house in a shabby alley. The world was dark, and only the ancestral house seemed to be lit by a lantern. It was bright and warm. The youth in straw sandals paused at the door and looked at the light in the house. He did not dare to believe it, but he could not help but feel happy. After the youth crossed the threshold, his steps became lighter, but he carefully walked slower, as if unwilling to walk faster. The second scene was of the youth walking alone towards a covered bridge. His steps were unsteady, and the world was so dark that one could not see his fingers. But when the lifeless youth slowly raised his head, he saw a person sitting on the steps. The youth's eyes, which were originally as dark as ink and as deep as an ancient well, suddenly seemed to see the light of the sun and the moon. Ning Yao bid farewell and left. Twisting Xian put the lantern back on the table. Celestial Master Residence on Longhu Mountain. After the old scholar left the star-picking platform, Zhao Tianlai said, "Thank you for making a trip to Fuyao Continent. We can't let the world laugh at our Taoist Master Residence for not having a sword." The little Taoist nodded and turned into a streak of sword light, heading towards Fuyao Continent. When the old scholar appeared in the Taoist Master Residence, the situation in Fuyao Continent was at its most dangerous. Therefore, when the old elementary scholar left Mount Sui and returned to the Taoist Master's residence, he was not just a headless fly. However, before the old elementary scholar rushed to Mount Longhu, the Holy Master gave him a strange explanation. When he arrived at the Taoist Master's residence, he was not in a hurry to catch up. Therefore, the old scholar was ordered to find wine. What's wrong with drinking some wine from Zhao Tianlai? How many words were written in the couplet? Especially the words oneness of heaven and man on the horizontal board. How could it be given out so casually? It was not that the Confucian temple did not quarrel about it. They felt that it would take away a part of the Confucian orthodoxy's literary aura, but the key was that it was not appropriate, especially the two Confucian temples head and vice head who had the merit of reshaping the Confucian orthodoxy. In the end, they listened to the old scholar's reasoning and did not treat him well. Therefore, the old scholar only drank a jar of osmanthus wine. It was not enough to make up for the several jars of saliva he drank. As for the dozens of jars of osmanthus wine that he accidentally forgot to return, it was to help the Taoist Master Residence. Besides, even if he gave it to anyone, it did not matter who drank it. So, what if the Taoist Master Residence had an endless stream of guests? Could there be the First Lord of Mount Hauran, the great god of Sui Mountain? Could there be Bai Zhe? Could there be the Holy Master or the Sage of Rites? One had to have a conscience. It was not a good habit to pretend to be innocent after taking advantage of others. It should be changed. After the old scholar was thrown out of the star-picking platform by Zhao Tianlai, the battlefield in Fuyao Continent was divided into two. In the ancient battlefield where Bai Ye's heart was partially manifested, the Middle Earth Talisman Yuxian and the withered bone throne Great Demon Bai Ying were fighting each other. One of the 14 thrones of the desolate world was confronting one of the 10 lords of Hauran. The talisman's puppets that formed soldiers from beans and the white bone army under his command were everywhere. This caused Bai Ye's heart to be in tatters. It was only supported by Yu Xian's tens of thousands of talisman puppets. This kind of celestial technique to mend heaven and earth could be said to be very powerful. In fact, it was even more difficult than creating a small heaven and earth. Bai Yi was still holding his sword, Tai Bai. With one slash, he cut down 5 thrones. When Yang Ji finally said where Bai Ye's 14 realms unification was located, it was the heart poem of this unrivaled Hauran poem. Almost at the same time, Bai Ying, who was in a small heaven and earth with the talisman Yuxian, was sitting under the sword attendant Long Jian. He held the long sword that was refined from the soul of clairvoyance. He lightly shook the sword, and a string of golden words trembled and turned into ashes. However, there was not a trace of spiritual energy in the world. Xia Yun helplessly held her forehead and said with a smile, "My dear mother, Sister Yang Ji, you finally saw it. But is this the problem now? Don't you want to guess how many poems and lines are left in Bai Ye's heart? 14 realms unification. It could be roughly divided into 3 types, timing geographical and human. Realms unification was a land of mountains and rivers. It belonged to geographical advantage. It was similar to the secondary sage and literary sage of the vast world. The Lotus Nunnery Master, the Talisman Yu Xian, belonged to the time of Tao unification. It was related to the sun, moon, and stars that were unchanging and undisturbed by the river of time. By Ye's 14 realms, unification belonged to human. In addition, if a sword cultivator wanted to reach the 14 realms, it was probably the same. Timing was not an extravagant hope. Geographical advantage was meaningless. Moreover, sword cultivators pursued the principle of heaven and earth cannot restrain their sword. Why would they take the initiative to harmonize with the heaven and earth? Bai Yi did not stop attacking. Not only did it ignore the stagnation of the river of time, the sword light was untraceable. More importantly, it caused Bai Ye's spiritual energy to be consumed extremely slowly. No matter how many times he attacked, other than the spiritual energy consumed by the sword, the only thing that was truly consumed was the poems in his heart. A waterfall came from the heavens. The yellow river descended from the heavens and traveled to the East Sea. It landed in the mortal world and fiercely collided with the Yeluo formed by Yang Ji's great Tao. Huge waves surged to the heavens. In Bai Ye's painting of mountains and rivers, 10,000 li of land turned into a lake. Its momentum was not any weaker than the battle between Yang Ji and imperial concubine Fei. Bai Ye's sword slashed Yang Ji's Dharma image, which no longer maintained a human head, into two. Yuan Shou's 10,000 zhang true body charged over with his staff. He was only 100 li away from Bai Yi, becoming one of the sovereign great monsters closest to Bai Yi. Tai Bai's sword swept across. With a dazzling sword light that could split the heavens and earth, he forcefully blocked Yuan Shou's staff. The staff in Yuan Shou's hand shattered once more. He shook his right wrist and made a grabbing motion. A staff with the inscription, "Sea Calming," appeared in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Bai Yi could not use the poems in his heart again. Otherwise, wouldn't this battle go on until the end of time? Not only that, Bai's sword will lingered, and his heart image was born. This made Yuan Shou, who was getting more and more ferocious, swing his staff wildly, wanting to shatter the heavens and earth. As for Wu Yu, who was the first to approach Bai Yi, he was in a similar situation as Bai Ying. Floating clouds and setting sun, green mud, sorrowful birds circling the forest, withered pine trees hanging upside down, Dang Dao high and steep, Dang cliff 10,000 turns. The great Tao is the blue sky, but one cannot come out. Even I, Bai, cannot come out, let alone the great monster, Wu Yu in the heart image world. Such a phenomenon made Wu Yu's Dharma image, which had 3 heads and 6 arms, seem to be able to support the heavens and earth. However, his fists and weapons could not split open the heavens. Bai Yi also visited the immortal. Yang Ji broke the Yellow River with much difficulty, but he didn't expect Bai to slash at him once more. 3,000 feet of white hair. I used to fish the white dragon, drawing my knife to cut the flowing water and placing the dragon beside the stream. 3,000 snow-white flying swords landed in the stream like rain. The sword slashed the great serpent true body, Yang Ji. On the other side of the stream, there was a general on a white horse crossing the river. The iron cavalry was in formation, as dense as snow mountains. Arrows shot out, iron spears advanced, and sword energy fell like rain. Bai Yi at the border. It made Yang Ji suffer unspeakable pain. The great monster Niu Dao, who had already broken free from the golden armor cage, was about to get close to Bai Yi. The heavens and earth changed. Clouds covered the sky. The colors of autumn spread out for 10,000 miles. The vast wilderness and the wind blew. Where the wind rose was where the sword energy rose. The sword energy was as heavy as mountains and ridges. One by one, they blocked the galaxy and fought like a bull. Yun did not move at all. He pulled open his leather bag again and slightly avoided by Ye's sword. He waited and watched. He glanced at the sky and thought that it was the sword energy of the white jade coffin that fell from the sky. He then looked down at the human world and guessed that it would be the scenery of the green wheat fields in March. He did not expect that it was not the case. It was beside the downtown wine shop. The youth learned swordsmanship, drunk on the willow, with a cup of wine. He carried the wind of this life. The young swordsman traveled drinking and laughing in the city of murder, the ranger by Yi. This time, Yun could not avoid the young ranger's sword. In the next moment, Yun had just closed his body when he found himself in the starry sky and night sky again. He smiled bitterly. Even he felt annoyed. The other sovereigns were probably even more determined and full of killing intent. In his dream, he rode by Lu to the mountains. There were 4,000 mountains, 32 peaks, and 1,000 maidens followed him in the sky. He sang the Zixia immortal scripture. Everyone, open the heavenly palace for me. The true spirit refined Yuqianxiu. The bridge walked on the rainbow. The banished immortals walked around the blue sky. Taibai Yi was boundless. The stars were lined up. He was drunk. He leaned on the ancient pine tree with his sword. Who knew that the Milky Way under his feet was so wide? He suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand to beckon Qing Tong with a smile on another battlefield. The talisman Yuxian did not need to roll up his sleeves to fight. Plus, Bai Ying was of a similar style. Therefore, Yuxian taught Bai Ying a lot of common sayings. What do you mean by snatching something? Don't snatch a coffin. The frog wants life, and the snake wants to be full. What do you mean by I'm a hairless bird? You're so huddling in the corner and snorting 3 times. Nonsense did not delay Yuxian's important task. First, 2 golden talismen were quietly hidden among thousands of talismen of different grades. They hung at the east and west ends of the small world. They were the sun talisman and the moon talisman, respectively. Finally, they turned into a bright talisman. The sun and the moon reflected each other's radiance. Their bright light illuminated the world. Therefore, there was a praise on the mountain. Once Yuxian used this talisman, there was no need for the lantern-lighting talisman in the mortal world. However, the reason Yuxian had taken out these 2 talismans was to confirm one thing. Was the flow of time in the Fuyao continent's heaven and earth restriction faster or slower? If there was indeed a difference in speed, then what was the exact difference? But even if the sun and the moon matched to form a bright talisman, he still could not find out. It was not easy and difficult to accurately see the scale of time in the many layers of restrictions and cages of the small worlds. The talisman Yuxian threw out another 2 green talismen. He did 2 things at once. He chanted incantations. 1 sleeve, 2 worlds. He used the sun talisman and the arrow-leaking talisman. The sundial stopped flowing. The starlight stops moving. The fragrance rain flows beside. The sweet dew hangs above. The sun's shadow appears in time. The flowing water settles at the moment, urgent as the law commands. The light is in the candle. The water is in the arrow, shining in the sky. The elites circle each other. The sky is completely white. The sun is small. The clouds break through the sky. Go. Yuxian clenched his teeth and threw out another green talisman. It was the pavilion rising talisman that Yuxian had created himself. There are no runes in the mountain. Immortals in the clear spring water stand 12 hibiscus leaves. They flow with the waves. They set the 12 hours. The sun's shadow is not different. Once the three talismans were thrown out, the great Tao was revealed in an instant. Although the three green talismans were burned to ashes in an instant, Yu Xian had already seen through the heavenly secrets with just a glance. He reminded Bai, "Be careful. The river of time flows in reverse." The talisman Yu Xian was suddenly speechless. It turned out that when the talisman Yu Xian shouted out his inner thoughts, three immortal swords had broken through the three layers of restrictions of the Fuyao continent. The three immortal swords had dispelled the talisman Yu Xian's words of "Be careful, the river of time," and "flow in reverse." Not only that, the Qie Yun in Bai's heart also happened to smile at Bai and say, "The proudest thing in the human world, Bai also lives up to his name." This Qie Yun obviously could not control the three immortal swords. However, Qie Yun could control the three layers of restrictions and the river of time. Therefore, even if the talisman Yu Xian saw through the heavenly secrets, he could not tell Bai a part of the truth. Bai also said, "Jia Sheng." The death substitution technique was in Bai Ying. However, the death substitution technique was in Qie Yun. Therefore, the current Qie Yun could be said to be alive or dead. Another heaven and earth, or another true human world. The four immortal swords gathered beside Bai. Bai also held a Tai Bai, Taoist scripture, naive, and 10,000 laws. The four swords killed the four sovereigns other than Bai Ying and Qie Yun. The four swords killed Wu Yu, Yang Ji, Yuan Shou, and Niu Dao. They could not be more dead. Qie Yun's figure dissipated. She did not suffer a single sword, but her great Tao disappeared. Zhou Mi smiled and said, "Using the sword of the future to kill the present. Bai can only go." Zhou Mi finally said, "In the future, if you and I still have a chance, let's fight again." The sword slashed down. Bai did not hesitate to use the sword of the present to slash Qie Yun. Zhou Mi allowed the sword light to land on his body. The heaven and earth of the continent flipped, and the river of time was in chaos. Yang Ji and Yuan Shou looked at each other, as if they did not understand why they were still alive. Niu Dao and Wu Yu had solemn expressions as they looked at Bai Ying, whose great Tao had suddenly collapsed. The biggest question was, where was Bai Yi? Moreover, why was Qie Yun's or the same as Bai Ying's? It was like the great Tao was completely cut off, but it was also slightly connected. It was like Qie Yun had mysteriously turned into Zhou Mi. As for where the talisman Yu Xian and the four immortal swords went, it made the group of revived sovereigns even more confused. Then, how did Bai Yi kill Qie Yun and Bai Ying under Zhou Mi's nose? Lu Cha sheathed his sword with a complicated expression. There was no more 14th realm Bai Yi in the world. As for the immortal sword Tai Bai, apart from the sword sheath, the sword itself had been split into four and scattered all over the place. One of the Tai Bai's sword tips went near the ruins of the inverted mountain. The gray-robed elder seemed to have been slapped on the head as he fell into the whirlpool beneath his feet. In the Middle Earth Divine Continent, Zhou Zi suddenly grabbed a blade, strengthening gourd from Lu Kai and kept one of the sword lights in the gourd. He returned the blade strengthening gourd to Lu Kai and let this direct sword cultivator thank the scholar. Fei Ran, who thought that she only protected the Mirage City out of boredom, suddenly widened her eyes as she saw a sword body hovering in front of her. The third sword light followed the immortal sword heaven and broke through the sky of the fifth world. It fell rapidly and finally landed beside a green-robed Confucian, Zhao Yao. The great sword immortal Zhang Lu, who was guarding the door, turned a blind eye to the last sword light. Guarding the door was only to stop people. What was there to stop a broken sword? Besides, Zhang Lu admitted that he could not stop it. That sword light went towards half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chun Pingan suddenly looked up. Although he was separated by the Jiazi tent, he could still feel the presence of the sword Chi. Li Jun wanted to say something but stopped. He did not say anything in the end. He just silently looked at the gray-robed figure who had crossed the northern city wall for the first time in order to stop the broken sword from falling into Chun Pingan's hands. Chun Pingan staggered. A Dharma idol stood up. It was Chun Qingdu, who held a long sword and slashed at the gray-robed figure. "Dragon God, take my sword." Chun Qingdu's last sword attack was to slay the dragon god many years after his death. Li Jun squatted on the city wall and covered his head with his hands. He did not want to look at the scene that he had already seen once. In the Middle-earth Divine continent, plum flowers bloomed in white. Under the tree, a child appeared out of thin air. He looked around, slightly confused. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the plum flowers. A tiger-headed hat was suddenly placed on the child's head. An old scholar touched the tiger-headed hat that he had carefully prepared and laughed heartily. "Such is the fate of the heavens. Brother Bei, shall I take you out for a drink?" In the great wall of Sword Chi, Chun Pingan sat up with difficulty. He saw a gray-white rag wrapped around a sword tip hovering in front of his eyes. What's going on? The old dog dragon god and the thief Li Jun knew how to scheme. Looks like they have a lot of capital. An old man appeared beside Chun Pingan. He bent down and patted the young hermit on the head. He said, "Take it as compensation for not keeping our promise." Chun Pingan turned his head. He only saw the dissipating image of his boss. Before Chun Pingan could get up, Chun Qingdu took the initiative to sit on the ground. He placed his hands on his abdomen and gently clenched his fists. The old man smiled and asked, "How is that sword?" Chun Pingan thought about it. "Who cares?" he said sincerely. "Impressive." Chun Qingdu smiled. "You really know how to speak, just like me in the past." In the past, the young sword cultivator said, "Let's fight." Chun Pingan said, "Don't worry." Chun Qingdu nodded. "Very good." Chun Pingan did not say anything else. Chun Qingdu disappeared from the world. A young hidden official in a bright red robe clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. A moment later, Chun Pingan's robe suddenly turned white. He stood up and walked to the top of the city wall, looking at the half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi opposite him. Then a figure landed beside him. It was the swordsman Lu Cha with a sword on his back. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.